And we are back, hopefully. I just got to send out some links here. There's one for Kurt. And there we go. There's one for Kurt. Everyone else. All right. And so who is ready for round 2? That's probably not me because, yeah. I am having a rough time staying awake here. So, there we go. All right, let's see. And we've got Kurt here. Hey.
No. Good.
And I see people saying, don't forget to pin the link at the thread. I will do that right away here. Somebody's saying, what hour am I on? A little over halfway. So donation link is in the description. It is also now pinned at the top of this. So I would do more Stardew, except, oh man, I need something that will keep me awake because it's we're getting on in terms of hours.
Well, we had a lot of fun while you were gone.
Well, that's excellent. I see that I'm not. I haven't been, issued a strike or anything like that, so that's appreciated. I'm out of practice. That should not have hit me.
Well, Clemson's playing Notre Dame later today, so that'll be exciting.
It's supposed to be slaying foes quickly, and I'm just getting my butt kicked here. The joys of playing while tired. All right. How am I doing for money? Yeah, let's see if I can buy something. I'll need all the help I can get here. Yeah, I'll buy a snack. And then I'll buy a random power-up.
No. Someone asked if there's a game we could both play. That's a reasonable question. I don't know if there are any games on Steam that are co-op that you'd be interested in.
I don't know which ones there are. Oh, and thank you to Anonymous.
We could play Civilization. That'd take forever.
Oh, God. Nobody's got time for that.
I don't know if Doom or Doom Eternal have a co-op mode, but I've got both games on Steam. Play that together. Shooting game, that'd be fun. Let's see what else we have that's possible. We could just torture ourselves by playing Phoenix Wright. That's solo, but that makes you want to die.
Which game?
Phoenix Wright. Ace
Oh,
Attorney.
I haven't been able to get it to run on my computer. Thank you, Snoopykins.
You're better off.
Although this is really bad time for me to respond to anything.
Yeah.
This is not the easiest of fights. Mini boss. Not the Elysium exit boss, but it's halfway to that. Come on, die.
So how Lawyers and Dragons go?
Oh, went well. I was very tired, so a little saltier than usual. Ah, there we go. Somebody says, sounds like I'm using a controller. I use keyboard and mouse, which is the one true way.
Fall Guys. We could play Fall Guys together, and we could play with the chat. That'd be fun.
I've never played Fall Guys.
It's very easy, very cash game. It's free for season 1.
Thank you, Anonymous.
I think like 40 people can play or something, so it'd be a good way to get some chat playing too. Set up some private server.
Could do. How actiony is it?
I wouldn't say it's very actiony in particular. It's very easy kind of party game. It involves you like kind of like having to. You got a little blob character that kind of has to jump around a little bit and avoid obstacles and stuff.
The reason why I
wouldn't
ask
call
is
it
just
actiony.
because I need to stay awake at this point. I was like, I cannot do more Stardew. I will literally pass out. Because, yeah, I was having moments during Lawyers and Dragons where it's like, this isn't boring, but I just can't stay awake because tired. Oh, you stop that. Attack is faster is an easy gimme. I guess it's not too unlike Stardew. Given that I'm now catching fish.
Yeah. I think you'd like Fall Guys because it's something you can play with the chat and it's interactive, it's fun, it's cash, it's super easy to learn.
Oh,
Very
we'll
low
have
barrier
to
to entry.
give it a try in a moment here.
Yeah. Free on the Epic Store.
I'd have to find it and install it.
Yeah, so everyone in chat, if you want to play along, you can download Season 1 for free on the Epic Store. I don't think it's free on Steam, but it's free on Epic, I believe. And hopefully we'll be
Epic.
playing some of that at some point. That'll be fun.
Nothing quite like being armed with a rifle in a fantasy game.
Mm-hmm.
I think I need this. Oh, thank you, Kate. Thank you, Nathan. Much appreciated. And let me just tweak the audio because it's a little quiet. Not a whole lot, but just a little bit. Thank you, Samantha. Ah, crap. Those things. Those things are not good. The butterfly balls. With certain builds, they just absolutely kick your ass.
You said balls.
Thank you to the Rogers family.
In the name of Hades.
That one. All right. On to boss fight.
Waste not more words with this one, King. Let's fight.
I'm currently at minute 67 of my endless run over here. It seems to still be going pretty well.
Minute 67 of which, sorry?
My endless run.
Oh, nice.
I'd give the chat an update. Got 2 dragons deployed, a 3rd dragon in an egg. They're full health. Things are going
Nice.
pretty good.
Thank you, Kayla. I get my butt kicked, but such is life. Oh, don't want to fight that. I'm about to get taken out for at least one of my lives. Such is life. That's why they're there. Thank you to Kim. Is that my dog whining?
Sounds like it.
Ah.
Defeated? You're next. Thank you, my fellow shades.
There we go. Somebody saying tend to the dog. The dog is just going to be upset if my wife stepped out for a second. All right, let's see here.
All set. One last stop.
Just on my way to the top with on this run.
Almost out of here.
Have you played Hades before?
I'm not.
It's a really good game. Basic premise is that this guy is trying to battle his way out of hell. Greek hell, specifically. And so there's different sort of stages of that, but they're all pretty exciting in terms of sort of twin stick chaos.
There any particular reason you're doing this today, or is it just what was free on the calendar?
This is just this is the usual sort of game day for these.
Okay.
So this is their sort of suggested day.
The tiny vermin.
This is actually one of the tougher fights.
Remember the 5th of November?
Kind of. Thank you. Love Pug Circus.
People are asking for more disco.
Dead disco, dead punk, dead rock and roll. Haha. Bring it, tiny vermin. Oh,
Got you, tiny vermin.
Bring it,
Hey.
tiny vermin.
have you you've played this?
I played Hades. How you doing, Kurt? How you doing, Ian?
Hello?
Ah, doing well.
Somebody told me there was
You know-
a party over here.
There
Where's
is.
the party?
I hear Chad arguing for disco. I don't know why. They say that you owe them disco.
Yeah.
So with Hades, we got to do Staying Alive or something like that, right? Can you
Pump
keep
it up,
that
Ian. Pump
Can
it
you
up,
keep that
Rogue.
for the rest of the
Pump it
12
up.
hours.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's get the energy going. Hello, band in the house. Pump up in the house. Pump up in
How
the
is everybody
house.
doing? Ian told me, Kurt, that you were manning the videos while he was lawyering and dragging today.
Yes, I was.
That is so kind of you.
And he did an excellent job by all accounts.
Well, good.
And my channel is not has not faced a strike yet, so
Those will come later, right? Odds of Law was sneaking in coded messages at
Oh,
some
great.
point. You don't know. Oh my gosh! Like, he's dancing up there. Yeah, that's right.
he is.
I like it. We've got rejections of that as disco. They need some ABBA.
You can dance. You can dance. Having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl. Watch that scene. She is the dancing queen. Ooh.
What even is that? Is that your?
I fear that I'm going to get a strike over that.
You think you
Not
think
because
close
it's
enough?
copyright, just because they're like, we don't know what this is.
Well, that should satisfy chat, Kurt. What in the world is that machine? Is that a voice changer and an auto tuner, or are you just that good,
I'm just that good.
folks? You're not gonna
Just
get
that
content like this
talented.
everywhere. Where are you
Just
gonna
that
hear
talented.
Dancing Queen while a Canadian plays Hades while we make money for sick kids? Where are you gonna hear that?
Not many
I don't
places
know.
now.
No, I dare say this is the only place on earth.
All right, let's bets on whether I can take out Hades on this run.
I'm sure. I'm sure. I always bet on Ian. What is the nature of this? Is this post game? Is this how many clears? What are we talking about here on Hades?
I'm not sure, but I think this is like
Beat me this time, Father.
Heat 6 or something.
Okay.
QDE.
Just thinking on when last I vanquished you.
One of the cool things I really love about Hades is that it just basically always has stuff for you to do, which is not
Yeah.
always the case with a roguelike.
Well, even after you've beaten it, it's there's a fair bit of content.
Not only is there a fair bit of content, there's a fair bit of narrative left. I mean, like they have a great game here. Is the dinosaur helpful or distracting? I guess you don't see him while you're playing your Hades game, right?
I hear the thing, and I'd have to glance over to see it.
Okay.
So I can't say it's helpful, but I mean, you just do what you can. And Chad is on notice that I may not necessarily be able to respond to every.
Oh, like dinosaur message. Hey,
Yeah.
you know, one of the things that's really tough about anybody streaming video games is having that kind of conversation and continuing to do that while, you know, concentrating on a boss here.
Yeah, I
So-
was having some trouble.
Especially
with that
because
a
this
little
is
bit.
not an easy boss.
Kurt, I wouldn't blame you at all. It's a trick. You're not really used to maintaining some kind of entertainment level or content. It's one of the reasons I think it's useful to have, you know, the peanut gallery here, who, by the way, would not
Hogue
commit.
declares my content not entertaining. Hogue hates on Ian Rumble.
Fantastic.
Oh God.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that's just what we need.
Hey, I hear that you can. I hear that you can make some money. You throw Hogue up in the title, so you go nuts, Kurt. Ah.
I
All
love
I can
you
tell
all.
you, folks,
guys
is you
know
don't
that.
want to be a trending topic on Twitter unless you're running a marketing campaign.
Hmm.
Outside of that, you got this, Ian. I'm not even worried about you, man.
Oh, I am. I'm getting.
I have missed
my,
streaming together.
I'm
in
getting
the
my butt
mornings.
kicked here.
I do appreciate that you're doing your own thing, Richard, but I have missed being on with you sometimes. Since just
Oh,
want to let you know.
hangouts. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, we'll probably reapproach it at some time. We're primarily doing solo stuff right now. We'll figure it out.
It's fine. I understand.
But yeah, no, you're fun. You're fun, and you're always up with me, which is not always the case with the other colleagues. Even when I was
I
running
know
open
they
invites,
don't
it's
love
always,
you as much as
again,
I do, Richard.
talking about Mountain Time, which I'm not even sure is a time zone that exists. If we're just being frank with each other, but Ian's always, I can't. It's so damn early, Rick. Okay.
It's true. It is so damn early.
But no, I think yeah, for the most part,
I'm getting bullet held.
I almost did a general invite for cheating beanbags, but I didn't, and it's mostly just time control and whatnot. So is this your stream that's getting a little framey, Ian, or is it your computer?
It must be the stream.
Okay,
Computer's doing fine.
right now, well, it's better it's the stream, because I was like, couldn't do this at this kind of like little chop.
Let me turn off my VPN in a second. I just want to.
Oh, don't worry about it. This looks fine. It's just a little chop. Oh, and you can tell as the health bar goes down, I'm deeply invested.
Yeah, now he round 2.
What? There's a second phase. Who is this guy? Dr. Wiley?
Kind of.
Nice.
Timely.
Timely, I'm not sure about.
Oh, I'm right. I got my finger on the pulse, right? Who doesn't remember the Mega Man 2 introduction? Am I right?
Mega Man 2 is kick ass. Was it Mega Man 2 or Mega Man 3 with like the Blade one? Blade Man. was a
Mega
good
Man
one.
2, I don't believe has Blade Man, but for the most part, I can't remember the specifics of any individual Mega Man, except that I know you start with Gear Man on 2. But who could forget? Man, a pan up to the top of a building, Mega Man hair flying in the breeze.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
It's Metal Man.
And yes,
isn't it?
gold.
Something like that. It's something like that. Yeah, but it's a good
Oh
one.
crap!
Ian, I appreciate your concentration on this, man. This is
Oh well, this is a tough boss.
it is.
Like a lot of these games sort of go easy on you in terms of like boss difficulties. Hades is like, nah, get good.
Hades is fun. I mean, and that's the thing, right? They've written enough and enough reactions to your dying and things like that. They expect you to take a while.
Oh, they expect you to die a few times, and they're not wrong.
But you know,
Ian,
I'll start the
I
virtual
believe in
Hades.
Ian.
I believe in Ian.
Ow!
Yeah, it's a great game. No, I will talk up Hades as much as anyone.
Yeah, we don't agree about every game, but Hades is one of those ones that's just like, yep, this is a no-brainer.
I was going to ask you when the slot for Immortality was. Yeah.
Actually, I think Immortality is probably one of those ones that would just eat me a copyright strike.
Oh, it would strike the crap out of you.
Because it's all videos, so I'm pretty sure they would just like, strike me in about 6 seconds.
Oh yeah, no, you can't Immortality, and that's of course the reason it's not part of this stream, right? Because otherwise it would be.
Sure, let's go with that.
Yes. Let's
see. Adamant Rail. This was Heat 8.
No, nice.
And yeah, that hurt.
No problem.
Now 80 minutes in my deathless run. Woot.
What are you playing? Are you playing this?
I'm playing 20 minutes till dawn.
Oh, and did you play that on stream?
I did. Yes, I did.
Okay.
And I played about 60 minutes of a deathless run. I died a few times trying to get a deathless run going, but now my deathless run has been going 80 minutes.
It's a rogue or a survival type game? I don't know it.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to Vampire Survivors in some ways. A lot of enemies coming at you. You are the bullet hell kind of thing.
I'm still amazed that Konami hasn't tried to take a cut out of Vampire Survivors.
Ian Runkle's currently at $31,292. Guys, we just need another $300 so that Ian Runkle can become the 6th highest streamer on the player leaderboard. So who will donate $300 towards helping the Children's Miracle Network hospitals through Extra Life? Please click the link today.
I love that they have gamified the gaming charity streams.
Yes.
That is pretty awesome.
It just makes sense. Just makes sense.
And we absolutely want to go for a high score on this one, guys.
Helping kiddos in hospitals?
For us to
Absolutely.
take number 1, we only need another 740,000.
$740,000 today? Who is doing that?
Magic the Gathering.
Magic the Gathering.
Okay. All right. Wizards of the Coast. Fair enough.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Wizards of the Coast probably just was like, let's start this off with $700,000 and
marketing money in. Hey, look, if you're going to spend marketing money, it might as well go to helping sick kids. I get it, Wizards. But it's fine. We're only going to play in the individual streamer leagues, if you don't mind, giant.
Well, I think all of the people I'm competing with right now are teams. So
this 24-hour thing, you can hand off. You can have teams of people.
Yep.
All right.
And the teams like combine all their donations together.
Oh wait, hold on. Now this is getting even. All right, I got objections.
I mean, there's absolutely nothing stopping me from starting my own stream and just pinning your link to the top of my stream. I can be a team whether you want me to or not.
That's interesting. All right, we're going to need to analyze the law here. Is it acceptable to use your own efforts to make people donate to a different person's sponsored stream?
And it's raising money to help the sick children. I think it's fine.
Right. I think it's fine at the end of the day. Huh.
So glad you liked it, Nix. You are persuasive. That's quite all right.
I'll have my own stream with blackjack and hookers.
Let's just assume, right? Because I've been following the Twitter drama all week. Let's just assume that somebody didn't want to be associated with somebody else. Is that still acceptable?
I think you have to form a team in order for the team thing to go through.
What Kurt's saying is he can just link to yours.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But like the person ahead of me and they're ahead of me by $200 now. It's Alpha Rad. They are a team, from what I can see.
Okay.
And also they're, what is it? They're a streamer with literally, it's like 2 million subscribers.
Okay.
So I'm like, Yeah, I feel like I'm punching above my weight on that one.
You're punching it exactly the right way because you have an awesome community.
Right.
And
Well-
that's awesome. I got people in the chat telling me that Lawyers and Dragons, when I was pushing for your channel, was a part of the team.
I feel like that is the case. So
Maybe. Well, you're
So-
gonna catch him, Ian. We're gonna catch him. It's no
yeah.
worries.
So
Yeah.
it is. It's pretty awesome.
We're thinking about
Alright.
playing some Fall Guys. Rick, you ever play Fall Guys?
I have played Fall Guys. It is amusing. I have some crowns at Fall Guys, but I haven't
Excellent.
played it in a year or two. I don't think I played it when it was released for free or for no additional cost on like PlayStation Plus. But I haven't played like since they went free to play. So I don't know what other bells and whistles they might have in your little jumping simulator.
It's probably additional ways to get you to pay.
Well, it's Epic. Epic owns it now, right? So if Tim Sweeney can find a way, Tim Sweeney will find a way.
Oh yes.
Got to get the grift on, right?
You know what? I have no problem with how Epic has made money. My problems live only in the land of using legal levers.
You know what? I am the opposite. I have got all sorts of problems with how they, how all of these people make money.
Fortnite is a great value.
Oh, I've never played Fortnite, but I have gotten annoyed at some children who play Fortnite.
Just in general, you're walking down the street, one's dressed as a giant banana, and you're like, "Oh my god!" You
Somebody just put Amber Heard donated $5.
At least she donated it. Could have been a pledge.
Yeah, Tinkerbell donated 25 via Extra Life. Somebody said Emily D. Baker shared the link on Twitter, so that's going to be exciting.
Purple hearts all around, folks. Purple hearts all around.
Rachel
Emily D. Baker
Redmond,
we
thank
should
you
get
very
her
much.
to Fall Guys. Emily D. Baker would be fun at Fall Guys.
So I just did the free Sisyphus from An Eternity of Hard Labor.
Nice. Did you
I'm
beat
sorry,
Hades?
this is off canon now. I've got real problems with this. We're gonna have to make this Legends content. Can't be canon. We'll bring Kathleen Kennedy and Star Wars into this. Look at all the purple.
I feel like
hearts.
this. Oh, look at the purple hearts. That is awesome.
Better check that Amber Heard donation. Somebody said. Don't know if you can trust it. Look.
I shouldn't have to donate to be believed.
Yes, I should just be able to lie about that openly. And yeah.
Your keepsake board is a lot better than mine, Ian.
Oh well, I this is actually my second save, second sort of serious save on that.
Do you have like a full-on complete Hades? I saw everything save.
I think so. Yep.
My goodness, you were better than me.
I have got every achievement in Hades.
Really?
Yep.
That is awesome.
Played the game a little bit.
Yeah,
When we
just a wee bit.
When we were doing the pre-show on this, folks, we were talking about Hades, and I said to Ian something like, it wasn't my favorite game of the year it came out, but it was one of the tops." And he in full Ian form says something along the lines of, "Oh, well, that's nice. You're wrong. What did you put above it?"
I mean, come on. He's just straight up wrong on that one.
Hey, what I love is that Ian does not hold back. Ian's got an opinion. He's going to share it with you. He just opens up with like, "Oh, well, that's wrong. But what did you put above it?" I believe it was Final Fantasy VII Remake that year and Ghost of Tsushima, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly.
That's what you said before, yeah.
Well, I'll stick with that.
And I'm being told that I need to up the goal because the EDB community is likely to push us beyond things
Crush
in
it.
a hurry. So I will move that up to 40,000.
$40,000. Ian, you might have already mentioned this to your community, but like, what was your record before this year on this?
2,500. So that was I set my goal for this year at basically what I had raised last year. You know, like, hey, let's and then I was like, okay, we just cleared that in a hurry, because previously I'd set my, like, last year I set my goal at 1,000, and I ended up at 2,500, and I was like, all right, that's not bad. And then yeah, it just sort of skyrocketed. All right, let's see. I gotta pick. Johnny Depp doesn't pledge, donated $10. So, and Emily is in a nail salon, and she shared the old link. So I guess the old, yeah, that's the problem with starting a new one, is that now there's two video streams.
She sent the other video link. Okay.
Yeah. Well, hopefully people still see the donations, but
Emily's in a nail salon according to her Instagram. Man. She posts a lot more stuff than me.
Sometimes I feel stuck myself, but a good hunt always sets me straight.
all right. Let's.
Any other boons for me?
Oh, I don't like that either. Now we'll just take pressure points, which is add crit to everything.
We're getting build strategies in this Hades run.
Gregory Tinga.
Expert run.
Oh, you've got to have build strategies.
What? I thought you're just supposed to hit the random buttons and go with the gods you like the best. No?
No, you got to have build strategies.
Huh.
If you
might
want
have- I might have
to,
changed my outcomes.
if you want a clean house, you got to have some build strategies.
What's your
right.
favorite weapon in Hades, Ian?
I do kind of like the shield, believe it or not.
Okay.
Specifically this aspect of the shield, because it lets you do this, which, if you get the right boons, can be just absolutely destructive.
I don't think I've
you
heard
get this
somebody
with-
say shield before. That's cool.
Well, I mean, there's all sorts of sort of shield aspects. So this isn't the default shield. This is one of the sort of upgraded aspects.
Okay.
But ooh, always got to grab a hammer. The hammers are real good. Oh, thank you, Annette Wilson. I can sleep later. Yeah, I feel like I may die before I get to sleep, but that is just fine.
Well, if you need to take a nap, I can always try to cover for you again. I'll just throw up Fall Guys and play with the chat. It'll be great.
Well, I will possibly take you up on that, but not right away, because I'm going to see how I do, but I suspect that I may end up in a position where I'm just like, oh, okay. I did draft up I need a longer break little sort of vignette thing, or what do you call it? Overlay.
Ah.
But that was just if I'm like, well, I need to sleep and I just can't do anything about it. And
You taped a 1 hour documentary you can run.
nothing quite so in depth. It's just like, if I'm in a position where I'm not going to finish unless I take a nap, then that's what it is. But I'm hopeful that I'm going to finish. I love this shield.
I got faith. Faith of the heart.
Actually,
Enterprise
This
was
is-
underrated.
Is
On the
that
next 2 hours of Ian's stream, a debate about the merits or lack thereof of Enterprise, starring TV's Scott Bakula.
Horrible finale. Absolutely atrocious. But the rest of it was
wait, is the
undervalued.
debate starting Bakula, or we're just talking about the fact that the Enterprise show starred Bakula?
Bakula is unimpeachable. This is just a note on the fact that Scott Bakula is the captain in Enterprise.
Yeah.
Kristen M96 gave during F9 or Friday Night Frenzy, but wanted to give a shout out for Kurt being awesome. Well, thank you. All right, so special is stronger and inflicts chill is a really good combination. The reason why this shield is can be A tier is because it hits repeatedly, and so when you get something that does well hitting repeatedly, it's just amazing. And Demeter does well with that because, of course, it now inflicts stacks of chill. So when we start dealing with tougher monsters, being able to just repeatedly chill them is fantastic.
Oh, let's rank all the Star Trek series from worst to best.
The worst Star Trek series are we seasons or full series? The
Full
worst Star
series.
Trek series is Picard.
Yeah, I think that's a solid call. Picard is incredible disappointment. It's like, could you have done anything worse for it? It started weak and then just went to hell.
I love Jean-Luc Picard as a character. It makes me sad.
Yeah, I'm down for that. Can I offer Star Trek Discovery for next worst?
Oh, Discovery I just found to be unwatchable. I would actually put Discovery below Picard.
How much Picard have you watched, Ian?
I watched the I watched the extent of it.
You watched all of the Picard?
I did.
Okay.
I liked it
then
better than Discovery.
I was going to assume that you dropped out early on, which would have been totally justifiable. But if you watched all of Picard, I'm going to say I have found more merit in Discovery than Picard.
I can't get through Discovery.
These are tiny levels of merit, Ian. Tiny levels.
Yeah.
I mean, Discovery right from the outset is just like, let us go with a completely ridiculous, hypothesis. Like the whole thing of like, here is the introduction of the character. I'm just like, this is so stupid.
Sometimes you start an intergalactic war. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you turn out to be an unknown sibling of a major character in Star Trek history. Maybe sometimes you are.
Yeah, I was just like...
See, because when we talk about Discovery, though, like one of the things, it gets worse, like all the series, basically. But like one of the things early on with Discovery is Mirror Universe is fun. Jason Isaacs is fun.
Yeah, the Mirror Universe in Enterprise was not well done. I'll criticize it for that respect. But we're talking about entire series at the moment.
Yeah, so I have to drag in all of Discovery, right? So Discovery, which didn't really have a way, loses its way.
Yeah.
When it sends people into the future. And so it's like, see, Picard is offensive to me, like on a Star Wars type level. Whereas Discovery is like, nah, it's not Star Trek, whatever.
I appreciate that.
So Picard is still my worst, but I get you, Ian. Discovery's got all sorts of problems. First of which is it doesn't want to be Star Trek, which isn't a great thing to open up with as your thesis.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe Enterprise next?
Okay, so in terms of the Paramount Plus stuff, we've got Strange New Worlds and we've got Lower Decks, just in terms of keeping track.
I haven't seen Lower Decks.
I haven't seen Strange New Worlds.
And
Lower
I haven't
Decks
seen
is
Strange
fun.
New Worlds.
It's better than, I think Lower Decks is better than the original animated series.
Oh, I was not even including that on the list. I think I've only ever seen a few minutes of that.
JWC, thank you. Way to go, Ian. I hope you surpassed this goal.
I think next worst I'll go Voyager after Discovery. That's fine.
So you're going to take Voyager as worse than Enterprise?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
For sure, no doubt.
Really?
Oh yeah,
All
Voyager is
we're
worse
gonna
than
have to.
Enterprise.
I want to hear some comparison points here, Kurt.
Well, I don't think Voyager, I think, was crippled by its premise. I think it would have been a lot better if Janeway was the first officer thrust into the position of captain rather than captain from the outset. And
Because you
also,
think
like, the
she's
series did a
dealing
lot
with
of
too much stuff?
stupid. It did a lot of stupid, and there's going faster than warp 10 and evolution into salamanders, and
What?
You
Voyager
know.
got goofy. But see,
Yeah.
here's the problem. I really like wagon trail in space kind of notions. I really like Galactica for that. I really like Voyager just being like, whatever, we got to get home. Like, so as a concept, that holds pretty strong for me for a while. But
they violate the Prime Directive in the very first episode. They violate one of their core premises of Janeway for no real justified reason. It's like, we got to destroy the caretaker array, even though it's clearly their best way home. And we're not doing it because it might fall into the Kazon, which we're concerned about because that would mean the Kazon would have too much power. But we just got here just now, and we're already deciding what faction should have power or not. So we're violating the very core principle of the Prime Directive. Way to go, Janeway, abandoning your crew and violating a principal directive for no particularly good reason.
What? They took punishment for it? There's karma at that. They get hurled
Karma
across
to
the
who?
galaxy. Now I have to yield, honestly, Kurt, on this, because it's like, if you ask me to summarize the plot of the pilot of Voyager, I'm not going to be able to do it, man.
It's trash.
My recollection of this is they do some stuff, it goes south, and they get hurled across the galaxy.
Yeah, the premise is not great. And the problem, one of the big problems with Voyager is that they had a different writing team every week, and none of them could agree as to what Janeway's character was supposed to be.
Yeah.
And in fact, they had like outright fights about it. And so you end up seeing like these political battles as to who Janeway's character is supposed to be, playing out, as these ridiculous. Come on.
You're not wrong. I remember watching Voyager early on, and one of the tags before the titles ended with her saying something like, "There's coffee in that nebula," and it bugged the crap out of me.
Yeah. There's that. There's that.
But like,
she's not a particularly good captain. She sacrifices her crew. And then there's that other episode where they come upon this world that has transportation technology that might enable them to like jump the galaxy, and she won't do that because Prime Directive. Like, we can't trade our stories, which is what they were asking for, because this culture really likes stories. So what they wanted in trade was stories, literally. We can't trade our stories for the technology behind the backs of the rating political blah, blah, blah.
There was something like that. Yeah.
So yeah, Voyager is for sure worse than Enterprise. Absolutely. Every day of the week.
My goodness. Enterprise starts out with very little drive or notions of what it wants to be, kind of gets there a little bit, and then dies in a fire.
Yeah, the last episode of that was absolutely the worst finale. It wasn't even a Star Trek Enterprise finale. It's somehow a TNG finale.
Yeah.
For some reason. But who thought this was a good framing device?
Well, Lisa G is asking which game is being played. This is Hades.
Have you considered pinning that? Like whatever your current game is?
I've got the donation link pinned.
Oh, the link is pinned. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, Star Trek Enterprise has a bit of a rough start, but I think they have. I really like the relationship with some of the other characters, and the plot is not too bad. It lags a little in season 3, but
you really like the gel scenes in the teleport.
Yeah, the gel scenes a little much. I wish also they had done a little bit more with T'Pol's relationship. Felt a little hollow.
I like Scott Bakula.
Scott Bakula's fine.
Enterprise is goofy. Enterprise does have faith in the heart. That's going to be your mileage may vary.
No. Yeah, I mean, the intro is not the best intro. That's for damn sure.
And whichever of those two you rank, in whatever order, after that probably is the Orville.
The Orville, yeah.
Oh, well, the Orville. The Orville I would probably take above both Lower
Enterprise
Decks
and Voyager.
and Strange New Worlds. I will take it
Yeah.
over Enterprise and Voyager,
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. That works for me.
especially
it is-
after the first season when they start being a little bit more serious. Orville's good.
It's better Star Trek than a lot of the Star Trek they've put out.
Yeah. Sure
So-
is. I
Mega
think
Max
Lower
Brady and everyone
Decks.
else-
Where's
Orville-
Lower Decks ranking this? Lower Decks has got to be below Orville. Lower Decks is fun. It's a fun show. There's nothing particularly interesting about it. It's just a fun kind of campy cartoon. It's fine, serviceable. Wouldn't mind watching it.
I think it's
But you
okay.
don't go to it for any depth. There's no depth to Lower
Wait,
Decks.
isn't there? We're forgetting. Isn't there a kids CGI show with like Catherine Mulgrew? What is it called? Prodigy?
What?
I don't
Yeah.
know what
Never
you're
even
talking
heard
about
of it.
right now.
Yes, there is. Hang on.
I honestly don't know what you're talking about. There's a Catherine Mulgrew children thing.
Yes, on Paramount.
But
Star Trek Prodigy. Yeah, I got it.
you can't be serious.
Yeah, it's
They made a
CG.
show
It's
about
like-
Janeway's childhood.
No. She's old. No, it's a show that's like on a planet. Prodigy is not bad. Like it's aimed at like 10-year-olds or something. But the renderings are nice. Yeah, I remember watching this. Prodigy.
Okay,
I've never even heard of
I've
this.
never heard of it, and no desire to find out any more information about it. But okay,
It's right on Paramount Plus with Lower Decks and everything else. It is not terrible. She's an emergency command hologram, says James. She's an adult.
what is Prodigy? What does that mean? Who's the Prodigy, or what's the Prodigy?
What's about other characters?
I'm assuming that it's about the band.
It's actually about the short-lived internet service that gave rise to CDA 230.
Yeah. Prodigy was good.
You know,
I
I'm a
don't
fire
know.
starter, Twister fire starter.
Prodigy is decent. My young niece liked it, and it made her willing to sit through real Trek. So worth it. Gateway show. Gateway with Janeway.
Rev D, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, Star Trek original series. Where are we putting in this list? Now, I here's a controversial hot take. You ready for this? I'm going to put Star Trek original series below Enterprise.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking that, Kurt.
Yeah, I disagree.
Spock, Kurt, and McCoy is what makes Star Trek function and gives us 15 other series. So we're gonna put that above Enterprise.
That
For
doesn't
me.
mean that those other series didn't exceed their original.
I don't think there's anything remotely close to that character dynamic in Enterprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, Enterprise has characters who are there.
Well, they do.
Like-
They have like placeholder people. How many? Out of curiosity, Kurt, you've got a great memory on this. You did the Voyager pilot episode summary.
Yeah.
Can you name like
Thank you, Night Owl.
all of the crew on Enterprise? Because I know I can't.
Well, no.
Okay. So I mean, this is the original series. You
There's
can't,
Tucker, the engineer.
The engineer guy.
Archer, the captain. T'Pol's first officer. Let's see. Toplox is his name. The alien doctor. Who else is on that show? Oh yeah, there's the African American pilot guy whose name I forget.
You could literally name them anything, and I would just assume you're right
Okay.
because I don't have a brain check on this.
All right. Fair enough.
I got Archer. Does anybody remember his little dog's name?
Toto?
Dogs.
No. I'll get you, Archer, and your little dog too.
Okay.
Oh, wait, we got people in chat. Archer, T'Pol, Phlox, Hoshi, Mayweather, Tucker, and Reed.
Mayweather is the pilot there. That's right. Mayweather's the pilot. Hoshi's the linguist.
My goodness, Insane Lane. You truly are insane.
Or have access to Google. One or the other.
I like to believe that was right out of Insane Lane's brain. The brain of Insane Lane.
Yep. All right. So then I guess we're left with TNG and DS9.
Yeah, I mean that's the usual fight, right?
Yeah,
Give or take.
I mean they're both very different. But so
I
they're
kind of
both
prefer
different shows.
DS9 for its cynicism.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah.
Also,
Pale
Garrick's
Moonlight might be
life.
the best episode of Trek ever.
DS9 cynical not just because of its plot, but also because of its blatant need to try to fill the space created by Babylon 5.
Hmm.
Yeah, although Babylon 5, a lot of Babylon 5 sucks. And that's because it took them a long time to learn to act.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the characters were learning to act on the show. And, it's... so some of the early seasons can be real painful to watch as you're just like, oh, wow, that is super, super wooden.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Like,
I'm glad
what's
we
his
had
name?
this discussion.
Londo in the first season.
You
Like,
came
in his
after
first...
my boy Londo Malari? Why don't you just come after Jakarian?
Ooh, smack talk.
Are slightly better of an
Slightly
actor
better?
right at the outset. Both of them are still learning to act, and like Londo struggles, and it's later on he actually figures it out, and I give him credit for that. But in the early episodes, it's just like, oh my god, what is wrong with this
You did
dude?
not just say Babylon 5 is a struggle because the early seasons are difficult to watch the acting when we got Next Generation up there that we're discussing with one of the worst seasons.
Season 1 of TNG was not as bad as early Babylon 5. I'm sorry.
It is true.
Early
5
Babylon
is a
5,
lot
they
more-
just can't
Early
act
Babylon
for
5 is completely unserviceable. I'll watch Series 1 TNG episodes again.
I reject your premise and the state in which you brought it to my attention. Babylon 5 season 1 has all the battle of the line stuff, all the establishment of all of the cultures and characters that gets you seasons 2 through 4.
Yeah, but you have to sit through some acting that is just like, my god, bad.
I am outraged. This whole courtroom's out of order.
Like, if it wasn't for the fact we were on a live stream, I would bring up some of the acting and just be like, see?
You can bring some clips?
See?
I dare you to find one instance
Let's go to the receipts.
where Jakar is poorly acted. Jakar
Oh,
is
yeah,
amazing.
that's going to be a real challenge.
Oh.
Bring up all the freaking Deanna Troy scenes.
Hey, dude, that's not a fair comparison. That's a
You
low
bring up
blow.
all of the naked now.
To be fair, Deanna Troy never learns to act, but it doesn't really interfere with
Yeah.
her character.
Yeah.
She's
She's
one of
follow.
many characters in the Next Generation who are just like, oh, she's on screen again.
They never gave Troy enough.
What is
It's
it? Will Wheaton, of course, begins
Will
his
Wheaton is better
career
than
as...
Deanna Troy.
Yes, well, I don't know.
When
He begins his career as man who is the worst part of everything he is in.
you do. See, we're trying to talk about the best series, and we're just like, oh man, season 1 Wesley Crusher episodes. Good lord.
Oh God.
Aye, Captain.
The thing is season everything Wesley Crusher episodes. The only good thing about Wesley Crusher is when they try to write him out.
I was gonna
Wesley
say,
Crusher
Ian,
and Picard, baby. That's where it's at.
Ian, I was going to vouch for that one where he joins the Traveler and leaves. That's good stuff.
Yeah, and then they don't stick with it.
He's just too important to the brand, Ian.
Hmm.
He was never important to any brand. He was just awful. And also continues to be awful. And also he loses tremendous points for every time somebody brings up his acting ability or lack thereof, he's like, well, I have more money than you. It's like, that's not the question, dude. Like,
Not a bad answer, though.
it is a bad answer. It is a
Not- your
total
acting
dodge.
sucks, I have more money than you. It's a pretty good answer, actually.
No, it really isn't.
Okay.
Money is not the grade of life. Clearly, tabletop short-lived video series is the way of life. Or you can do the interviews for Paramount Plus.
I mean, being like, hey, I've got more money than you is like, well, no shit, but that doesn't mean you were ever a good actor. That isn't the issue here. So,
Well, he's not a good actor, and he's haughty. I mean, I think everybody knows Will Wheaton's persona both in real life and as Wesley Crusher at this point. But,
You guys have daylight savings time tonight? Because we do.
oh yeah.
So is this a 25-hour stream now?
Maybe if I can stand to do that, but otherwise it's 24. Let's go with it's 24 until until anybody hears differently.
Well, it shouldn't have ticked over yet. I think you could just do 24 for your time zone, right, Ian? That's all they could ever want of you.
I mean, you know the internet. They're not full of reasonable people.
No, the internet is not full of reasonable people. This is true. But yeah, so look.
And people are saying Will Wheaton is a nice guy. That is not the reports of people who meet him. And that's not how he acts. He is not a nice person by any stretch. So
I cannot. So yeah, we have to do it from afar, right? But when he's in those status points where he's like the reality TV type guy, where he's doing the post-show interviews on Paramount Plus, there is certainly that tinge of I'm better than this, or you, or both. That comes across pretty often.
Yeah. So when people say he's a nice guy, he's not a nice guy. Sorry, he's a terrible person. I see Steven.
I don't know him as a person.
Thanks, Runkle has donated. Thank you. So I see somebody noting Steven Seagal has more money than he does. So does that mean Steven Seagal is a better actor? I mean, the logic is bad, but I kind of think yes. Steven Seagal may be a better actor than Will Wheaton.
Yeah.
The entire cast of Westworld is getting paid to not act. So isn't that the best acting of all?
Oh, Will Wheaton is one of these actors who is like guy who comes on just before the show dies. Although the ultimate prize for that is Summer Glau.
Well, Summer Glau was, of course, one of the cadre of Joss Whedon folks. So
yeah,
she comes on and Firefly dies, of course. Not the show's fault, really, more Fox's fault.
No.
But she did. God, I can't remember. She did runs on all sorts of like sci-fi fantasy type shows that were.
She shows up in lots of things just before they die, and it's really unfortunate because she's not terrible. It's just that she had bad luck in terms of like being the person who comes on the show just before it goes away.
She was good back then. I mean, you look at the cast of Firefly. That show should have gone 7 seasons.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, although it's kind of funny that now Joss Whedon has sort of been revealed to be a bit of a creep. So that, which really shouldn't have surprised anybody by watching, if you watched his content, because at the time when he was still like, the sort of, figure of feminism, which is how he kind of tried to present himself. I was like, is no one looking at his plots? Catherine Clark, thank you.
It's funny that you mentioned that. It's funny that you mentioned that because if you go and you watch, if you got like the Firefly DVD set and you've got Joss Whedon doing like the writer's commentary, you will hear a lot of that kind of self-defensiveness in terms of like, I represent this and this and this and this and this while talking about his TV shows. It's always interesting, especially when more stuff comes out later on, to go and reflect on those things. But yeah, make no mistake, Joss Whedon has left an indelible mark on basically all of pop culture. Because
for sure,
everyone is chasing that glibness from Avengers. And serialized storytelling took a big leap with the Buffys and the Angels of the world. That was adopted at the same time as well. So
just like his whole, like, I like strong female characters. It's like, dude, yes, but not like in a, you actually like them. It's, you have a fetish. And once you see it, it's just so blatant in all of his crap. And it's like, oh, and it makes them really hard to watch. Because you're just like, oh, right, he's going to have a strong female character because he really likes seeing them getting taken down. And that's where it's like, oh, okay. Like,
Don't
So
take shame
I
from the
cannot
man.
commit to this logic. I still love Buffy. So
that's fair. Just the guy himself is a bit of a creep.
well, there's certainly stories coming out about him. I know that. And it doesn't look like he's going to get work anytime soon.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, the other thing is that sort of style of glibness, I think, is kind of it may have sort of run its course, because it's starting to feel a little too cutesy when you see it in everything now.
I'm really worried that Gunn is going to run the DC just like the MCU, and that's ultimately what WB wants to do. And I am so entirely sick of, isn't this ridiculous? We're the cool kids in the room. Let's all laugh about this together as our basic premise for all those things. It's I'm over it.
I mean, I'm just waiting for them to do like the wisecracking Batman, and I'm just going to be like,
get ready.
no.
Yeah, get ready for wisecracking.
Well, I mean,
Batman.
that's Adam West a little bit. So I mean, we've been there.
Yeah, but Adam West Batman is awful.
If they want to try to make the DC cinematic universe roughly like 1960s Batman, I will at least go and watch that car wreck. I will check it out, Warner Brothers. You heard it here first.
Just so long as they do like the bang kapow.
You got the Adam West-esque Batman kapowing Henry Cavill's Superman.
Yeah.
Oh, Jamie W. Well, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, some days you just cannot get rid of a bomb, somebody said in chat, and I mean,
Yeah.
that sequence should never happen again.
That was awesome. No, it should happen every time. It's great.
If you do that, you have to go all in. You can't take half measures.
That's
if you
true.
wind up with half measures, it's going to be terrible. You got to go all in. All right, James Gunn?
I mean, we already saw it a bit with what they did with Riddler.
Yeah.
Like incel Riddler is just like, come on.
The Batman is you talk about overrated things a lot, and it's like it's fine, but it's just such a slog of a movie, and I don't think they even were interested in talking about Bruce Wayne. Like, I don't even know what was happening in that movie, and then by the time you get to the third act, it
just completely falls apart because they forget who their freaking villain is. It's like, oh right, this would have actually been a decent plot for Joker, but it makes no sense for the villain you've been writing.
It's just a chaos play. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a perfectly good Joker play because like Joker causing shit like that is what Joker does. Like, hey, I'm gonna blow some stuff up and we're gonna, make this crazy. Absolutely. But yeah, it doesn't work for this sort of, vigilante Riddler that they had to then go and, just like, oh yeah, I'm blowing stuff up because that's cool.
Here's your hot take, Ian. Mega Mech in the chat, the Batman was way better than the Dark Knight movies.
Yeah, no.
No, definitely not.
I mean, I respect your right to have an opinion. It's just, you should have a better opinion.
Go out with it. Absolutely. A lot of people really like the Batman, which I always find interesting. I like to kind of figure that out. It is certainly moody. It is certainly treating itself very seriously. But no, it's not for me. And then the direction is not for me. One of the things that I really have a problem with there is like everything's dark, everything's grimy. The car chase is god awful. Like, in terms of car chases that I think are bad, it's like that and Quantum of Solace as the worst car chases in my head.
Nice comparison.
Well, it's the truth. Quantum of Solace has the worst car chase I've ever seen, but it also has some of the worst direction I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bad movie all around.
It's just
nothing
a bad
makes
movie.
really any sense. I still don't know what the movie's about, really.
Water.
Yeah,
it's about water.
Thanks.
But yeah. Mega Max follows up. I love it, Mega Max. So you are allowed your opinion. The Batman went back to its roots and did a lot of Batman things right. Okay, still did a lot wrong.
Yeah.
I think there are scenes in the Batman that are pretty cool. Batman coming out of the shadows, fighting some toughs and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall plot.
I actually thought one of the disappointments was Suicide Squad, and
Which
Every
the first one.
possible respect. All of them. They're all horrible.
No, the second one's actually pretty good.
a lot of
but,
people like the second one.
the thing is that the first one, when you look at like some of the edits that got made, they took a better movie and they threw it away.
Isn't the story for the first Suicide Squad basically that people loved the trailer with the music video vibe so much that they just said "Go nuts, trailer company" and music videofied the whole movie?
Possibly. I mean, there's a couple of problems. First, their villain sucks for the thing. That's for the first one.
Okay.
It's just like, sorry, that is awful. Will Smith should not be playing anything. He's a terrible, he's awful in that. I love the sequence of him doing the firearm training, but he was awful. I actually like that they were willing to play around with a different Joker. I really kind of like that as a
conceptually more than execution, I would imagine.
Well, the thing is that execution, they did a better job. And thank you, RLS, in the bits that got cut out.
Okay.
Because, for instance, one of the big criticisms people have, and it's a fair criticism, is that it presents the Harley Joker relationship in a a far too kind light.
Okay.
But I mean, the bits that they cut have things like Joker being, right after he rescues her, gets annoyed at her and throws her out of a helicopter. And
Okay.
I'm going, and not like, hey, I'm going to save you. It's just, I'm pissed, and it happens to work out in her favor that she gets pushed out of a helicopter at the right moment. But I also really actually kind of like what they were doing with Joker and Batman as characters, which is basically that they're not the story. But the Joker kind of moves laterally through the plot as a wrecking ball. And I'm like, I really like this as an idea for what to do with the Joker, right?
Okay.
To have, he's not the story, he's not the plot, he's not the main guy. But regardless, okay, now he's just going to show up in a place and destroy things because that's just what's happening. I mean, I really like that as an idea for what to do with the Joker. But instead, I mean, the problem is Jared Leto is not the greatest. I like that they had an idea for how to do the Joker. But, yeah. And I note that people say that he's terrible as a person. I don't think Jared Leto should be getting work at all.
I'm sorry. I only recognize his name as Jordan Catalano. There's a topical and timely reference.
Well, it's just I think that they've had much better potential with a lot of the stuff that they've done. The Riddler as a vigilante is a great concept. The Riddler going and being I am so clever, and I think, that me and Batman are kind of akin to each other, and Batman going, no, you want to kill everybody, and that's not how I roll. That is a really cool idea. But yeah, they didn't do it well.
Jared Leto is certainly got wacky stories about him, but I do think we have to refer to him only by rule as Academy Award winner Jared Leto when we talk about these things. I believe that's how we have to refer to that, and Academy Award winner Brie Larson and those folks as well. But yeah, it doesn't work in that context. But that whole movie doesn't work, right? I mean, so yeah, it's interesting. He presents a certain wackadoo facade that I think could work for Joker, but that movie definitely doesn't work. Although I do like the chat. Ian's got a lot of opinions. I love this. Folks, if there's something that's popular in science fiction, fantasy, or other media that you think Ian would have a different take on, put that in the chat. We'll get some takes from Ian about things that you like, because it's going to be amusing. I guarantee it. We'll ask him how he feels about my game of the year, Immortality, at some point in the next little while, because
I have no idea why that's your game of the year.
spares no expense, like John Hammond in Jurassic Park, saying, "Rick, you are a fool and a moron," and I love it.
I
love
haven't said that. I've just said it's not a good game.
I believe, actually, Ian, you accused me of it not being a game at all. If I recall
That-
our DMs,
That is accurate.
Ian starts out with me at 3 a.m, being like, "Is this some kind of toy you've given me, Hogue?" So, oh my goodness.
I mean, the thing is it's basically tell a story badly. Because, like, the story, and I mean, maybe the story at some point gets interesting.
I know I did this,
but
to
it's
myself,
just like-
but we don't have to do this right now, Ian. We don't.
Fair enough.
Ian, do you have any strong opinions on the science fiction epic The Expanse?
It was excellent.
Yes, we're all in agreement, folks. Oh,
And I give them
co-counsel.
serious props for how they dealt with we need to write a character out. Because they actually managed to do that in a way that wasn't too offensive.
it's so after the fact. That whole shot of like just the render. Yeah, we won't talk about it. No spoilers, but like it's so. If you guys don't know, got some bad press in between the seasons. They clearly like retroactively changed one of his scenes to just die. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Well, to be fair, they kind of had to based on the allegations, because otherwise they were going to catch a world of crap.
It's true. They were.
but,
All right, but we're all
yeah,
agreeing. The Expanse is excellent.
Yep. I mean, I don't really have really big notes on it.
Oh, I'm going to pick out
Um,
this one. The classic from Jeanette Kirchner. Ian, tell us your thoughts on The Last Unicorn.
Haven't seen it.
What? When the last eagle flies over the last dusty mountain. No? Nothing?
No,
It's my-
I
it's one of
assume
my
that there's a
favorite-
unicorn in it.
one of my favorite musical pieces in cinema in terms of like theme songs that say their name. The Last Unicorn is fantastic. It is also very melancholy and kind of an excellent way to explore those themes with youngsters. So, The Last Unicorn, folks. Ian, did you see Thor: Love and Thunder?
I have not.
Okay, we're just gonna chalk him up for not liking it.
Yeah, I looked at that one and I was just like, this does not look good.
How about Sandman? Have you watched Sandman?
I haven't yet, but it's on my list to watch.
Okay, big recommend from me. So we can't get strong thoughts about that. Rings of Power.
Haven't seen
David
it.
at Prototopics has strong thoughts on Rings of Power.
I haven't seen it, and I don't plan to.
We got to find something that Ian has seen, folks. The trick is to find something that he has strong feelings on.
The
Stargate.
thing is that these days when I see marketing that is basically just like marketing that is based on like the fans are wrong for hating this, whenever I see that, I just am like, I'm not watching this.
Okay. I love that.
Well, no, it's a style of marketing that I think is actively destructive to society, and I refuse to sort of buy into it at all.
Folks, this is amazing. We hit him with 3 things he hadn't seen that he had no opinions on, and then he gave us a very strong opinion on the marketing of movies and why he doesn't see them. Ian is at genius level right now, especially for 13 or 14 hours in.
For sure.
Well, I mean-
360-degree no-scoping this right over here.
That's right. The
thing is
the rhetorical no scope.
Like this whole thing of like, we don't need to have good content because we can just mock the fans. Like, I don't want to see things where the whole
wonder if
point
we
of
could try
it
that on
is
my
that
channel.
somebody wants to mock the fan base.
I wonder if I could
Like-
try that on my channel. Just start mocking my chat relentlessly. I guess it's more Nick's style, though, than mine.
Ian, we're wading into dangerous waters here. Some of that marketing is kind of culture camp stuff.
Is which?
Is culture war.
Oh, well, I mean, the thing is I actually think that they are provoking culture war in order to sell shit in ways that is potentially dangerous to people.
I don't think I disagree. I'm just saying, wow. We've heightened our risk profile here.
Taking a take there, yeah.
Well, the thing is that often I think that a lot of the criticisms they respond to are criticisms they've invented for the purpose of responding to them.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Like,
Ooh. Just
well,
outrage
because-
as marketing.
yep, that's exactly it.
Okay.
And it's just like, we invent this, and then once they invent that, they make it a thing. And I'm going, this is not a good. This is
If you
not
like,
a good thing for
if
society.
you like, I'm happy to start expressing more outrage on my channel about your content.
Let's-
Start taking down
is
Ian's
the
content?
devil.
Let's skip the whole drama thing. But I mean, yeah, I just, whenever I see things, being marketed as like the fans are a bunch of troglodytes and we hate them, I'm like, yeah, I'm not watching that.
All right, but enough about She-Hulk, folks. What do you think? What do you
and
think?
Ghostbusters and, Rings of Power and,
Yep.
all of this stuff. And I'm just like, just make a good product. Like, that's all it takes. I will watch just about anything, but I won't watch it if the impression I get is that they're basically mocking the fan base just to get people to watch it on the basis of, watch this because you hate those other people. And I'm like, I don't even like those other people. I just don't like the way you're trying to manipulate me.
Yeah, divisiveness is marketing. Sucks. Ian, I'm on board.
Yep. So I refuse to give them my eyeballs. I refuse to give them my dollars. It's just like, nope. Once, I don't care how good it is. Once you step into that, I'm just like, nope, not interested. Yeah.
Here's
It's
a
basically
show.
like if you were dumping poison into the water supply to market your movie, I wouldn't go see your movie either, because I think you're a bad person at that point. And I think that is kind of what they're doing, is dumping poison into society. So,
This game is fantastic because Ian's got the takes. I love it, Ian.
well, and I'm running out of filter because it is, I am tired. So,
here's a show that punched above its weight, Ian. I don't know whether you saw it or not. Did you ever see Killjoys?
yes, and it was actually pretty good.
Yes, I agree. Like, strangely good. Now, you're still fighting in Canadian warehouses. I'm sorry, folks. It's just the truth. But it's better than than you'd think.
I mean, the thing is it suffered from some acting problems. Not everybody in it was a fantastic actor.
I like
and it suffered
acting judgment on this.
It suffered from some budget problems.
Yeah,
Just by the
like
way, we're at 32,214. Ian is in 6th place. We do appreciate everyone donating to help Extra Life and support the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Thank you. You guys are awesome.
But it actually had some interesting ideas. It did better than what you'd expect. Yep. And they did given their budgetary issues, they did a lot better at that. And then, of course, just as soon as they started to actually there's this interesting thing where they actually start to get a budget because they're getting some ratings, and then they get canceled for now that now they're expensive. And I'm like, who could have seen that coming?
What can you do? What you do? But no, budget is exactly right. That's what I meant by Canadian warehouses. There's a tier of science fiction where like every single fight or conflict or whatever is in what I generously call Canadian warehouses, generally Vancouver.
Yeah, Stargate, man. Stargate was great at that.
Hey, I think of that tier as like modern. I think of like Killjoys. I think of Dark Matter. I think
Dark Matter was good too.
Dark Matter is great, but Dark Matter is definitely Canadian warehouses. I mean, it's single sets. What can we do?
And I think Dark Matter is one of the shows where they bring on Will Wheaton, and I'm just like, and they're canceled. And my wife was like, what? And I'm like, well, this is going to be the last season of the show. And she's like, no. And I'm like, yeah, no, they got Will Wheaton in here. It's done. And sure enough, they canceled it.
That's Kiss of Death. It's like the Black Mark.
I mean,
no pirate stories.
The thing is at this point, he's one of these people who's like famous enough that you know who he is, but he's also not good. And so he gets brought in when there's like no saving anything other than like we need to bring in a celebrity, but no real celebrity will touch it. So they bring in Will Wheaton because he'll do anything for money. I'm pretty sure if the budget was there, he'd shovel your walkway. But
I'd pay for that.
It's too much. He asks for too much, Kurt. And he forces autographed pictures of himself on you. It's a whole thing.
yeah, no, he's so I mean, I just was like, yep, it's done. And it's sad because it was a good show. But
I like that
Yeah, no-
tier. You can explore weird things. You're right about avoid large budgets. You don't get canceled as easily, so you get some weird stuff, which is cool.
yeah, I mean, that's the problem is when they start to escape the budget hell, then they become at risk of being canceled because they don't yet. They're still struggling to build the audience base that they could have built if they'd had the good budget from the outset. But now they're an expensive show, and that just basically radiates like cancel this show because it's like, oh, how much is this costing?
Yeah,
way more
you get
than
Bezos. Yeah, can't keep all those on. I like this reference here from the chat, which is topical for stuff we've done earlier this year. Ian, do you have thoughts on Aquaman?
I could not watch Aquaman.
Could not watch. You tried.
I tried. I did not get very far through it. And
oh my goodness.
To be fair, like people are going to say, "Oh, this is an Amber Heard thing." It's like it's just not a good movie.
Now wait a minute. Hold on. You obviously can't commit to that, having not seen it all.
I mean, okay, the first however long is not a good movie. It could be that it becomes a better movie somehow afterwards, but
If you didn't get to gigantic laser shark fights, I really don't think you've seen all that Aquaman has to offer.
Yeah, that's not.
Are you serious here, or is this just you being sarcastic? Because
No,
it's hard to tell if you're saying that this is a good scene.
No, so first of all, I'm a fan of Aquaman. I'm a fan of
Okay.
James Wan in general because I think he's got a dynamic camera and does a lot with a little. And Aquaman is absolutely goofball insane. And sometimes that's cool. Doesn't stop Amber Heard from being, construction paper. That's fine. But
I mean, it felt like it was insane. Like stealth is insane. Have you ever seen stealth?
I love stealth. Ian,
No,
you're
you
at my
did not.
level.
Nobody
I
loved
do.
stealth.
Jessica Biel is a crazy AI fighter pilot. Are you kidding me? Stealth.
Like the random scene of like, hey, let's go be in our bathing suits for no reason.
That's just good cinema.
That's a classic. Or the moment where they have what is it? They have the black guy sitting there talking about all of the black stereotypes, followed by him dying, like in the next scene. I was just like, holy. I looked over at the guy I was with, and I was just like, if they kill him in the next scene, they will have hit like all of the stereotypes, and it was bad.
Stealth is a secret fighter pilot science fiction movie. How could you not love it?
It was bad. I saw it and I was just like, well, and I'm gonna spoil it because you know what? It's Stealth. It's old, and at this point, if you haven't seen it,
It is old.
Good.
Stealth is like 20 years old, something like that.
yeah, it's real old. So at this point, if you haven't seen it, consider yourself to have dodged a bullet, and don't. But the end of the movie is like, hey, this AI has sacrificed itself pointlessly to rescue them from being, taken out by a guard tower in North Korea. And when I say pointlessly, the heavily armed stealth jet that is like, all armaments crashes into a guard post because it seems to have forgotten that it has a gun. And I'm just like, why would you do this? Like, this makes no sense. But so it sacrifices itself to save them. Meanwhile, they're still on the North Korean side of the North-South Korean border. And I'm going, wow, this is a happy ending that only requires them to now walk across like 10 kilometers of minefield to get back home. So this ends well. Like,
Where's Miles Teller when you need him? I know. The truth is, Ian, I haven't seen Stealth in 20 years or whatever when it came out. But I remember thinking it was goofy, stupid, and fun.
You should not watch it again.
I was not expecting to have to bring up my knowledge of Stealth in this particular stream. But it's a movie. It's a movie that I have not thought of in forever. Like it just disappeared.
I mean, it is a movie that does not bear thinking of.
I remember liking it. Sometimes you just want to go pop some popcorn.
Oh man, I can think of so many more movies I would rather pop popcorn over.
But how many feature deranged AI powered stealth aircraft?
You're getting real specific here.
Sometimes that's
the idea.
It's like
Flight of the Navigator.
it's like when I describe my channel as the second best firearm channel run by a guy named Ian, which is accurate. So
Have you ever looked at the descriptions I put in Lawyers and Dragons? Because I use all of your about pages, and I shorten yours towards Ian primarily mentions that he's a Canadian.
I have not actually checked that out, but that's hilarious.
Been your description from the beginning.
The reason why I started putting in that I'm Canadian in every video is that otherwise I got really angry Americans going, why is he talking about Canadian law? It's like, and I still get those. And it's just weird because it's like, did you not see the whole thing about like, I do Canadian law?
You need to hang a flag in your back.
Hang a flag. There you go. Yeah, put up
At
a
all
Maple Leaf
times.
put up a Maple Leaf license plate behind you. That'll help.
Just say, how was the
for
Leafs
some-
game?
For some of my videos, I've quite literally put in quite literally put like a Canadian flag in the thumbnail.
Yep.
Just because I'm just like, I get too many people going, this is not the law. So I'm just like, yeah. So sorry.
Apparently, the law is whatever Justice Trudeau wants to be that day.
Well, don't get me started.
I was going to say, Kurt, have you seen Ian's tweets when he gets mad at the Canadian government?
Somebody's asking, what's my opinion on Bill C-21? There are a couple of clauses that are not completely hot garbage. And not many.
Yeah, we gotta tread carefully on this because Ian has a lot of takes on Canadian government acts right now, especially. Follow him on Twitter. I want to say Ian Runkle. Is that right, Ian?
Yeah.
I just type I. I just type I in my Twitter.
So you're back at Hades again. It took you all that time to get back to Hades?
Oh, yeah.
That time.
I mean, the whole point is you have to fight through everything. Oh, well, this is another run. Because this is a roguelike, right? So you've got to make your run through.
Ooh, here's a fun one from Ann S. Okay, so she posits the House believes you've got some debate in your background. Princess Bride is the only movie that was better than the book.
I have not read the book, but it is a pretty good movie. I will cite Fight Club in that category as well.
It's a better movie than the book.
Yeah, and you know who agrees with that?
The book author.
Polaniuk, yeah.
I was just
He's like, yeah, he's just like, yep, no, this is the definitive version. And I'm just like, all right. I give anybody serious props who can have that kind of humility. Like, I give the same sort of serious props to 9 Inch Nails over Hurt, where they basically said that, what's his name?
Johnny Cash.
Johnny
Cash, like, they're like, it's his song now. And I'm like, that.
Every time somebody mentions that it's not Johnny Cash's original song, I am surprised.
Well, I mean, the thing is it's just, he does such a good take on it. And, like, it's ridiculously good. Ah, dang it. I timed that terribly.
I remember being introduced to the Johnny Cash version of Hurt from the trailers to Logan, where it works very well.
Logan is one of the best superhero movies of all time.
Explain.
Because it actually humanizes them.
Okay.
And, like, it's a superhero story that is basically about them struggling to exist in the world. Uh, it tells an interesting story about the characters that isn't just like, hey, they punch stuff. And that I put a lot of, I give a lot of weight to. So yeah, it's fantastic. So I really, really liked Logan. I thought it was a really good thing. Another one that I'll put in the really good canon of superhero stories is what is it? Unbreakable, I think it's called. The crappy M. Night Shyamalan. The thing is like M. Night Shyamalan movies are universally crappy from one sense, in the sense that he basically decided that twist endings are the thing that movies need to have more of.
Yeah, he almost
And
has
that's
a sixth
awful.
sense about that kind of thing.
So, and like, that's awful. The thing is that the twist in Unbreakable, if you don't see it in the first, like, I don't know, 18 minutes, you're probably not good at movies.
You're
So,
thinking that Mr. Glass is the twist?
yeah,
Okay.
I was just like, yeah, okay. The instant Mr. Glass was there, I'm like, okay, I get where Mr. Glass comes in. But that's fine for a superhero movie, right? It's knowing that this guy is the villain and that he's trying to manipulate the main character. You know, they do a crap job at manipulating the audience, but I don't care about that in that particular context. So,
Now, I haven't watched Unbreakable in a while, but my recollection again is that one was pretty strong. I thought Unbreakable, I didn't care about the twist that much, but I thought it was a pretty good movie. Am I wrong
yeah,
on that?
and that's the thing is, so long as you don't need the twist, but Shyamalan really likes the twists, and he's not good at them.
I don't disagree.
I see people saying Shyamalan. I don't really care
M. Night
about him.
Yeah, it's
enough
M. Night
to-
Shyamalan, but yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah,
I butcher pronunciations to death. So
yeah. I don't really care enough about him to learn about what his proper pronunciation of his name is. But
Harsh.
and I'll also just note, Sixth Sense is not a good movie.
Okay, I'm gonna need to explain. Explain.
I spotted that twist super early on.
Can you acknowledge that A, if you hadn't, it would be better, and B, that most people didn't?
I don't know why most people didn't. It's not terribly subtle. And
No, I like I have this image of you with just like maximum Batman level observational instincts watching these movies, and you're like, oh,
Well-
that dude is totally dead.
to put it this way, I didn't realize it was supposed to be a twist until later in the movie. And I'm just like, oh shit, are people not getting this? Like,
Isn't
I
that
thought
the
that
worst?
this was the text, not the subtext.
Okay, that is the worst. I will agree with that entirely, which is this notion of you're like, oh, well, clearly we're supposed to understand X in whatever media
Yeah.
you're watching. And then when it's treated as this stunning revelation, like, I don't know, where have we seen this? Rings of Power comes to mind when you treat it with that stunning revelation level. And it's like, I don't know what to tell you. I do not know what to tell you, media. This has been obvious for 6 weeks.
Yeah. And it's just like, so there's things that can work just fine because you don't need the twist to carry the movie. But yeah, I just and I see Zach saying you can't say that movies don't need twists and then turn around and say that a movie sucks because you figured out the twist ahead of time. Watch Sixth Sense a second time.
Oh, but you
And
can
the thing
absolutely
is-
say that.
It is a boring movie without the twist.
No, because logically, your statement makes sense, though, Ian, right? Which is you don't need twists, but if you're going to have a twist, you best have your execution fully locked down, right?
And the thing is that a good movie with a twist is a movie that is good even if you see the twist coming.
Like Usual Suspects.
Yeah. Fight Club. Fight Club holds up on a second watch.
Oh, Fight Club
Sixth
totally
Sense
holds
does
up.
not. You know, so
Did you see that one coming too?
Fight Club?
Yeah.
Fight Club I did not see coming. And I was just like, all right, but I thought it would. I actually, like, a friend was like, I really want to see Fight Club. I've heard it's a great movie, and I'd already seen it, and I was like, I'm walking into a twist movie, and I'm gonna hate this. And I actually really enjoyed it on the second watching, and I was like, okay, this is a good movie, right? It doesn't need the twist, and in fact, knowing the twist just makes it a better movie the second time. Whereas a lot of twist movies, once you know the twist, it's just like, this is just awful. Another Shyamalan movie was The Village.
The Village was okay.
If you didn't see the twist in The Village, I'm just like, were you awake? And it's not a good movie once you see the twist.
Yeah, I didn't like The Village much. I think the last Shyamalan movie I liked was I want to say it's called The Visit, where some kids go to visit their grandparents. I think I like that one okay. But I really do like twisting movies. I really do like puzzle box movies. But it's a tricky thing to pull off and then to make work, as you say, Ian, rightly, a second time. But I do like it if you can pull it off.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
if
hard.
it's done well, it's good. The problem is that if you're resting on the twist to make the movie, then it's probably a bad movie. And I will
I can agree with
stand
that.
by that. You know,
No.
there's some really good twist movies. What is it? The Machinist. Have you seen The Machinist?
I have not.
It's got a twist that is really ham-fistedly executed because they explain it in too much detail. But it actually is a really good movie from like a theory of cinema kind of thing. Because when you're watching The Machinist, they do all sorts of things to play with people's to play with your expectations.
Yeah.
And yeah, I see somebody in the chat noting Bale nearly killed himself doing The Machinist. He went down to like this frighteningly skinny weight.
I remember those pictures.
So he's like absolutely bony. But there's a scene where he's walking from one end of a hallway, like one side of a hallway, to the room on the other side. And in the background, there's a fridge that is dripping blood. And it's like, and you're going like, go check the fridge. And they don't do it for a good long while. They just they just sit on it, and you're sitting there going, go check this out. And they just leave you hanging on that for a good long time. And I'm going, this is defying cinematic conventions in a way that jacks up tension, and it's done well. So I'm just like, that I will give them points for. So yeah, you know,
I like it. I haven't seen that one. I will check that out.
yeah,
But-
it's a good movie. It's
I
not
love-
like top 10, but it's a good movie.
I really do love puzzle box movies, and that's one of those genres where it's not necessarily a twist because you're like right on top of it with them. But I really love like con game movies. I love early Mammoth, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels type stuff, and I think those are always fun to play along with. And then you can go back and see if they treated you right or whether they cheated, right? And I think that's a lot of fun too.
One that I think is actually really interesting for doing it the opposite way. Have you seen The Lookout?
No, what is it about?
It is about so the main character is a guy who is he was a sports star, but then he gets a head injury, so he's got serious memory and processing issues, and they actually put some effort into it to get basically his difficulties down. So it's actually a much more realistic depiction of somebody with, suffering from serious head injury issues than most. Because like Memento is interesting in terms of the memory issues as a plot device.
Yes, that's a
But
fun puzzle box.
it doesn't work as if you want to take it as like a actual depiction of the condition that the guy
Sure.
has.
I get that.
And I'm like, fair enough. Like you push aside the reality there, but what is it? The Lookout, they actually do a good depiction of those kinds of issues. And basically, this guy ends up falling into a bad crowd who want to use him for a crime.
Okay.
And so it turns into kind of an inverse heist movie because we, as the viewers, have a much better understanding of all of the issues that are facing the character than the character has.
Okay.
Right down to moments where where it's like, as viewers, we know exactly what should happen. And then the question is, does it happen because the character has these difficulties? Can they overcome their difficulties in order to do what should be the obvious thing, right? So that, I think, I really like that movie. It's a good movie.
I'm going to take these into account, Ian. I like this as well. One of the tricks about twist movies that I always struggle with is that, so I watched a movie pretty recently, low budget movie, with what I thought was an excellently handled twist. But I don't want to tell you the name of that low budget movie that isn't about the twist, right? Because I think it would ruin a little bit of something in the telling. And that's always a trick in and of itself, because I think if you do go in with that kind of, oh, everybody's talking about this being a twisty movie. Like, do you happen to remember when you went to The Sixth Sense or when you watched it, were you already aware of like the press coverage or the zeitgeist? If you guys weren't around when The Sixth Sense came out, it was a big.
I avoid most press. Stuff. I'm one of those guys who avoids press coverage of things I want to see.
Okay.
So like once I decide that I'm going to see it, like I won't watch additional trailers for it, kind of thing.
Okay.
Because it's just like, hey, I've decided I'm going to watch this already, so I'm just going to watch it. But
I'm not talking about Barbarian, chat. That is not the movie I'm talking about.
So yeah, no, I walked in knowing very little about Sixth Sense, other than just it. Basically, I watched it because it had Bruce Willis, and this was Bruce Willis sort of at the height of his career, and yeah, he was good in it. I mean, he's a good actor.
He was, yeah, definitely. And you got Haley Joel Osment. I think that might be an introducing on him. I think.
So
I like chat. Whisper it. That's not how the internet works. I can't whisper it. I will tell you on this particular movie that I can't sell to you, unfortunately, folks. I have watched it 3 times because different audiences wanted to watch it, and each time it held up. So there you go.
How are you doing, Ian, on your energy levels and stuff?
Feeling a little more restored.
We're just going to keep talking with you about things that you otherwise hate or dislike, either in media or otherwise, and we're going to get you through this.
I mean, I'm down for that.
Type the movie name in the chat. I really don't think this is going to work. Sorry to leave you hanging, chat. We can go to the
secret. It's a
the old
secret movie.
standbys
Known only
here.
to Richard.
I really like this movie. I tell you what, if you go onto my Twitter and you go look for movies I've really liked recently, it is on that list.
Well, thank you, Anonymous.
I have also seen the best movie of all time, but I can't tell you what it is. But let me just tell you, it was absolutely great in every way.
Oh, was it a science fiction epic?
Could be.
Ooh. Here's an old standby, Ian. Maybe you've already answered this in a different context. Die Hard. Christmas movie? Question
Die
mark?
Hard. Yeah, Die Hard Christmas movie.
I mean, it doesn't follow Christmas themes, although it is set in around Christmas. That said, if you want to make me choose between that and like literally any other Christmas movie, I will choose that one because most Christmas movies make me want to kill myself.
Um,
Die Hard. See, what we really need is we need a white paper, just a full video on how Die Hard does express Christmas themes. Like,
Yes.
like giving.
Stories of
And-
redemption,
Found family,
sacrifice,
sacrifice,
family.
'Tis the season. You don't
Yeah.
even just depend on Argyle and his awesome Christmas raps.
Yeah.
Yes, I watch Die Hard every Christmas, basically.
I would much rather. I like that it comes on every Christmas because it gives me something to watch that isn't your standard Christmas movie. And
Name's uncivil, and I'm here to say, Die Hard's Christmas movie, Christmas Way.
I like that.
a
because
lot
I
of
think it's
Christmas movies are like distressing when you start breaking them down.
I like the Here to
like-
Say, Kurt, because that reminds me of like the Fruity Pebbles commercial from Saturday morning cartoons back in the day. Yeah. So, all right. Well, we just settled that one, folks. I mean, we had a lot of talking about twisty movies and a lot of talking about other specifics. Clearly, Die Hard Christmas movie. We nailed it.
Like
We solved it. World peace.
The Grinch, I totally want to redo with like splicing in quotes from 1984
Well, why?
because The Grinch is basically the same story.
As 1984?
Yeah.
Okay.
How?
I mean, the whole thing of like this guy is the social renegade who then has to be reprogrammed.
You envision
would-
the Grinch as the hero of a story in which he doesn't fit in with society.
I mean, he's not really the hero. He's just a character in a story in which everybody is terrible.
Oh, just so we're clear, what did Cindy Lou Who do that is terrible?
Well, Cindy Lou Who is like 3, so Cindy Lou Who isn't particularly terrible, but
Okay. She gets a pass.
but just like
Cindy
the
Lou
whole
Who-
like
Cindy Lou Who
it
as
is
Big
required
Brother?
that you believe the same way everyone else does. I'm like, that I have some issues with in terms of whether this makes sense. Law Nerd Sue, thank you for impressive and inspiring. I assume
at the
that's
end of
the
Grinch,
fundraiser,
Grinch
probably
gets a
not these
bullet through his
opinions.
head because he loved Big Brother. What?
I like the whole at the end of 1984 there's the whole scene of Winston had been convinced that's the whole point of this whole endeavor. I'm just
Yeah.
like, you could splice that in where you've got the Grinch with his heart growing, and I'm just like,
This is
It-
the most
it
strange. This is the most strange comparison I think I've heard in recent memory.
I mean, there is the singing at the end. I mean, I'm wondering, like, Ian, is there any story that you could imagine, like the character that's the lead finishing off by singing "Kumbaya" with the people he's terrorizing, and you wouldn't make the same kind of comparison? It's interesting.
I don't like the whole he's got to adapt. That's the whole point of this. Because at the end of the
But he's
I mean, yeah, his whole hey, I want to ruin things is like, yeah, that's not cool. But
okay.
at the same time, he's dude just wants to be left alone, or dude just wants to abscond himself from society. And I'm like, I can appreciate that.
But by the time that he is adversely possessing others' goods, we can't otherwise look at him as a benign neutral, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is why I say nobody is, just the whole thing of I don't really like the message in any
I've always been
direction.
at war with Whoville.
The Whoville War. Yeah, I love it. Okay, see, I've never ever thought of the Grinch that way, Ian. So that is a very interesting thing.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Hey, I love it.
I mean, it's also kind of an interesting notion on redemption because it's basically just, I mean, it actually does do forgiveness better than a lot of other movies because it's like Grinch goes, you know what? I changed my mind. Here's the stuff back. And everyone's like, cool. And nobody is at all ticked at him, which I kind of feel is unlikely.
Yeah, I want the mayor of Whoville or whatever to be like, well, that's a hanging offense. It ends really a lot differently.
That's how we celebrate Christmas. I'm glad your heart grew 3 times. Here's the gallows.
That is
We're in dark places over here, apparently.
that is fascinating. Fascinating. Okay, so the Grinch, not Ian's first choice for Christmas movies. There are other
I don't
popular
really-
Christmas movies, right? Ian, do you like Home Alone? That's on a lot at Christmas time.
I don't know that it's necessarily a Christmas movie other than being set at Christmas.
Now that literally has notes of like grace and God even directly in Home Alone. No,
I guess. I mean, Home Alone is an interesting movie just for the amount of criminality in it.
a lot of
And I'm
violence.
not just, yeah, I'm like, I really like the thing. Have you seen the sort of follow up of Macaulay Culkin? He did a little like just a joke clip of like
It's like a commercial.
Macaulay
right?
Culkin as an adult,
Yeah.
and I'm like, because that is kind of messed up behavior. Where he's like, "Hey, there's these burglars coming in. This is gonna be great. I get to really hurt these people," and I'm like, as much as he is sort of the kid defending his house, he's also kind of creepy if you stop to think about him.
Well, and if you're
So-
not in a world of cartoon violence, it's even worse, right? If you imagine a version of Home Alone that's like accurately depicting some of the stuff he does.
Oh yeah, I mean, he would have killed them several times over.
Yeah, it's the truth. So yeah, no, Kevin McAllister, kids, that's not your role model, but I think in that context, it's one of my favorite Christmas movies. So
Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun, watchable movie.
Let's see, how are we doing on donation land? It's been a
Yeah,
while
check
since
it
we
out, sir.
checked. We are
And it
at
doesn't-
32,439.
nice.
I also give it props for not having the sort of subtext of you must, basically, you must accept Christmas as the greatest holiday of all time, or else you are a bad person who must be, must be retrofitted, which is kind of the subtext of a lot of Christmas movies.
Sure.
So
Well, I mean, and it depends on what version of Christmas you're getting, purely secular, religious Christmas. They have different versions of what Christmas defends, right? And that kind of thing. I know a lot of people like
yeah.
that. And then
and
then
it's not so much necessarily the religious overtones, it's just the like you must have these opinions that and which may be religious or may just be secular, and I'm just like, yeah, it is what it is. I
like your entire rejection of Christmas movies as a genre for like over proselytizing towards you. Sharing is
Kind of
not
it, yeah.
caring. Get the hell out of here, elf.
kind of like
No, I like it. I really do. I haven't thought about Christmas movies this way. It's fun to have conversations with people. Is like, okay, that's a different way of viewing things. That's fun.
yep, and it's just like, well, I guess I'm a bit of a misanthrope. Anonymous, thank you very much.
Lovable misanthrope.
Well, it's like I'm a misanthrope who also does things like, hey, let's raise money for charity. So
It is an odd thing to call yourself in the middle of your 24 hours of death marching here for kids.
it's I don't know. Part of my thing in a lot of those like Christmas movies and so forth is that you've got like believing in Christmas is equated to goodness, even when you've got characters who aren't necessarily good, and like just as people, and like it's like so long as you believe in Christmas as the one true holiday, everything else is forgiven. And I'm just like, yeah,
Love Well, see, what's interesting there is to me, movies are a short form medium, right? You have to take side streets in order to try to get your message across. And I think a lot of that, which you're reacting negatively to, and I don't think you're wrong, is this trying to get this concept of grace or forgiveness or both into the notion. And it comes out as, I believe in Christmas and you are redeemed, give or take. It's interesting that I've never looked at it that way, but I think you're right. Because I tend to attach overt notes of grace and things like that where they're presented as a generalized good. It's one of the things I like the most about the Lord of the Rings. Grace is very important in that movie series.
And I mean, like the other thing is, I am a sucker for the the redemption arc, and a lot of the like, I was, notwithstanding that I am, not religious, I am a sucker for a lot of like religious messaging in movies.
Okay. Yeah.
Like Run Lola Run is actually really interesting. Have you seen that one?
Yes.
So, I mean, that is one that basically has as the message, like, the only saving is through grace, right?
Mhm.
It is a really heavy religious movie, notwithstanding the fact that it's dealing with themes of crime and drugs and, so
And
forth.
wicked rad music.
Yeah. It's a really unexpected religious movie, right? But it does it really well.
I love it. Run Lola Run is great. More people should see it.
I agree. It's a really good movie.
You'll also note, by the way, folks, if you do ever watch Run Lola Run, you'll also see how many references are made to it, either in parodies, satires, comedies, or other forms. It's got a very specific visual style.
It's one of those movies that had such a huge impact that even if you haven't seen it, you've seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like Lovecraft, where like even if you've never read a Lovecraft story, you kind of know the general themes that Lovecraft played with.
Thanks, Fantasy Flight.
Well, it's not just Fantasy Flight; it's all sorts of things because, like, it shows up in all sorts of movies and mythology now and so forth.
Is you're thinking there we're giving Lovecraft like full ownership of the kind of unknowable elder god type concept?
I mean, he was the author of that. Nobody else had really done that before Lovecraft. The whole thing of like, there are, powerful beings out there that don't really care you exist, but are likely to kill you by just, kind of
accident.
By accident, or if you come to their notice, it is a really bad thing. Like that is that's a sort of concept that nobody else was really playing with and exists now all over the place. So it's I think it's, but Run Lola Run is one of those things that kind of has the same effect. Where it's just it's taken over in such a big way. I mean, a lot of people didn't like the religious messaging that shows up in the Matrix, especially the second Matrix. And I'm just like, well, I'm kind of a sucker for that too, right? Well, I'm the third Matrix.
Whenever you're putting somebody in the old T pose, you're probably pretty on the nose.
Yeah, it's like, I think it actually does a pretty good job of being a religious allegory, but lots of people didn't want that out of that particular trilogy. And I'm like, but it does a really good job.
Yeah, I don't hate Promoted in Revolutions. It's certainly not like what is the new one?
Like the whole victory through sacrifice. I'm like, that's a pretty solid depiction of that. So
you get so many of those allegories, right? Like you watch Batman versus Superman, and you're going to get a ton of Superman as Jesus stuff, or Man of Steel. Anything that Zack Snyder does really is going to treat Superman as Jesus Christ. And so I think some of that works, some of it doesn't.
Yep. But I mean, I'm a sucker for those kinds of, themes. I just think that most Christmas movies do them badly.
Kurt, do you have a favorite Christmas movie or a movie that features grace as a concept?
I like Die Hard. I'm trying to think other than that.
Okay. Die Hard's an excellent Christmas movie.
Grace is a concept.
Yeah, one of my go-tos on that is Lord of the Rings. You get a lot of that in Lord of the Rings. Just curious, Kurt.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, think away. Think away. See, folks.
I'll get back to you.
We start out with Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? And we wind up with Run Lola Run. There is nothing that we can't do here together, including raise money for sick kids.
It's Run Lola Run is an excellent movie. you were asking about other movies I like. Layer Cake, I think, is done really well.
The movie that famously got James Bond. I don't know that I've watched that since he got cast, and I watched it because of his casting.
So, I mean, it also has Cole Meany.
Brian.
Speaking of Star Trek.
Yep. Oh, Brian does a pretty good gangster.
Yeah.
He does it a lot, I want to say. I want to say I've seen Cole Meany in roughly that role a number of times.
I feel like he likes that role because I feel like he's one of these guys who's like, he doesn't really need the work. He just does things that he likes. But yeah, no, that one's a fun one.
Have you seen anything you've really enjoyed this year?
I don't think I've seen a movie this year.
At all? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of if I have seen anything. I'm gonna have to Google it just to try
I
to
can
figure
already tell
this
you,
out.
chat's not going to let me recommend Barbarian again. People, it's a very weird movie. I thoroughly enjoyed my time with it. But I saw that one. I saw Black Phone. I've talked about. That's Ethan Hawke, who I really like, which I think is okay. It's a good movie, but not a great one necessarily. Maverick. You've got to see Maverick, Ian?
Oh, I did see Maverick, and Maverick was well done. I mean, Maverick is blatant propaganda, but it's really well done, fun propaganda. So
Propaganda for
What's
what?
wrong with the USA?
Now wait a minute. There's only 5 or 10 giant American flags in Top Gun. I don't even know what you're talking
per
about.
minute, like
I
I'm
don't.
not sure how many scenes don't have a giant American flag or something along those lines.
There's one in both of the hangars. So
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's one in like the North Korean or whatever hangar.
whoa. The enemy does not have a country. Whoa.
Right.
Whoa.
Oh, right. Yeah, we're just gonna pretend that they're
It's
yeah.
North Koreanistan. You leave everybody out of this.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay. I'm just trying to see what else came out.
So yeah, Maverick took over. You have Thor: Love and Thunder. You have Doctor Strange: Multiverse of Madness. You have what is the other blockbuster movies? Uncharted, Jurassic World Dominion.
I did see the Batman, which is apparently 2022.
It is early. The Batman is March, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it was all right. It was 2/3 of a good movie.
We got people recommending the Weird Al movie, which I think is a Roku original. So you got that if you want to watch that.
Okay, I may have to check that out.
Features, I believe, Evan Rachel Wood prominently as Madonna.
Interesting.
So
I saw part of Dog on a Flight.
Dog is Channing Tatum in a dog. Yes?
Yeah. I
Okay.
saw like 30 minutes of it on a flight. Based on that 30 minutes, I didn't feel like I needed to rush out and see the rest of it. But I will admit that 30 minutes is just like a random segment of it. So
Haven't seen Maverick, but I heard that if physics applies, Maverick should be dead. It really depends on how you feel about Mach 10.
Yeah, he really should not.
There's
survive
several
the
points
scene.
where if physics applies, then he should be dead. Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Again, I don't know what we're talking about here, folks. Obviously, movie magic.
It's a lot of movie magic, man.
Yeah, there's points where it's like the movie just doesn't care about realism.
It's
and
a
that's
Star
fine.
Wars movie.
Kinda, yeah.
Maverick, you trade out some of those names. That is training for a trench run, people.
It actually would have
Wars.
made a perfectly good Star Wars movie. Like, I'm not even kidding. It would have been an excellent Star Wars movie.
That could have been their Rogue Squadron movie. No one would have batted an eye.
And like Star Wars could use a good movie.
Oh snap! Have you seen any Andor?
I have not.
So
I've not heard good things.
2 thumbs up to Andor, and I am a
Oh, really?
harsh critic. I'm a harsh critic of the Disney Star Wars empire. 2 thumbs up for Andor.
Okay.
For those who care about such things, my endless run is still going. I'm at 162 minutes.
What?
Jeez.
That is great, Kurt. I have no idea how to play whatever game you're playing, but I'm glad that you're doing well. If physics applied, all of the Marvel characters would be dead in every movie. Well, I don't know how to apply physics to superheroes.
Let's see what else.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel that that's necessarily a fair fair thing, because if you're going to a superhero movie,
is it stretch break or did you die?
Make a smoothie.
Oh, make it a smoothie. All right. I will vouch for Andor, Ian. I will say that Andor as a series is basically 3-episode movies.
Nice.
So watch 3 episodes at a time. But Andor is probably the best Disney has done with Star Wars.
Well, that's yeah, I mean, the Star Wars movies have not clothed themselves with glory.
Those are fighting words on the internet, man. You know I'm in full agreement, but I tell you what, you'll get some people with some opinions.
I thought Rogue One was decent. The rest I just found very difficult to watch.
If you found Rogue One was decent, really, I can't recommend Andor more. Andor's like slightly better Rogue One.
I was just like, I don't know. The latest ones pissed me off with like every situation where they could have made it a better movie. They like set it up that they were going to, and then they just didn't. And I'm like, why?
Are you thinking of Last Jedi or Rise of Skywalker or both on this?
Yes.
All right, folks, we've entered into the Last Jedi territory. If you like the Last Jedi, please donate to Sick Kids, and if you don't, please donate to Sick Kids. And if we get together on this, I think we can donate to Sick Kids.
I not so much. I don't know. It's like, the whole thing of like I actually liked when they were saying, "Who are you related to?" Nobody. Okay, cool.
Okay.
That was a good idea. And then they threw that away.
Okay, so you don't like the Last Jedi to Rise of Skywalker transition.
I don't like that. I actually think that Rey, they had an opportunity to make Rey the villain, and they should have taken it.
Yeah. Certainly, everything handed to her on a silver platter. Certainly angry a lot. Certainly entitled a lot. Could have made a good villain.
And uninteresting as the hero.
Not wrong.
And I think that what they did with the Finn character was practically criminal. Especially because they're like, hey, look, we've got a black character who we're then going to proceed to like dump on every single moment that he's on, in this.
In my opinion,
and I'm like,
if he were a different person, Rian Johnson would be getting so much crap for what he did to Finn. Right? Because Finn, you don't have to love what JJ did. JJ flies by the seat of his pants and he's too superficial and whatever. But Finn was an actual character that you could have cared about over the course of a trilogy. And then he is an absolute joke in The Last Jedi. An absolute joke.
He's a joke all the way through. Right? Like,
JJ is quippy, right? So he's a joke with a heart of gold in Force Awakens. By the time you're in The Last Jedi and he's put out with Rose and he's leaking all over the place and every bit of his character is destroyed in The Last Jedi.
Oh, well, I mean, so Force Awakens, they have him as like this scrappy character who accomplishes nothing. Like literally everything he does is that he fails at. Like he fails repeatedly, and people go, "Oh, well, he shot that one thing." It's like, no, Rey shot that one thing. She just used him as a remote control.
Oh my goodness gracious!
The only reason he's there in that scene is that Rey doesn't have a long enough wire to pull that trigger herself.
Okay, but Finn in The Force Awakens, his primary arc ends when he decides to take on the lightsaber and fight Kylo Ren, and that is regardless.
And he gets clowned.
Okay, right, and he should. But the mark of a character arc and success there isn't his success in the fight. it's in the bravery of saying, I'm going to go and defend my friend here, even though I know I'm going to get clowned. Like, that is an arc. That is a legitimate story beat that you tell with Finn. By the time
thing is he spends the entire movie getting clowned
the fact that you're
repeatedly.
making me defend Disney Star Wars is making me a sad panda, Ian.
At everything he does, he gets clowned. And, you know, it's really bad when you're like, hey, we've got one black character and we're going to really tout this. And then we proceed to clown him in literally every scene he's in.
Well, he holds the lightsaber on the poster. And, like, to me, you're making promises that you know you're not keeping, which is ridiculous.
And you know what? I would have given a lot to see, you know what? You know, maybe he doesn't have like force, whatever, but just give him some freaking competence.
Mm-hmm.
Give him some ability with something.
Well, they give him the force as a kind of afterthought thing in Rise of Skywalker. So, you know, hey.
Yeah. So why did they have to clown him so bad with Kylo? Like the whole time, his whole purpose is to be this incompetent character that Rey can be held up against. And I'm like, I got problems with that. I got some issues with that. Like, it's so bad. From Hilda, thank you. Great goal and an opportunity to give back. Thank you for the opportunity to donate and help from my side of the pond. Well, thank you.
But we talked about Joss Whedon glibness, right? And one of the problems I think from the start of Force Awakens is that transferred stormtrooper that sees the light is such a cool concept, and then he's just the same as every other glib person on the in the movie. Like, he should be traumatized for dealing with that. Except
that he's less competent than any of the other characters. Like, literally, he's the guy with no skills. And when they have a chance to like set up, hey, maybe he's got skills at something, it's like, no, I'm just the janitor. It's like,
they do make the janitor joke, yeah.
Okay, so you literally are good at nothing. And then he's like, hey, I know how to get us into this like base, which just turns out is just I lied to get all of my friends killed by bringing us to a thing that like I don't know how to do. And I'm like, that's not heroism. That's just freaking stupid.
It's kind of worse than that, Ian, because the impliedness of him being in that briefing and saying, I know about Starkiller Base, is that he knows about it the entire movie, right? This is an imminent thing that is close to destroying billions, and he knows about it. And he doesn't care.
It's like, you know, why do they have this as sort of the grand, you know, and then I lied. I like his whole moment there is just that he lied about it. I'm going, that makes him worse than everybody else. I see Sonny Drop says he was a freaking stormtrooper. He needed time to get his head together. He succeeds at literally nothing. Like, literally nothing in that. He fails at everything. Every success belongs to someone else. They should have given him some ability. And, you know, then you've got, like, the next, like, he has that face off with the what is it? The one, yeah, and I'm just like, okay, now they're giving him a moment where he gets to, you know, no, he gets his ass handed to him.
He gets destroyed.
And then he gets rescued. And I'm just like, is his entire purpose just that he will get his ass handed to him every second of this thing? So, yeah, I'm just like,
that's all right. In the next movie, it turns out he also worked on the premier destroyer of the First Order. So, you know, it is what it is. The biggest problem with the Disney Star Wars is how evident it is that they have no concept of a plan going between the movies. And that's what just, you can feel that, because everything that you're supposed to do as a fan is like, oh, what does this mean? And, oh, she's holding on a lightsaber and the steps and what foreshadowing. And it's like, once you get to Last Jedi, to me, it breaks down because you're like, oh, it's clear that they're not talking. Right. I don't care whether you like Last Jedi or not. Like, it doesn't flow from The Force Awakens. And so
the only thing that Finn has as a redeeming feature is that he is sort of unwaveringly like, he is the guy who will be there. He's not useful when he's there, but like, he is the guy who will be there. Right. Like, you know, he's the guy who will be there to, you know, to pay bail, or if you need to hide a body, he'll be there like the next day going like, you know, he'll show up with the lime in his truck, right? And then the next movie, the first thing is him cowering out, and I'm like, oh wow, they figured out one more redeeming feature they could take away from him.
Right, because that's his arc leads him to that. Because that moment is good independently, which is like, this is a freaking Sith Lord, give or take. And I'm going to say, screw it. We're going to take up our father's sword. We're going to give it a run.
Yeah. So, I mean, but they take every single thing away from him there. And I'm just like,
They do.
yeah. And Rose's arc is also objectively terrible.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Like, hey,
Sorry,
I
sorry,
saved
Last Jedi fans.
Finn from actually accomplishing something that would have saved like tons of lives. I love you. It's like, are you crazy? Like, there is a cave full of people that this would have saved. Chill. Like, you have done a bad thing today.
Well, let's say it wouldn't have worked out, even if he would have just been melted or whatever. It's still kind of a chaotic.
You still
stand.
let him try.
Well,
Christ, like the cost benefit on that was
if you're
well
Ryan
in
Johnson,
favor.
how do you arrive at the "I love you" and then the uncomfortable kiss? Like, what is the arc that you're trying to sell me? Like, Finn isn't into that.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to take from this? Rose is like a little bit
Weird
wrong.
and creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to feel that way about Rose, but it's like it comes across that way.
Yeah, it's Hollywood romance that just never quite, like, it doesn't quite work. So,
but he knows
yeah,
it, right? He's not having Finn be into it, so it's like I don't get it at all. Like, okay, it's a misstatement. You didn't do the foundational work to get to that romance, but if at least they're kissing, it's like, okay, I guess that was implied, and we didn't see every minute with them or something. But that's the other problem with Disney Star Wars movies is they set these timers. they set these timers like, oh, we're gonna run out of gas at X, or Palpatine will return in 17 hours, and it's like, oh, you shrink all your movies, because in general in Star Wars we can just leave a scene where the Millennium Falcon is flying somewhere or something, and it's like it takes a while. There's time happening here, and that just doesn't occur in the Disney movies at all.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, like, they just were so happy about blowing up their continuity because they were like, hey, nobody's ever done this before, so we can do it for the first time in our movie. Like, nobody's ever used a ship as a weapon before. It's like, great. It's because it ruins the whole plot of
so
everything. Like, you know, maybe there was a reason to not do that.
We're nerds,
And-
right? And it's like, they should know that people that watch these movies, they're going to have a nerd contingent. And I sat in the theater and said, well, that screws up everything. I literally watched it and go, oh no.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, well, now we have to make this a one-off. I'm like, making it a one-off doesn't fix things if it's like, this can never work again, because then it should never have worked in the first place.
It was like,
and I'm like,
the shot was 1 in a million. It's like, okay, if it was 1 in a million, was it a sure thing when she did it? Or is this like the worst plan in history?
Or is it just like, she's bored of being alive? So, like, because that's kind of what a lot of this ends up feeling like. It's just like, okay, we're going to do this 1 in a million plan because why not?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Laura Dern. We had her for one movie. Give a round of applause.
Like, you know, is this just like contract negotiations were up, or like...
I don't know. I can't tell you this. I can't tell you. I did see someone else comment that 4, 5, and 6 are the worst. I like that. That's a hot take.
I mean, the thing is that there's all sorts of moments in them where you're just like, a lot of this stuff would probably create, difficulties now. Like, if you were sitting there going, you know what, I'm going to write a character who, like, several of the characters, you'd just be like, really? That's what you're putting to paper? But I mean, some of those are pretty recent. Like, Watto is just like, oh my God. I'm sitting there watching this going,
Are you suggesting that Watto might evidence certain unfortunate stereotypes?
just a few, yes.
All right.
To the point that they got criticism from like various groups going like, that's pretty obvious, dude.
It's funny because the Nemoidians and Watto Toydarians, I think, they got criticism back in the day, like 1990s. I can't even imagine what level of criticism they would get today. On that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, what's the name of the one guy who, in the bombing run? What's the name of the ridiculous name that they gave to one of the
Porkins?
Porkins? Yes,
he's big. He's Porkins. I don't know what's the problem.
I was just like, how unimaginative can you be? And the funny thing is that then they try to go and make a Porkins arc.
Hey,
And so there's books about Porkins, and I'm just like, sometimes you should just like pretend something never happened. Like,
they do that all the time because they have like JJ's buddy that's in the movies, and they give him backstory. I don't know what to tell you with the Disney stuff. I will say this: look, I do. You could tell I am not overly effusive about Disney's adventures in Star Wars. Andor is legitimately good, and
I will check it out.
It is one of the few Disney Plus anythings that I describe as feeling real. It's an actual TV show. It's an actual story they are trying to tell, versus some of the other stuff.
Yeah, some of the other stuff, it's like, do you even know what you're doing with this?
Yeah, no, it's like just trailers for other things.
Some of the movies kind of felt like a bunch of neat scenes kind of stitched together.
Oh, so you have seen Thor: Love and Thunder? No, I'm just you'll get there.
Oh, that's just making me sad.
Well, it's like a Saturday Night Live skit almost. It's like, you're watching Wayne's World with Thor.
Yeah, I mean, that's been kind of getting more and more the case through the movies. So
it's the truth. Phase 4 is aimless. And I'm really hoping for Wakanda Forever because I really like Ryan Coogler. But I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's tough. And I mean, it just feels like movies are getting lazier.
I don't disagree.
So
I do not think we are in a strong era of movie making.
Well, and everything, is like, there's so much that's just like, hey, this is a franchise you like. We're going to make like the laziest thing, but isn't it the characters you like? Isn't it the characters you like? And I'm just like, no, not even really. Like, you didn't even write them as the characters.
I think it's important, right? The skin suiting. Because you talked about the toxicity. One of the issues is it's like, okay, but it says Star Wars on the top, or it's Marvel. It's like, yeah, but that's not. I mean, one of my big issues is like I didn't like No Way Home as much as everybody else, and one of the reasons for that is it's like the impetus behind the drama in that particular movie is like Doctor Strange is acting like he literally was just born. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I saw that one, and Doctor Strange is just like a random ass for no reason. And I'm going, didn't he kind of develop some degree of respect for like his colleagues?
It's wild.
Like, didn't they just do a thing where they like work together to save the universe? Like, why is he such a dick to this guy all of a sudden? Like, just like, yeah, it just makes no sense.
And I think this is a good criticism in the chat. At least Marvel's moving forward, and Star Wars isn't, even though the MCU is a little silly now. Yeah, the MCU had a terrible phase, but they are trying to potentially move something forward, which I will fully admit, Andor works. Andor is good. Andor suffers from Disney's primary problem, which is that they are now scared as hell of trying to do anything with Star Wars because they got so pilloried by the response to their trilogy. So they are going back to the loving embrace of the original series. Like they won't leave it. Andor is good because it talks about rebellion versus empire. But like, yeah, Star Wars is stuck. Star Wars is stuck in 1977. And I don't know if Disney is the steward to get it out of there. So that is a problem. So it's a good chat.
Yeah, and I see somebody saying, "What is the last Marvel movie that I actually liked?" Um,
Far
trying to
From
think about
Home
that.
for me, I think. Far From Home is Spider-Man's European Vacation. So I like that
Yeah, that
one.
wasn't bad. Um,
Good. You didn't throw him out this time.
one of the Captain American movies was actually pretty decent.
Yeah, so you'd have to go before Infinity War and Endgame to hit those, which you can.
Yeah.
Infinity War is probably my favorite of the MCU.
Infinity War is good, but you can see the decline starting.
To me, I think
Like
it's more the skill craft that's required, because I sat down to watch Infinity War and said, this is impossible. This is an impossible task. This is going to be garbage with that
Yeah.
many casts and that many characters. And I got to the end of that and I was like, the crazies did it. That script is impossible.
Yeah, and I mean, there were certain elements to it that I really liked. But it was also that they had a little bit of courage with it, because there's a lot of places where they could have said, you know what, we're going to just take the safe choice, and it would have made a really awful movie.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite of them. But to me, it's kind of a favorite with an asterisk, because Infinity War works as well as it does if you've basically invested in the entirety of the MCU. Because what it does is so great is it actually says, hey, what are these characters going to interact like? How are they different? What is their worldview? And those kinds of things. And that's the fun of a crossover. And Infinity War is the best it's ever been on that, in my opinion.
And like, that's part of why I like Logan, is like, hey, here's characters. How do they deal with a difficult situation? And I mean, one of the problems that you always have with superhero stuff is that it's kind of hard to give them problems that are meaningful problems that aren't just like the rom-com of we can't talk to each other.
Oh, so like, much communication. Yeah.
And I'm just like, if your entire movie can be solved by the characters having a 5-minute like conversation like adults, then your movie should not be made. Like, just stop, make a different movie, write a better movie, because like, how do you? Oh, hey, I didn't know I've got that left to do. But I'm like, why would you make this movie if it's like a 5-minute conversation could sort this? And so, but like, Superman is a terrible character.
Superman is a terrible character. Well, he's a paragon, right? I think that's going to rub a lot of people the wrong way.
I mean, the problem is it's really hard to give him moral quandaries, because he's got like the super straight arrow, and any difficulty that is Superman level is also boring because it gets into the abstract. Like, Superman is fighting Zod. Okay, great. They're both these like titanic beings, and it's just which side has the better CGI budget. And that's not an interesting fight, right?
I've never heard it described that way, but I like that.
And like, Superman versus Lex Luthor could be interesting, because Lex Luthor is all about like, hey, I'm going to come at you sideways. The problem is that they don't have writers that can write Lex Luthor interestingly.
Yep. Okay.
So you end up with bad stories. Batman is way more interesting because you can shoot Batman in the face. There's actually, some skin in the game. And even more so, I'd rather see more superhero movies about like mystery men level superheroes.
Okay.
Show me the X-Men, but show me the X-Men when like all of the people whose names are busy. Like, Magneto is on a rampage, so Professor X, Wolverine, all of like Colossus, they're all busy. And instead you've got like dude that shoots bees. You know, like
Isn't
show
it
me
roughly
that guy.
Deadpool and Suicide Squad? It's like, give me all your huddled masses and let me see Polka Dot Man.
And I mean, this is where Suicide Squad does better. Is it's like, hey, we've got a hero who's just like we've got a collection of heroes who aren't heroes, but are going to face some actual moral quandaries,
Okay.
and where they actually have a combat level that is, you know, reasonable. So the second Suicide Squad was a better Suicide Squad, or was a better superhero movie than most. And what's that series that they did? What was the
Peacemaker?
Peacemaker was actually a better superhero show than most of the superhero shows that they had out there. Because it actually had like flawed characters making moral choices and dealing with situations that are difficult for them and require them to actually, you know, solve problems. Like, you know, Peacemaker's like, hey, I'm this badass, but he can't just walk in and shoot everything. So, and, you know, pretty quickly, Peacemaker, I mean, the story of Peacemaker is basically figure out that you're actually a terrible human being. So, and I see somebody saying The Boys. The Boys is a much better superhero show than most.
You know, The Boys is too much for me. I've talked to my people on like Hangouts about that. It's too
Oh,
much
I mean, it is raunchy. It is incredibly violent because there's multiple instances where people are exploded into just like a coating of, you know, viscera. But it's still like, it's a really good set of stories about like difficult things, and most of the characters have no powers, or at least the characters that are interesting. So, Umbrella Academy is also a good, you know, thing overall, especially because Umbrella Academy, a lot of their problems can be solved by having a conversation, but that's actually the story. It's like, oh yeah, we've got these people with superpowers and they got screwed up, and the whole thing is actually a character drama. Like, it's not a superhero show in the standard sense. It's a, you know, they could solve all of this in like 10 minutes if they actually could sit down and be humans to each other, but they're broken, and the whole point is that they're trying to unbreak themselves. So, I mean, that I think is a more interesting story as well.
It's actually pretty funny as I think about it. There's a lot of those kinds of the miscreant superhero type TV series, because I was just thinking of the one with Brendan Fraser as like the robot. Doom Patrol. Does that sound right? I think it's Doom Patrol.
Might be. I don't think I saw that one.
Okay, and that has that same kind of vibe of like, this is definitely not our A-list, and interacting with each other.
I mean, the A-list is boring. That's the problem that you run into, is that like they just solve problems that are just CGI versus CGI.
Well, the funny part is that kind of, if you think about it, the MCU, when it was really working, it's that they didn't get to use their A-list, right? Like they didn't have Spider-Man, they didn't have X-Men. Iron Man, we think about him as the A-list now. I pretty strongly recall I did not think of him as the A-list in 2008.
Well, he starts out like they start out his character as not the A-list. And I mean, I think that that's kind of an important thing to why the first Iron Man movie is good, is because he's sitting there like, you know, he goes up against somebody who has built a better suit than him. And he's like, oh, crap. You know, like, yeah, this is this thing I built, and, you know, it's still a prototype, but this guy, you know, put the entire, you know, backing of like a whole industrial thing to making a better, stronger suit. And it's like, all right, fair ball.
I wanted to ask Ian how you felt, because I was thinking about maybe taking a nap, so I'd be available for later unless you were tired now. So,
oh, go ahead. I'm good for a bit, although I am going to make a bathroom run.
Okay.
So,
well, Ho can hold down during that or whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm still here for a bit.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to Well, Hogan and I'll talk for a second, and then I'll leave when you come back.
So give me a few minutes here.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby and let Ian go on a research break.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, how's life treating you, sir?
You know, honestly, I don't have complaints. It's Saturday, which is always fun. I've been playing some fun board games with my family, which is always fun. I got a college football game coming up. By the way, congratulations on the ridiculous voting of your team above mine. But we'll see. Things will shake out. They'll work out. We'll see, Kurt.
Mm-hmm. I think the odds of my team going undefeated the rest of the season are looking pretty good to me.
Who do you got on the rest of your schedule?
No one of any interest, right? We're playing Notre Dame tonight, and they're like a 5-3 team, so
Notre Dame is not good, but they are weird. So that'll be an interesting game. Certainly better than mine tonight.
There's no real threats on the horizon. It looks like an undefeated season for Clemson.
Okay. All right. We'll see. We'll see.
So yet another year where we'll make the playoffs. I mean,
well, Michigan and Ohio State will get a slot, however that goes down.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia and Tennessee play tonight, right? That's right. We took over Ian's channel to talk college athletics, chat. He's never going to invite us on ever again.
Yes. I went to Clemson University, go Tigers, and I'm very proud of my alma mater.
And I went to the University of Michigan, go blue. Even though, this probably won't surprise you, I still, virtually every time I say go blue, hashtag, or otherwise on Twitter, get all of these tweets.
That doesn't surprise me in any way.
About politics. And it's like, no, I'm not out there making political tweets, people. Certainly not 2 days before the election. This is my team. They play footballs.
Yeah, wow.
Like we got Go Orange in the chat for Syracuse. We got Go Blue. Fantastic. Go Blue. Runkle left us unsupervised. Yes. We got Go Tigers. Right. That's you. That's you, Kurt.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like Georgia. They're a good football team.
Georgia's been doing good this year.
Kurt asked earlier about how today's Lawyers and Dragons, there was not a last set, how it went. We had a lot of fun.
Great.
We're goofballs. Hogue, I live about 30 or 40 minutes from you. Nice. I don't know if that's still Michigan. You can get south a little bit from there, but that is awesome.
Yeah. Have you voted yet?
Have I voted yet? No, voting is on Tuesday.
Well, you might have had early voting. I don't know. I voted.
Oh, yeah. No, I have not voted yet, Kurt.
Yeah. Remember to vote, Americans, midterms.
Or vote early, vote often.
Or, if you don't have knowledge of anything that you might be asked, don't. I know you're not supposed to say that online, but yeah.
All right, I'm going to take a nap. If you need me, call me. And otherwise, I'll be back on later.
Would you say call me maybe?
Huh? Yeah.
Here's my number. Call me maybe? No?
For sure. All right, I'll see you guys later.
See you, Kurt. You're stuck with me. We did have a short takeover about college athletics there.
Well, I don't know anything about college athletics, so other than I'm told that they happen.
All you have to say is go blue and you're set. I mean, you don't even really need to give it any other thought. It's just fine. Everybody says go blue. That's just how we talk to each other.
Fair enough. This sounds political to me.
See, you did the thing. See, all right. So literally, you want to root for the University of Michigan. Go blue is actually what you say. So I have a hashtag go blue in my profile. I say I generally say let's go blue when kickoff happens on my Twitter, and you would not believe in the number of comments I get about my profile or those tweets that are like, you
I've seen them, which is why it's funny.
Spreading politics. It's like, what?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you're just secretly you're just, secretly supporting the Democrats, and it's like
spreading political messages. Oh yeah, but you supporting the Democrats isn't even strong enough. It's like whatever you think they're called on the internet. It's like, oh, you're dirty, whatever. It's like, okay. I mean, I don't know how you feel about JJ McCarthy, but I think he's going to have a strong day. I really don't know if that makes me a political person. We'll see. It's like Michigan State people who say go green. Exactly. It's all just Ralph Nader fans. It's a secret effort. Go green.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's like always people who want to read into like the things about political stuff, and it's always like the weirdest posts. Because like I've got videos where like I've got a video where I straight up call out Trudeau for being racist.
Okay.
That one I don't get accused of, like, you know, nobody accuses me of anything on that one.
It's just, it's fine.
But I'll do something on like, you know, hey, here's a video about, you know, Alec Baldwin. And people are going like, oh, well, you know, you're just like supporting the Republican Party. And I'm like, I'm not even in the right country, guys.
Oh, yeah. No, it's exactly right. It's exactly right. It's the stuff that you say that's like, oh, I did a breakdown of Dobbs. No problems. Good comments, thoughtful conversation. I do a video on, you know, whatever. I'll do a video on the cheating scandal in the beanbag toss. And it'll be like, oh my God, this is a corporatist slant on whatever. It's like, okay, I guess.
I don't know what the shoe ask is.
I think Ruckle is ignoring the shoe ask. People keep shouting to put a shoe on your head, I think, but I don't know what that means.
Why?
I don't know. It could be a political message, and I have no idea.
Okay. So I guess I'm not ignoring it. I just don't understand it.
See, you asked him to put a shoe on his head. You're going to choke Mr. Runkle, and that's not fair.
Yeah, I'm just mildly dying here.
Yes, it's a common request. I don't understand it. Oh, you could add a stream overlay.
I could, but the problem is that then it's going to be a lot of clutter. So,
yeah, would that only go on your, since you're streaming from your view, that would only go on your box? That wouldn't be on the whole broadcast, I wouldn't imagine.
You know what? Let me see if I can do something here.
Ooh, in Germany, we go blue when we get drunk. Is go blue really a get drunk order in Germany? In fairness, go blue in Michigan is kind of a get drunk order. We're talking about college athletics here, folks.
Yeah, that seems like it makes sense.
We do have somebody saying you got to 33. I don't know if
that's true. Nice.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Thank you, Christina Piper.
Please no politics. Not the time or place. I'm not bringing in politics. I promise. I won't do it on my channel. I won't do it on Ian's. I just say go blue. It is just because the Michigan Wolverines are maize and blue.
All right, let me see if I can add something here.
Oh, yeah. Other people are saying you binged again. 33,000. Very celebratory emojis here. Very, very cool. You're now more than $30,000 over your previous record, Ian. What a generous chat.
Wow. Yeah, that's not something I expected at all.
It's awesome. You're well deserved, dude. This is hard work you're doing.
Well, it's for a good cause. So I've already gotten a couple of DMs with people saying, you know, oh, you're just doing this to to turn a profit. And I'm like, dude, I see none of this. Oh yeah, no, there's people who
Ian is so above board on this, folks. Even if he could have used super chats and YouTube would have allowed it, we were talking about this and he said that still looks like it could go in a different direction. And I'm just going to use a direct link. So it's just a direct link. It doesn't touch Ian at all. You don't have to worry about that. He's not going to go in a Scrooge McDuck money bin with your charity spending. It's not hitting his accounts, period. It's not hitting his YouTube accounts, any of that.
Yeah, but there's people in my DMs going like, you're like, they think, I guess, that I just turned, like, that I created Extra Life as like some giant you know, like, I mean, I guess people are thinking that I, you know, have this grand master plan to, you know, create an entire charity just for my own profit.
Well, that's the thing, folks. There are people that are gonna be like that for anything that you do. It's
Oh,
one of
yeah.
the reasons why I'm so grateful for creators of all kinds, is because you put yourself out there, you're gonna collect all that kind of stuff, no matter what you say or do. I mean, how could you possibly look down on Mr. Runkle collecting money here that he doesn't see for sick kids, giving himself an entire day? This day is all he's doing. Oh my gosh, what is happening?
So this is an overlay. It's supposed to be that like I fit in that smaller space, but
Oh, I see.
I'm not doing that. I'm just putting it as at the background there. So
Okay,
um,
nice. So because this
Yeah.
is just a front organization created by you, you put all this together, the Extra Life, the hashtags, all of the accounts.
yeah, because I mean, if you've seen my thumbnails, you know my graphic design abilities.
Hey, you know what? Your thumbnails are to the point, and I know what I'm getting when I click on them. So hey, that is better than most.
That is fair. So yeah, no, I always think it's weird the ones that where people accuse me of having a political agenda, because it's always like the most random stuff.
Mhm.
It's like, whereas the ones that are actively political, they're like, okay, yep, no, that makes sense.
It is the funniest thing. I know you've heard this from me before, Ian, but I have said the most controversial stuff on my channel is like if you determine that I am just a big fan of Xbox or a big fan of Sony PlayStation, and
Oh yeah,
people will come after like my freaking law firm like review accounts, and they will send me actual death threats on freaking PlayStation versus Xbox. It's like, okay, wow.
wow.
We talk about actually serious stuff. This week we talked about the opiate addiction crisis. We talked about the state of education and reform in America. And it's like the video that got by far the most hate, if you want to call it that, was the stuff on the Microsoft and the European Union responses to the Activision deal. Like by far. By far.
People are weird.
I don't want to ever take away something that gives people joy, but it seems like a lot of this is not giving people joy. Like that's the problem I have. It's like, oh, if you want to root for your plastic box on your TV for whatever reason, and that you get something out of that, fantastic. Okay, it's not the way I go, but okay. And yet, these people seem deeply unhappy.
Yeah. No, there's times where I'm just like, is this really filling you with joy?
Right? Is it what's the thing you're supposed to make sure when you do like a house cleaning? Is this adding to your bliss or whatever?
Does this bring you joy or whatever? Like,
no, you don't need to do that.
Oh,
I love this cartoon dinosaur. Is this an Ian original or how do you?
no, this is like a default for the when I set up the through Streamlabs.
Okay, nice.
So, and I may keep it because it actually like can be set up to fire on super chats as well.
Oh, all right.
You can actually set it up for like every time somebody subscribes to your channel, and I feel like that might be a little much. Because like sometimes when you have a successful stream and you've got like 10 people who might subscribe in a row, like I feel like that would just drive me nuts.
Ding, ding, ding. You could do it like like Las Vegas. It just sounds like chimes all the time.
Oh, and you see, that's one of the things I like least about Las Vegas.
It does remind me of old arcades.
I mean, just the like, let me have some peace and quiet sometimes.
But you go to the airport to do that in Vegas. You find a corner. Of the
No,
airport.
you don't. The airport in Vegas has all sorts of gambling as well.
Yeah, you go find a slot machine in the corner.
Natalia, thank you very much. I see somebody is asking to play the co-op. I haven't played co-op in forever.
Quap, the running one.
Yeah. I don't see much likelihood of playing co-op.
Patroclus. Yeah. Have you ever played a board game, Ian, called Unmatched?
I haven't.
So do you know what it is?
No, I don't know that one.
So Unmatched is a game that essentially has a character and a deck of 30 cards that is selected for that on a small tactical battle map. And it's just characters versus characters that are primarily, not all, but primarily in the public domain. So if you wanted to know whether Sherlock Holmes could beat the Invisible Man, for instance, or various of these things, it came to mind because Patroclus here is one of the allies of Achilles. And so you can go out there with the full-on kind of Iliad, Achilles versus Buffy the Vampire Slayer, in all these various unmatched. And I was just thinking of it because my daughter adores mythology and storytelling of that era, and so she always plays as Achilles. And one of the cool powers that happens with Patroclus is if you use your cards and your various things in Unmatched in various ways. We won't go into the rules because it won't make any sense without the board anyway. But basically, if Patroclus dies, Achilles gets all this extra power. And so one of the things my daughter plays with me to do is to manipulate it so that I either accidentally or deliberately kill Patroclus, and it triples Achilles' power, and she devastates me. So I do recommend it if you're interested in any of those things. I like kind of elegant deck sizes and just having all of that spin out, all of those kinds of organic mechanics from specific small amounts of rules. It's fun. It's literary characters and other people from, like I said, public domain for the most part.
Oh, I'm about to get just trounced. I've got a 50% movement penalty as I enter into a boss fight.
Good luck to you, sir.
Oh, I'm about to get just clowned.
How many hours are left? If I'm reading my clock correctly, it's about 8.5 for you.
Yep, something like that.
So we're almost 2/3 of the way there, which is a much more little-known Bon Jovi classic. Whoa, we're 2/3 of the way there. We'll look it up.
It's it's a famous one.
I think
the interesting point will be where where I start hallucinating.
Yeah, well, I mean, I already talked. So, it's. I know I'm not going to go through the Michigan game start time because that's what I do on Saturdays. But I'm still going to be here for a little while, and it sounds like Kurt will come back.
Oh yeah, I suspect. And I mean, worst case scenario, it's. I've already sort of let people know, like I'm still battling the end of COVID, so it's like, if I can't make it through, I feel like I have not failed at this point.
You have not. No, as a matter of fact, one of the things I was going to point out is that your voice is holding pretty strong. I gotten the opportunity to talk to you a little bit this past week, and it's like I didn't know whether your voice was going to hang out for this.
I didn't know if it was either. I thought that there might be a real possibility that I'd just be telling people like, listen, voice gone, please be patient.
It'd be a very quiet stream. Yeah. No, I think you're doing great. Obviously, I'm super impressed by this.
Well, I am not likely to beat this boss fight.
I think you've been comporting yourself better than I would with your slow as molasses character here.
Oh, this is brutal. I was hoping that this would not be in effect when I got to the boss fight. Nikki, thank you very much.
Yes, awesome. Very generous. Love the dancing dinosaur.
Oh, that dancing dinosaur is awesome.
It is. It's adorable.
I swear there's people who are donating just to see the dinosaur.
Hey, that's a good reason.
Hey, I support it.
The dancing dinosaur is very tangible.
That is correct. I will be imminently overrun. I'm getting my butt kicked.
Mrs. Oglaw showed up and is asking what's going on. And Shireen's summary is the boys have been destroying our love of Disney's Star Wars.
Well, I've got one boss down.
hopefully that we're not destroying anything that you love. These are our opinions, not yours.
Yeah, and they can't be defamatory because these are matters of pure opinion.
Just so we're clear, if you contact Ryan, we did not defame him. These are subjective opinions
Yeah, about how much they suck.
about how terrible his work was. Ah, my goodness. I love it. I love it. I love it. Sonny says, I just noticed Hogue has art behind him. When did that show up? This is the gaming dinosaur.
It is awesome. Holy crap, I beat the fight.
Yeah, Gaming Dino is a work of art from my youngest daughter. And it is adorable. And occasionally you can see people, we got a Gaming Dino shirt, a Gaming Dino mug. He's adorable.
It is absolutely adorable. What you need to add as a product is like a Gaming Dino cloth patch, so that then I can run Gaming Dino as like a patch when I'm doing like 3-gun.
Okay. we have been looking into patches. He's a little more complicated than he might at first appear, but that's always fun. Gaming Dino is great. I've said it in other spaces, but it's really cool to be blown away by your daughter, and especially when they're doing things that I can't draw at all. I can't. Everybody has strengths and weaknesses, folks. I can't do art. You don't want me to try. And she's amazing at it. And it's really cool. Really, really cool to see.
I mean, I kind of might think it would be neat if you tried. Hogue does art, a stream.
Hogue does Gaming Dino. Learn to draw Gaming Dino with Hogue. It's like, oh, that doesn't look at all right. Yeah, sorry.
It's like, how does this look worse? This was done by a literal child.
She's so much better. Everyone can art, Rick. Yes. Okay. So going back to Ratatouille, everyone can cook doesn't literally mean everyone can cook. It means greatness in cooking can come from anywhere. I have no doubt that any given person could art. That does not include the subset of people named me. Will there be Waffle Bear wear? No, I don't think as of yet. Waffle Bear still in contract negotiations. I want a Gaming Dino mug. Are there mugs? There are. I am not. So this is a stream for charity for kids. You can find my store stuff, but I want to be clear. This is not me appearing on Ian's channel to send you to my store, but there are Gaming Dino mugs there.
No, this is me saying I like your stuff, and so therefore I'm sending people to your store.
I want to be very clear. This is for the sick kids and watching Ian's sick gameplay, because he is way better at Hades than I am, and we have to respect that.
Do we though?
We do.
I mean, this is the product of a lot of hours that should probably have been spent doing something else.
I was going to comment on this because you've been in conversations talking about substance, and you paused only occasionally. You've got a lot of this on almost instinctual level. This is impressive.
Oh, well, you have to for Hades, because if you are thinking about things, you're getting just clowned.
Yeah, well, I mean, if people haven't watched this be played, Ian is an honest to God good Hades player. So you're getting some good Hades play.
Oh, there's people who make me look like just barely picked up a keyboard.
As Liam Neeson once said, there's always a bigger fish.
That is true.
Art is in the eye of the beholder. I grant you this, but I can't. The lines aren't even straight if I try. It's just not.
I mean, my first leatherwork stuff was just awful. I should find like the first wallet I made. It's not fantastic.
I agree with this chat. Only grip for the kids today. I'm all about the kids. Yes, only grip for the kids. 100%. If you haven't donated and you can, think about donating. Absolutely. This is all going to help sick kids. Ian Runkle is doing a fantastic job. He's still got 8 hours to go, 8+, and he's doing it all for those sick kids. So 1,000%.
The funny thing is that what is it? Oh, great! Now I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, well, probably wasn't all that important.
I'm sorry. I like chat's also like, well, this is all off-track conversation. It's like, guys, when you're doing a 24-hour stream, you're going to talk about everything. We can't dissect the poison aspects of these characters in Hades. Every 2 minutes. We can't do it. We can't do it. So no, there was always going to be a Last Jedi conversation when I showed up. That was never not going to happen.
Oh, I was saying that the reason why I made a wallet was because I was in the habit of going through a wallet like every year.
Okay.
Because you buy those cheap wallets and they just disintegrate, right?
They kill my credit cards. They like rub everything off. Yeah.
So I was basically figuring, I'll get this wallet and then I'll have to make a new one. So it's a great first project because I'll replace it in a year with a better one. And then it just turned out that like this kept going. Like that wallet just refused to die. And I'm sitting there like, oh. So eventually I just kind of set it aside because I was like, this isn't very good, but it's also super durable. So even though it doesn't look fantastic, it's like the actual proper leather just takes forever to wear through. So that's one thing I really like about a lot of this stuff is it's like I've made this thing, now I have the thing.
That's one of the things I really love about you creatives, like Rob, and you make a thing and it's in the universe. So much of what I do is knowledge stuff, and it's like I don't have a cool leather something when I'm done. So I think that's really cool.
I mean, part of it was I just sort of realized that I was spending too much time playing video games as I sit here playing video games. But like you can sit playing video games for like however many hours. And at the end of it, you've got, nothing except like, a list of Hades achievements. And, you can't do anything with that list of Hades achievements. You can't even show it off to your friends because your friends are like, that's neat. I don't care. So, like, it's not even cool, right? It's not even something you can show off and be like, yeah. So I sort of went, I want a hobby that I end up with something at the end of. So, yeah, that was part of it.
Well,
I just got stuck next to the Tandy leather booth at a gun show.
See, that's serendipity.
Oh yeah, they convinced me that it was a good hobby, and I think that they did way better at that gun show than I did because I went there trying to drum up business, and they went up there trying to drum up business, and I'm pretty sure that they've made more out of me being next to them than I've made from that, or than I made from that gun show.
Well, I think it's very cool, and you guys are constantly sharing stuff with me, either directly or on Twitter about what you're working on, and it's all very neat stuff.
Well, I've got some keychains that I should go and get, and I also need to run an auction for this thing.
Oh, are you selling your plague mask?
I will sell the plague mask for the kids.
Oh, good.
I was gonna wear it on Halloween, but then you know what happened.
You got the scariest visitor of all.
I got the plague. Dance Dino Dance donated $10 and says, "What would you have chosen as a career if not for law?"
Professional Hades player.
I don't know that there's money in that. I don't actually know what I would have gone with. Like, I didn't really have any backup plans. So, yeah, it's pretty much just law.
Just law.
I guess crime. I'm kidding for the Law Society.
I would have done crime. Here, look. Here's the deal: criminal defense, crime, they're associated. I could have gone either direction.
And I see somebody saying professional cornhole player.
If we knew there were that much money in it.
How much money is there in cornhole?
Well, the Wall Street Journal's quote was, "If you're top of your game with the endorsements and the prize money from the tournaments, it's $250,000."
What? For a game called cornhole?
A game called cornhole, which is really beanbag toss. I mean, it is.
Yeah, but still, like, they call it cornhole.
Oh yeah, you can have all the fun that you want with it. We had a whole sequence yesterday on Hangouts and Headlines where we talked about undersized bags not fitting in holes. Absolutely.
And professional cornholers.
Professional cornholers. You get all the stuff with that article. That's why I loved it so much.
So, wow. That's well, the one that just was also kind of astounding was when I found out, like, I knew that there was money in fishing tournaments, right? But when I figured out how much money there was, I was like, holy crap. No kidding, you get cheating.
Yeah, well, that's the funny part of it, because part of that cornhole discussion yesterday was the Wall Street Journal linked to a number of others, and you realize that in the last 6 weeks, we've got the chess scandal, the poker scandal, the weights and the fish scandal, the size of the cornhole bags scandal. It's like, oh.
Although the chess one is interesting because I haven't actually seen any conclusive evidence of cheating.
Sure.
Like that one, I'm just like, wait a minute, what is the actual cheating? Because I've seen some experts saying, oh, he did better than expected, but I've seen some other experts saying, no, he didn't. The other guy just did worse than expected. And I'm like, okay, I don't know enough to parse that out one way or the other. Like,
that to me is a little bit like that poker discussion, right? I don't know if you saw that going around on social media, but effectively it was a play that wasn't maximizing of the chances to win, and they got the right card.
Yeah. I mean, it gets interesting because, I mean, I am not a top tier poker player by any stretch. And I remember the one, like the last time I played poker with any sort of cash stakes on it. So I'm sitting there and like the play I made was demonstrably a bad play. Like it was,
chances.
Well, I was chasing something that I shouldn't be chasing. And the reason why is because I was bored and I just wanted to go home. And I was just like, if I lose here, I get to go home. So I made this stupid play, and like the guy I was playing with, who is like a much better player, was like, he knew exactly what I was chasing. He's like, that is a stupid play, and I'm going to take all your money now. And I was like, cool. Because, my stake was something like $25, right? So I'm like, hey, I'm out $25. I get to go home now. Like, that is fine. Notwithstanding the fact that before that I was, down to. So, he's like, I'm taking you all in. And I'm like, all right, we're going all in on this one. And he lost because I got the like rare, like
you pulled it.
I needed basically a specific card, and he got so upset, and he had something like $13 left in chips afterwards, because it's like, well, I'm taking you all in. It's like, all right, well, you got $13 left. And he's just like, and he just like rage quit. And I was just like, okay. But I mean, it was a demonstrably bad play that just happened to get lucky. And I knew it was a bad play when I was making it. Like, then the whole point was to make a bad play so I could go home because I was so tired of that game.
Well, if I remember that story that was in the news the other day, it was the main thought was that she misread what her hole cards were and didn't want to admit it. Like, that's what makes the most sense for the play. And it's like, okay, I can see that happening. Table stakes games are weird, though, because like I remember vividly, playing blackjack or something. And I'm not a gambler. I'm not there very often or whatever. And like the anger you get if you don't play the You know,
Oh, blackjack players get real upset.
the statistically maximizing one, like you get this, like that's my card, that was my face card or whatever. It's like no,
Yeah, you've got no right to it. It's your card when you get dealt it. I've actually seen files where people have had people wait for them in the parking lot to tune them up on the basis of you were playing badly and therefore you cost me all this money. Because that's the other thing is, yeah, they just totally like a lot of those guys think that they are, if anything happens, they're like, this was the day I was going to win. This is the day I was going to win big, and it's all your fault that I didn't. And
why did you split your fours? I don't know. I was feeling it. Whatever.
Yeah. Screw you. That's why. Like, well, that's the thing is if your reason for splitting your fours was literally, I don't like you and I want to mess with you, that's legit. Like, well, you're allowed to do that.
You don't get a free drink when you split your fours and then the face card accidentally hits when it shouldn't have. They don't notice that.
Carmen Noseworthy, thank you. Congrats on a great fundraiser. With love from a newfie. Looking forward to a loopy runkle. That will be happening. Yeah, and I see, B-level pro poker players or pro pokers are insanely aggro.
Yeah.
It's funny because one of my relatives, and he's dead now of old age and has been for like 30 years, but he paid his way through college counting cards.
Yeah. And
he actually got disinvited from Vegas. All of Vegas. Because back in the day, like this was still when Vegas was a little rougher than it is now. So
I wouldn't want to count cards of the mob. I wouldn't want to do that.
Well, I mean, the thing is that it was still kind of mobby, but also like starting to get a little more legit. So the story he tells is basically he won a pile of money and he's at his hotel room and there's a knock at the door and he goes like, what the hell? I didn't order any room service or anything like that. And these two guys let themselves into his room.
Oh my goodness.
And like, there's these two big guys. And they're like, so, you're going to leave Vegas. You get to keep all of the money you won. Mm-hmm. We've got a hotel for you. It's out of town. You're going to stay there. Everything is comped. Like if you want to drink at the bar, it's free. If you want to, pound down the mini bar, that's free. But you are not, like, it was outside of Vegas limits. So gambling was not permitted there because it was far enough out. And it was like, and when your plane is going to arrive on, and they were able to tell him when his plane out was,
good Lord,
we will give you a ride to the airport. And he's like, and they're like, this is the nice conversation. Like, there's another conversation we can have, but this is the nice conversation. He's like, I think I will accept your offer. I will take, and they put him in this hotel. And literally, like, he walked down to the bar and they were just like, what would you like, sir? And like, whatever he wanted was free. He was buying drinks for other people and they're like, it's comped. But afterwards, they picked him up in a car. They drove him to the airport and they said, you don't come back to Vegas. And he's like, I understand. So he got on a plane and just gone. And he said, like, at the end of the day, if it was their hotel, the booze he drank was worth basically nothing. So it was just like, yep. But he also learned to like deck mechanics, or to be a mechanic, which is basically learning to mess with cards as they're dealt. And the reason why is because he ended up having to, like, he played a lot of just random seedy backroom table games. And he's like, and some of those you have to learn how people cheat so that you can see it. Yeah. And he said, like, he had days where he sat down, saw somebody, mechanic the deck, and he's just like, yeah, I just realized I have to leave. He says you never call them on the cheating. You just go.
I was actually going to
Because-
ask that, Ian. I'm glad you did that part of the story. I was like, well, what if someone's dealing off the bottom? What is the right play there? It's just walk away.
He says lots of those guys have guns, and you just like, oh, sorry, I like. And he said sometimes if they're really tough, the right play is to bet big, lose, and then leave. It's like, here is $250 to let me walk out is kind of the thing. Because it's just like, if you just get suspicious and you've only lost like $6, they're like, yep, they will, they may get upset with you because other people may make inferences. So he was just like, yep. And he's like, let me show you how this works. And he's sort of like, we're playing a poker game. And he's like, I bet you're thinking you got a pretty good hand. I'm like, yep. And he's like, yep, let's play through. And like, I'm sitting there with a good hand and he's sitting there with a better hand because he's like, yeah, the way this works is I feed you a good hand and I feed myself a better one so that you will bet heavy and then I get to wipe you out. I'm like, fair. He's like, so this is why you don't want to gamble unless you really know what you're doing. Because you can get absolutely... But they used to play bridge.
Okay.
And see B saying, appreciate all you do. Get some good snoozes in when the stream is done. Oh, my plan is to go down, like go into bed and just pretend to be dead for several hours. So what is it? Yeah, it's you got to sort of be careful about all of that. But yeah, he was just used to play bridge with a bunch of my relatives, and it was absolutely terrifying because you'd sit down. They tried to get me to play bridge because they're like, hey, you're smart. You could learn to play bridge. And the problem is my attention deficit would never let me learn to play bridge well enough, like not at their level, because I'd be sitting there playing, like I'd play a card and everybody would groan and they're like, no, you need to play this other card. I'm like, how do you know what's in my, hand? They're like, that's the game. I'm like, so like, I can't keep track of that in my head. I lose, I lose track of all of this, but yeah, I see people saying if you're counting cards and they do a dealer change, it's time to leave. Yep. Or if they come in and put you on a fixed bet, which is really common too. If you're winning heavily, they're just like fixed bets and you're like, oh, well, time to go. For poker, they're saying first rule of poker, look at the table. If you can't spot the sucker, you are the sucker. Yep. So, yeah, it's, you want to be really careful with gambling money to make sure that you are, not the person who's getting hosed. Because,
did you ever play?
And somebody was saying, when did I start? I started midnight my time. It is now just approaching 4:00 my time. And, yeah,
16 hours. It's a lot.
We just split the stream because YouTube only holds 12 hours of a live stream. And there's people going, I want to see this on replay. And I'm like, I don't know why. You could just hear me yammering on about movies.
Sometimes it's fun. Some of my favorite stuff that I ever had kind of on either in the background or just to relax were folks like the Easy Allies doing one of their marathon streams.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, those were always great because they did like 72 hours straight. But they had 9 people, right? So it wasn't, they'd go on shifts and sleep and things like that. But you'd get times where it was like 2 a.m. and somebody was playing, I don't know, Siphon Filter. And it's just like the surrealist kind of stream. And that's a lot of fun in and of itself. But I was going to ask you.
Oh, yeah, well.
Yeah.
I mean, at a certain point when you're at it for a lengthy time, it gets interesting. Oh, I don't like this build, but it's a functional build, but I'm not good at it.
No, it really does get interesting. You talk about whatever. I was going to ask you if you had played a game called Card Shark.
Called which?
Card Shark.
Is it a board game or a computer game?
It is a indie video game.
So, I don't think so.
Okay. It might be something you want to consider, maybe even for this stream. I don't know. I don't know what it costs right now. But it is a game in which you basically are learning how to cheat at cards during the French Revolution. And it has like 50 different mechanics for what those look like. And they're interesting in and of themselves to think about how you can manipulate cards and decks.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then, like I said, it's set with like Robespierre and all these various things. Yeah.
That's one thing I always like about indie games is they're like, let's pick a really weird conceit and we'll just run with that.
Right?
Like, we're going to do gambling in like, revolutionary France. It's like, why?
Right.
Because we can.
Yeah. I mean, and without going too much into it, it's kind of like, well, you're kind of collecting money to fuel the revolution, kind of. But it's all, it's an excellent game. It is one of the best of the year. So it just came to mind when you were talking about mechanics and things. I was like, oh yeah, you got the riffle shuffle thing where you don't actually shuffle half the deck, and you got the under the deck thing and a whole bunch of other stuff and then direct with signals and move cards into various places. It's fun.
Neat.
Yeah, it's fun. I recommend it. Yeah, it's indie. I think you're exactly right. It's like, well, indie space is like, what really weird thing can we do? Heck, even Hades is weird, kind of.
It's super weird. Like, hey, let's do, let's do Greek mythology as, like, we're going to make a big complicated plot about this. Like, who would have thought of that as like, hey, this is going to be a twin stick shooter, like, this is not what I would have expected from like anything.
When I see the chat says, does Spidey regularly talk about card mechanics? I bet he would. That is the kind of thing a magician would talk about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I figure there's a lot of overlap there.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, man, I think you got this, and I'm a little surprised.
You think I've got this?
Yeah, I think you got this.
This
is phase one.
I don't know. This is phase one, and he is clowning me a bit.
Well, in fairness, I can't see your full UI.
Yeah, I'm down to my last sort of respawn here.
I did see you take an early death.
The problem is that this build is slow, and you have to be fast in this fight. And it's slow and it's low hit points, because basically the idea is that you can use the special attack on this thing to regenerate hit points, but it's really hard to pull off when you're dealing with a guy who is basically like fighting a wood chipper. Because, yeah, he just sort of shows up and does this wood chipper BS. And you're like, that is wood chipper.
Yeah, it's a lot of big space.
So I don't know that I got this. If I do, it's going to be a lucky pull off. Yeah, I'm down. This is my last chance.
Well, I'm gonna choose faith, Ian. I'm gonna choose faith.
Well, that makes one of us.
I think it's pretty cool, actually. I've never seen somebody go hit Hades so many times in a row.
Oh, and that's game right there. Yeah.
I had faith in the heart, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, no, he got me quite badly there. So Girl Scout is saying, why can't you play a game where both? I don't play a lot of multiplayer games.
And the truth is, we didn't rig it that way, so I don't. It's not.
Yeah, I'm not really a multiplayer sort of player. I like how after they included this, they basically had to redo a bunch of things around the dog, around Cerberus, because otherwise people were what do you call it? Getting annoyed. Like they had to include petting Cerberus.
I was going to say, wasn't there a whole Cerberus interaction patch?
Yeah, it's like, people insisted because it's like, yeah, this is so.
For people that aren't in the video gaming scene quite as much, there's an entire, I think, Twitter profile, if not website, that's called "Can You Pet the Dog?" That is, if you put a dog or other kind of animal or cute thing in a game, can you interact with it? It's like, yep, there you go. Give the people what they want.
Well, and the other thing is, there's a whole thing about does the dog die? And thank you, Anonymous, for the $25 donation there.
Does the dog die? That is actually a good one too, because I do know people watch a dog in a horror movie or a video game or what have you, and want to know you better not do anything to that dog. Okay.
Yeah. Well, there's people who are just like, you can't have the dog die.
My daughter was really upset at me because we were playing Plague's Tale. This isn't really a spoiler. The very first scene has a dog, and then it doesn't. And she was like, why did you even make me watch this? It's like, oh
yeah,
sorry. It's kind of,
well, I remember seeing John Wick in theater, and there were people angry at this, at the movie when they're doing the whole dog scene. I'm like, fair enough.
That's an interesting data point, because I do think other people watched that John Wick was like, wow, he really went crazy over the dog. It's like, yeah.
I mean, the dog meant more than the dog.
It did.
It was sort of his moment. I mean, in many ways, it symbolized his path to not doing what he was doing. And they squashed that. But what is it? I did a video on John Wick's gun storage.
Did you?
Yeah. Where he's got the guns and so forth under the concrete?
Mm-hmm.
According to Canadian law, that would not be legal storage.
Oh, no.
Because there's no lock.
But it's like hard to get to.
Yeah,
No?
but there was actually a case where a guy walled guns into his house, and this was in his attic, so it was like a real pain to get up to. And they said, because the regulations specify that you have to include that you have to have a lock, there's got to be a lock in there. So for John Wick, he would have had to have built a lock into that somehow for that to be legal. I mean, the moral of that story is that Canadian law is dumb, but
I'd like to make the case that fully cemented in is a lock, but definitions.
No, it's there's actually a definition of what a lock is.
I knew definitions were going to get me.
Yeah. Definitions cause so much trouble. Andrea Laws, welcome to being a member there.
Perfect name.
So, yeah, that is a perfect name. Oh, I do not like the bow. Maybe that's enough Hades for a bit.
Okay. What else we got going on, Ian?
Well, I'm just going to look at the selection. I was playing Sniper Elite 5, which I was enjoying, but there were some people who were like, you should not play that game.
It's funny because we had talked about it. We talked like, what did we do on the child stream with the video?
Well, it wasn't that it was like children. It was like I am opposed to violence in video games, and I'm like, don't know what to tell you. Like,
I mean, that's the thing of it, right? I totally get that. And I don't like gratuitous violence either, in fact. But at some level, click, shoot, enemy dies is going to be a valid kind of entertainment option.
well, and I think overall, when you're looking at it, the Sniper Elite series has some of the most justified violence. In that
Nazis, right?
Quite literally, you are a soldier who, throughout the franchise, is shooting Nazis,
if not zombie Nazis. I mean, like, there's only a couple versions of this,
and I'm just like, yeah. I see somebody saying, "I like Keanu, but never watched John Wick. Is it worth it?" John Wick is a good movie. I like
it's
John
a very
Wick.
simple movie. I mean, I will
It
say
is a very simple movie. It is basically man kills everything.
Yep.
And so if you want to see a man kill everything in really stylistic, really well choreographed, fashion, it is the movie for you, because there is no better movie for man kills everything. The only contender in that genre is Nobody.
Do you like Nobody?
I like Nobody.
Okay.
I was actually kind of wondering if Nobody's, like, the character name was a nod to that.
No, I will tell you this. Nobody's actually a character name to the Odyssey. That is
Okay.
That's an Odyssey reference.
For the Cyclops.
Yes, as I mentioned, my daughter loves mythology and things, so it was kind of a inside for that.
No, fair enough. I did like Nobody as a movie, and I kind of like the genre of sleeper badass.
Is there more of a genre than John Wick and Nobody? Am I missing some?
There are others. It's a very common trope if you get into like old school samurai things.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. The retired samurai.
Yeah, or just like what's his Zatoichi. The whole character, who exists in a bunch of different things, is a blind masseur, like, because that was a whole thing in, like, hey, this person can, whatever, who actually turned out to be a badass swordsman. So like that sort of genre.
You're right. And I wasn't even thinking in kind of genre terms, because it's definitely a Western trope, right? The guy that did his business and is now on the family farm or whatever, and they kill
Unforgiven.
his kids. Yeah, it totally is a Western trope.
Yeah, it's absolutely like the guy who comes out of retirement and whatever else. The other one, have you seen? This is a movie that is interesting because it's got. I see Alex donated 100 some shekels from the Pope's crew, just sitting here playing Fable, watching you play Hades better than I could. Well,
Very
thank you. What is it? Here, I'm just going to pull up my face for a bit while I decide on another game here. And once I do that, we can do this so that it's not,
We're
so that
equally
it's
out of
equal
frame.
time there.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to think here.
Sounds like Outlaws. God, do you remember that game? The LucasArts first-person shooter from back in the day?
I don't, but LucasArts did some great stuff back in the day.
They had like full cartoon intros. Outlaws was great. Good reference. Radio-free Bavaristan.
I'm just thinking of some other things where there's sort of the sort of sleeper badass trope. But there's a movie called Revolver.
Okay, I don't know that one.
It is weird. And there's two versions of it, and I forget which one is the good one. Because one of them is really bad. Like, one of them, they sort of overly sort of settle. They sort of do too much explanation, and they sort of take all the joy out of it. But it's Jason Statham.
Okay.
Mark Strong, Ray Liotta. It's got a surprisingly decent cast. It's a 2005 sort of crime movie that is action, and it's Guy Ritchie. And it's one of these movies that like Guy Ritchie did, and it absolutely didn't go well for Guy Ritchie because like it did not get great reviews. But it has some interesting. You're probably not going to watch it, so I'll sort of talk about. Basically, the main character is this sort of criminal type, and he gets approached by somebody who's like, "You are going to die, and I can save you." And he basically presents him with all this like medical details and so forth. And he's like, "But in order for that, you have to work for me." And then it gets into like metaphysical concepts over like self-actualization and the things you have to do in order to achieve self-actualization. And basically it's a weird movie.
Okay.
But there's a moment in this where there's a character, and this is Mark Strong's character, who's Sorter. And Sorter is kind of this secondary self-actualization subplot. Because basically they've got a friend of Jason Statham's character who they're trying to torture to get information on Jason Statham. And they're doing so in front of his kid. And Sorter is sitting there going, and he's sort of this quiet, mild-mannered kind of guy. And he's like, and they bring the kid in, and he's like, "No, not the kid. Like, it's, we're not doing this." And the guy's like, "You're not in charge here, Mr. Sorter. So, like, you need to sit down and we're going to do this." And Sorter sort of looks at it, he thinks about it, and he makes a decision. And this is kind of a major element of the themes that are there, right? Like making these decisions about this. And so, he's sitting there and he's got a sort of gesture that he does sort of every time he's getting ready to sort of go to town, which is he sort of pushes his glasses up, and he just kind of pushes his glasses up and then proceeds to kill everybody. And it's like, all right, he made a decision about what, where his lines were. And, so, but depending on which version you're watching, this ends differently for him. And so one of the versions, they sort of is consistent with the theme, and the other one is completely not. And it's like, oh, okay. So I quite like it, but it's really abstract.
No, it's interesting because, yeah, that's definitely the genre for John Wick. You're right about samurais, definitely Westerns. I didn't like Nobody so much, and I know a lot of people that really did. And that's interesting to me because I think one of the things I didn't like about it is the notion of like he's in an unhappy marriage and he's not happy with family life, and then like getting ultra violent made things better, give or take. It's like, well, okay. That's an interesting thesis.
I mean, the reason why he's unhappy through all of that is basically because he's having to eat a lot of crap because he's unwilling, like, because he's unable to sort of, his family thinks he's useless.
Yep.
And he's unable to show them, like, listen, I'm actually a super skilled badass. Because he just can't. He's keeping that under wraps. So he ends up like eating crap over that for the longest time. And he's at work and same thing, right? And where he's just like, he can't sort of show off any of this stuff. So, I think it's more of a self-actualization in the sense of now his family knows who he is.
Okay.
And they like him better as a person who isn't completely useless, right? Because they're really upset, for instance, with the robbery because he just does nothing.
Yep.
And he's like, I'm doing nothing because I basically have two modes. And those modes are either let this go or kill everybody.
Yep.
And I don't really have an off switch on that. I dealt with a military guy who, in a bar fight, he took like 10 to 12 punches in the face. Just sat there like eating punches until finally he went and just broke the guy's arm. And the reason why is because he just didn't, like, he recognized that he's like, I don't know how to fight without really hurting people. So when this guy is there punching him, he's like, I'm just gonna, just gonna take it, right up until he couldn't. He's like, when I felt that I was starting to lose consciousness and this guy's still going, it was time to fight back. And then, of course, he gets charged because he broke the guy's arm. And I'm like, when we actually got the video, I was able to show the crown. I'm like, I will walk this in front of any jury you put this in front of. And I'm going to think they're going to be okay with my client. And they were like, yeah, fine. So,
yeah.
But
No,
I mean,
I appreciate the defense of it. Part of this is just like so much experience with movies or television or whatever is like the mood you're in at the time. Might not just been in the right mood for the movie, because I have a lot of people that I like in terms of talking about movies, but they're like, "Oh no, that's really good," and I just remember feeling cold at the end. But yeah,
and I kind of suspect, and let me know if I'm putting words in your mouth when I shouldn't. I kind of suspect that there's some aesthetic issues because, like, John Wick is very stylistic violence,
and nobody's
right?
grungy,
yeah. Whereas nobody is like really messy, right? It's he gets out of the bus and he is like beat to crap because it's a rough fight, and I'm like, yep. And I kind of feel sort of just from gauging sort of the stuff you like versus not. I'm like, I kind of feel like the aesthetics are part of it.
Certainly. John Wick is essentially dancing with the gun.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I mean, John Wick is a really cool movie, but if you're not into that, like if you're not into the darker sort of aspects of it, then you're just not going to like it.
Well, and the sequels make it more of a fantasy movie. It gets a little weirder as you go along with John Wick.
Oh yeah, because the sequels start getting into like the larger world, and the world is weird,
right?
So,
if you ever played the game Hitman, where I think the subtitle is usually called World of Assassination, it's like literally John Wick.
Well, except, I mean, Hitman is very non-stylistic because Hitman is move around and, like, ideally you're killing one person and nobody else knows, except a bunch of people later wake up in closets going, why am I wearing somebody else's pants?
What happened? I don't know.
I mean,
but Hitman can get pretty. Have you ever watched like clips of people playing Hitman at a high level, where it's you shoot a specific drink can 4 floors up and it can hit the lights in the right way to kill the person before you enter the level? I mean, it's that kind of stuff.
Oh, it's I mean, and the thing is like Hitman is interesting because they have like 6 different ways planned out as like the right ways to do it. And sometimes there's just a thing at a level where you can just like, I remember from one game, you could quite literally just be like, okay, I'm going to set off the alarm through something that doesn't actually count the alarm against you. But then when the guy walks out, you just like kill the guy just before he gets into his escape room. And you're just like, okay, I'm good.
That counts.
Yeah. It's just like, it is just, perfectly sort of executed in that fashion. So
they're great games.
Yeah, no, they're good games. I mean, Hitman is a puzzle game.
Yep.
And it's a puzzle game set in violence, but it's a puzzle game. So
no, they're absolutely puzzle games. They're just really intricate sandbox puzzle games. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing, Hitman also is one of those games that just annoyed the heck out of me. You remember what's her name? trying to remember who it was. The one person who was Feminist Frequency, I think, was her channel.
Anita Sarkeesian.
Yes, who, so far as I can tell, never played Hitman, but did a whole video about Hitman. Like,
unfortunately, the research level of a lot of that stuff is about that. Yeah.
well, like, Hitman always has kind of the subtext of the main character is a psychopath, like completely, but does have a soft spot for I don't want to harm specifically vulnerable women, is a running theme through it. And also there's kind of the further subtext that, what do you call it? That the sort of his handler specifically picks missions for him that actually kind of sometimes have him on the side of right. So, like, there's a lot of levels where you are this like amoral psychopath, but the people you're killing are actually way worse somehow.
Right. It's got a whole kind of Dexter feel to it because you're working for an absolutely evil assassination corporation.
Yeah. But like your handler, Diana, actually does have some ethics and like specifically seems to pick missions on the basis of like, I'm going to send you in on this one because in some cases it's like you are going to be the guy who can surgically take out the bad person who is abusing all of the vulnerable people around them. So they go on about this level that's in a strip club and they're like, oh, and there's, you know, she makes this big point about, oh, there's a, you know, a dead woman there. And I'm like, you know, and they're like, this is gratuitous because you flip this over a barricade. So then the police notice it and use that as a distraction. She's only a tool. I'm like, okay, the reason why it's important that she's there is because it makes it clear that the people you just finished murdering are in fact killing the women at the strip club. Like, they killed that woman. You are just there to take them out because they're horrible people.
Yep.
And in the course of getting that body to police attention, now the police are going to be able to be aware of what's going on. I'm like, you missed the whole point of this sequence. And yet she's writing these commentaries like she's some expert. And I'm going, did you not, like, you need to play the level and understand the level. And yeah.
See, the problem I primarily have with that kind of grift, right, is that like there is interesting stuff to talk about throughout gaming or any other media. And like I think she ruined it for a while and for a lot of people because there's like stuff, Hitman, sure. There was stuff about like Zelda and Mario and things that were misinformed. I mean, like it's hard because, you know, as somebody that talks about these things all the time, it's like here's how this is misinformed and what have you. And it's very easy to go, well, then, you know, you disagree with the very notion of analysis on this. It's like, no, but you do have to get your facts right, or else we can't have a good discussion about these various things.
Like, you've got to actually have a you know, a reasonable thing there. And I just want to give it or take a second here. Thank you to Andrew. That was a hugely generous donation to the Stollery Children's Hospital. $500. That's
oh my
huge.
Goodness, fantastic.
So that wow. Yeah, no, I mean it's frustrating when she's like got this one lens and she misses she misses the legitimate commentary in favor of like cheap shots. And yeah,
that is the frustrating part. And unfortunately, that kind of thing happens too much. She's not the only one that does that. That happens too much in gaming and in a lot of analysis, which is like, you take the interesting point and then you know, I just did a number of videos on the Helena Taylor stuff with Bayonetta talking about voice acting salaries.
Oh, yeah.
There's some good conversation to be had about that and exactly how you split the value of a game, especially if it's successful and you've got hundreds of developers and sound people and you have voice actors. And she's very clearly manipulating the message at all times. And that kills that conversation before you can even have it.
she was entirely the wrong person for that
Entirely.
conversation because she was being a grifter and
She took advantage of it, right? Because that first message, so much of gaming and in general is going to be like, oh, we want to take you under our wing and we're going to write the articles, the op-eds. And, you know, I do that first video where I'm like, there's not enough here. And when she says, this is what I was offered and I would only ask for a fair wage, it's like, okay, that's when you have to give me your number. And no. And it's like, you got to take a step back. So when that Bloomberg article comes out, it's like, yeah, it felt that way, guys. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was just bad.
All right, what do you got? What are you teeing up for us, Ian?
All right, I am teeing up Prey Moon Crash. So it's just going to take me a second here because I got to actually get this.
I think Ian did this deliberately because I have long said that Moon Crash is the superior version of Deathloop.
I actually think that they are both really good games. That said, I like both of them.
You got to shrink me so we can see your screen better.
Oh, yep. There we go.
Moon Crash. This is one of my favorite pieces of DLC in DLC history, which admittedly not super long, but a couple decades now. Moon Crash.
It's rare that I see DLC where I'm like, I would pay for the whole for this. Now I don't remember what exactly I was doing.
You're in the middle of a run.
Yeah.
All right, so folks who don't know, Prey is a game by Arcane Studios, who are famous for what we call immersive simulators, which is a terrible description that doesn't explain at all what we mean, but is basically first-person shooter-type games where you collect inventories and you manage resources and things. But why Moon Crash is amazing is that it takes the assets and the concepts of Prey, which is a standard kind of adventure for, I don't know, how long does Prey take? 15 hours, something like that?
Prey is itself a fantastic game.
Prey is excellent, and a lot of you. What you were talking about twists, Ian. Prey survives its twists. Prey earns its twists, doesn't it?
Oh, Prey survives its twists. Prey survives its twists just fine, and especially because Prey, it's actually like hinting at its twists all the way through, and it is entirely like you can quite easily figure out the twists pretty quickly as you go. I don't remember any of the I don't remember any of the controls here.
You might have to restart your run.
I might. I don't remember anything.
To put a pin on Ian's point, one of my favorite bits of Prey is that the very first thing that happens in Prey is you wake up and the radio alarm clock is playing a song called It's Time to Play Some Mind Games.
You know what? Let's fire up Prey because
sure.
Prey is just
stellar.
It's such a good game, and like Prey is one of those games that even like knowing the twist, I really enjoy the plot coming back to it.
Oh, and you heard me say twists because it kind of spirals on itself. It's a great game.
Oh, it's got multiple like it twists on you repeatedly in ways that I'm just like, and it's funny because I was getting to the end of it going, I'm pretty sure I know what the big twist is. And I was right. And it was not like, oh, well, that just, takes everything out. It's like, I just feel really glad that I was right about this because that would have been way cooler. Like the twist was actually a cooler plot element than, what we're looking at here.
The most important thing. That is perfectly said, Ian, right? And I feel writers sometimes get confused on this. If you did it right, if you foreshadow, if you let me play along with you, and then I get to the twist and it's like I was ahead of you by a few minutes or even a few hours, that makes a story full. It makes it complete. Yeah. It makes it work.
Yeah, exactly.
Christ, is that a 58-hour save? Did you fall asleep? Did you leave Steam on?
It's entirely possible. I've been known to do that. I don't know which one to delete, so I'm just gonna delete that one.
Have you ever played with like the trauma and the oxygen cracks and things?
Oh, that gets brutal.
It is hard.
I like how there's this choice, which actually has zero impact on the game.
That's true.
Because you have like no voice acting, basically. Actually, that's not true. There is voice acting for your character. So there is that, but
I like that that's the name Morgan because it works
Yeah.
both ways.
and I mean that just really cuts down on the amount of voice like so like how many lines they had to re-record.
Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March
Like
15th,
that line they can use
2032.
either way. I suppose there's a different arm if you pick the female body.
Yeah, I think some of this stuff is slightly different, but you're right. It's a very minimal amount. All right, so we've woken up.
You're burning daylight. Send the helicopter to pick you up. It's just a few tests. Don't forget to wear your suit. See you soon. Oh, listen, really great you decided to come on board. We're gonna shake things up, Morgan. Like old times.
So then you can read your email.
Yep, and the gist is that you are going to join your brother on a space station where he is conducting tests for your family because you're rich folks.
Yep. And you're largely rich folks because he is a bigwig scientist. But this part is basically just play with physics. You know, you can do neat stuff. And then you can...
Broke that mug.
I did. Now, guys, at the time, that was actually big physics stuff. And I see we were at 34,000.
Oh, my goodness. Awesome.
People are asking how I'm holding up. I'm not going to lie. I was flagging during Lawyers and Dragons.
Morning, Mr. Yu.
And, you know, that wasn't because of Lawyers and Dragons. It was
Heard there's
just
a chopper on
because,
the Must be for you.
you know, it was just like the timing.
You ever talk to
I've
that
got a bit of...
You ever talk to that person multiple times, Ian?
I think so.
I was just wondering.
You'll have to take the elevator. Down the hall. But you know that, I guess. Aren't you going to be late? You're supposed to keep going. You're going to get me in trouble. I can't talk to you anymore. These things can be tricky, you know?
So, you know, things are already a little odd.
The game does a lot of stuff like that.
Rare in the history. Thank you. There's actually an achievement if you manage to kill yourself on the helicopter.
Oh, I didn't know you could.
Yeah, if you jump into the helicopter blades. There's an achievement for like, you are the dumbest person ever. And like, this is super cool. Like, cause you're like, this is them showing off. Like, this is
we'll be on our way.
a big,
Transtar facility is just a short hop.
it's the credits.
78 degrees.
But
Skies all the way.
keep in mind, at the time, this was a like major. This is like a tech demo. Like, this is them showing off. Like, we can do a whole city and fly you through it.
That's a nice view on the bay there.
I always like that's a nice view on the bay there because it's like don't forget to look at our actual development house. We put it on the
Yeah.
the
I mean, it's just really, it's funny because like developers put a lot of time and effort into things like, how do we get you to, you know, look at this? I see somebody saying only Ian would be like, I wonder if I could jump into these helicopters. There's an achievement for it, guys. Like, they
Did you
actually
see the achievement first? That's the question.
And sometimes there is the interesting question of like, hey, can I, you know, what is it? Yeah.
Can I break
And I
this?
see somebody saying, is why are super chats off? Yes, this is a charity stream. There is one sort of thing. I don't want to go through and have
Here we
to
are, Mr. Yu.
like go through the accounting
Money
of like
glass on the
super
way out.
chats and
Good luck to you.
handing those out, because then I got to do math on how much I actually made and all of that, and it's really a headache. So this is not about me. So
Hello, Dr. Yu. I'm a Sybil 495 science class operator. Everyone's eager to see what you're capable of, Dr. Yu. I know I am.
so
I wonder why
Yeah.
he doesn't get subbies.
Modern state-of-the-art facility
What's that?
across the globe.
I just was wondering why he doesn't get subbies.
Entire
Subtitles.
Earth-moon system. It
Um,
won't be long before you're on a shuttle bound for Talos 1.
I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, I was just curious.
More than you. You have a 9 a.m. appointment in the testing facility. Please confirm.
All right.
I feel like this.
Over here.
I feel like this level of automation would be annoying. Like, please confirm.
Morgan.
No, I don't actually have that appointment. Like, oh, thank you, Valerie. So we've got Alex. Now you love you got to love the character design for Alex here,
You don't look
because
terrible
it's
in a
built for.
transfer uniform.
You can already tell
Neither
that
do
this
I.
is somebody you're built to dislike.
Still red. It seemed a little unconventional, but it's
Well, he's slightly
a
condescending in all of his talks with you.
breaking convention is in our blood.
Yeah.
Once you start the test, just do whatever comes natural. Don't overthink it. Dr. Bellamy's going to walk you through the process. You're in good hands. We'll be in orbit next week.
His intro has such a Half-Life vibe.
Oh, it really does. But I mean,
Listen,
having a Half-Life vibe is not a bad
I'll see
thing,
you
right?
after.
Nope. One of the classics.
But you can see how they actually modeled like a gut and so forth. Like they put a lot of attention into
I wish
you
I
know-
could show you what I've been working on.
into modeling him as like a sort of
You better get
Uh,
on there before
a
Bellamy gets
chubby guy
impatient.
with like multiple necks
Yes,
or
corpulent.
multiple chins.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Is that Wong from Doctor Strange? I have no idea.
Good morning, Morgan. I'm Dr. Bellamy. Looks like we have some tests to run through today. Probably not the kind of thing you're used to, I imagine, but trust me, you're going to do fantastic. All good? Great. Let's begin. For this first test, I'd like you to remove the boxes from the red circle.
I like it when they bake tutorials into a little
Go with your
Yeah.
substance here.
Okay?
yeah.
Wonderful. Press the red button when you're ready.
Make sure you can interact with your environment. Look at Ian go here.
Wonderful. That's. You're absolutely fine. Let's move on to room B then.
Also a little bit of foreshadowing there.
Mm.
If you choose to throw it at the glass.
Okay, Morgan, listen carefully. I'd like you to do your best to hide in this room. Take your time.
I love
relax.
this.
I
It's
love,
over.
this is so great, this little
You only
sequence.
have 9 seconds. Hit the red button when you're ready to start.
Oh, I've dropped to number 7 on the leaderboard.
Morgan, we can see you there.
Yeah, what do you want me to do?
Any synaptic register at all? No? No, that's fine.
Weird. Something's
So,
wrong.
let's get things moving, Morgan. Head into room C. You're doing marvelous.
Actually,
I like how they say you're doing marvelous, and it's like, clearly you're not.
I like the one dialogue bit that's like, oh, he seems to have tried to hide himself behind that chair.
Yeah. Well, I also like how there's red, like you've got no green.
All right. Here we go. For this test, please press the blue button across the room as quickly as you can in the most natural, intuitive way possible. Without
Here's a hip level barrier.
Yeah.
Do what
Press
you
the
do.
red button when you're ready. I'm sorry, can someone please explain to me what's happening? Simmons?
I installed exactly what Tina brought down.
Did you double check?
Speaker's still on.
I apologize.
I love that.
Having some trouble with the equipment.
Everything's
Not your
fine
fault.
here.
You're doing fabulous, actually.
See you in the next room.
One last room. Let's step into D. Can someone get me a cup of coffee? I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh God, someone has a reference to Stanley's
Morgan,
Parable, one of my
Have a
favorite
seat
games
at the
ever.
table for me, please.
Stanley Parable.
Wonderful job. Take a look at the screen in front of you. I'm going to show you a series of questions. Pick the answer that makes the most sense to you. Press start on the screen when you're ready.
Now, this actually comes up later.
Good. Looks like you've got the hang of it. Keep going.
This is a weird one.
Ooh, that's heavy stuff.
Heavy stuff.
Good. Next.
Poor fat man.
Almost done.
I like how push the fat man is still an option.
I'm impressed. Well done. Well done. We're nearly through it. For this next part, I'm going to display an image. I want you to take a good look at it. In a moment, I'm going to ask you what... my coffee. It's empty.
What in the world? I like how you caught that in camera, Ian. The game deliberately tries to get you to look down at that picture when that happens.
Yep. I may have played this a few times.
Maybe. It's so funny. It's exactly what I do. It's like, when does that happen? Oh, okay.
What's going on?
Sally's asking, how am I holding up? So far, so good.
He's alive. Sedated.
Clean it up. I'm on my way.
Got it.
And then...
Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032.
It's time to do mind games. Yep. Prey's just getting started, folks.
Oh, yeah, this is... somebody's saying, can we stab something yet? I don't know that there's much stabbing in this game.
There's a lot of really cool... I don't know if I'd call them weapons exactly, but things you can do.
Oh, yeah, that is true. If you've ever wanted to set something on fire, there's multiple ways to do that.
Honestly, I think the foam stuff is amazing.
Oh, that is a really cool weapon. I want to do a video on that.
Oh, wait, something seems to be off with your emails, Ian.
What's that?
Something
with my
seems to be off
emails?
with your emails there. They, I don't know, they don't seem the same.
I mean, this is just what people email me all the time.
Danger, leave now. Oh, DM me in your messages. Danger, leave now. EOM.
End of message. You know, it's just a sign off. So once again, you put pants on.
This is a pants required environment in Prey. Wait a second.
Yeah, she was a lot more alive the last time.
Hello, Morgan. It's time we spoke. My code name is January. You're not dreaming. What happened yesterday was real. If you want to know what's going on, first, you need to get out of your apartment building. You're not safe.
Now, I know that the wrench is a weapon, but it is just interesting to me how the first thing that your character does upon picking up the wrench is flips it into weapon-like grip.
You just need to be ready. Yeah, absolutely. Now, one of the things that's interesting about that call from January right there is that it's playing with the notions of folks that would be familiar with the game that's a classic in video games called BioShock, and some of the tricks that they
Yes.
play in that game. So you're kind of wary in the way that is probably arguably wrong in Prey. They're playing with your earlier experience as a gamer, which is fun.
Yeah, well, and here we get to the major mind screw. And this is like such a grand technical thing.
Oh my goodness. What?
Good. You're in the simulation lab. Now get to the end bit. I'll keep in contact.
I see people going, what the? Safe code is obliterated. There's a lot of people who are engaging in very poor password security in this game.
You know, it's probably the corporation's fault. They make it change it so often. They got to put it on a Post-it.
Well, I love this. Reminder about company password policy. Do not write down passwords and store them anywhere in your office.
After you just picked up the Post-it, yeah.
Yeah. So, there's that.
Yep, something was up with the testing.
Yep. Well, and also, why are they testing on us?
Super weird. Right, and you've already been introduced. We might not have read it, so we went pretty quickly, but you've been introduced to the concept of neuromods, which are essentially things you affix to your eye to give you things. We'll leave it at that.
They also talk about this being TOTC family. Well, thank you. They also talk about this being the like twist and loop wrench, and I'm just like, why would you put that in? Like, this is a stupid design for a wrench, I think. But they're just like, we're gonna make this a plot point. I'm like, no, it's just dumb.
It looks cool. It's a cool looking wrench. You know what? I respect the writers that are given these kinds of things and says, all right, you go justify this now.
So I love this.
Yep, a little bit about how they've been working.
So, replacement props. More booze. I don't know that I need the booze right now. Maybe I should take the booze. I'm taking the booze.
Oh, you were on top of that one.
Oh, yeah.
Meet the mimics. I will tell you, no matter how many times I play Prey with the music sting and the mimics being anywhere, it can still get me.
Oh, yeah. Well, because you end up doing this thing where you're looking around for like duplicated objects, and they can be all sorts of things, or they can just run around like that.
Oh, you got owned, mimic.
Yeah. Death from above. Death from above.
Yeah, they're just such a great conceit.
Oh, I mean, it is just entertaining as all heck that these things, run around and cause all sorts of chaos. And
if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Excellently said, not Sarah.
Yes, that one unfortunately cannot dodge a wrench. So then
Right?
we've got the helicopter, and it's like,
oh, that doesn't look right at all.
I love these little details.
Yep.
Yeah, and now we get to see the testing rooms from the other side.
Typhon cacoplasmus. Everyone calls them mimics. Be careful what you pick up.
Ah, that one. Oh no, I managed to avoid getting tagged. Nice. I thought it hit me. So Bellamy got hurt. Morgan's behavior. Alex has requested all orders go through him after Morgan's outburst at the debrief. Pending a psych evaluation, Alex indicated he doesn't want any more surprises from Morgan, nor do we. Granted, Morgan had forgotten everything from the last test, as expected, but the aggressive response to the same set of testing criteria was clearly a departure. So, apparently you have been experiencing what they're calling personality drift, which totally sounds reassuring, right?
I think everything's great. This seems like a great circumstance to find ourselves in.
Yeah, this is just wonderful. Everything is wonderful. Having the time of my life. Oh, I just saw Mimic doing its thing.
Nice. You got the one-hit kill.
It's nice when you can spot them before they do their thing. Because otherwise that thing might just let you wander past it, and then it'll
leap on you with a musical sting. You may or may not be very surprised.
Ha!
I didn't know that one was there at all, Ian.
I just saw the 2 coffee cups, so I was like, it seems to me that this was a place that you might only have 1 coffee cup. Press OK to reset the simulation. So we've got the TranStar roof. Now we can do a scene switch.
You mean that helicopter ride was completely fake?
Wait, I'm not going that far. That's just weird.
Oh, yes, and they call their hologram technology the looking glass.
Yeah, which is not creepy at all.
It is both creepy and also a reference to the original immersive sim makers, the Looking Glass team.
Now, this is a game that they should have made a VR version for.
Oh, yes, that would have given a few heart attacks. Well, that doesn't seem pleasant. Oh, no.
No one has been able to stop the mimics from multiplying since they broke containment. I'm going to help you stay alive. Just a little further.
Yeah, when you see 2 of something, kill both of them. Oh, except now we're in the land of everything has 2 of. So Bellamy is stealing data.
That's right. We don't just have creepy aliens. We also have industrial espionage and corporatization.
I mean, really the scariest thing is always corporations.
Oh, yes, and here's a little tutorial, right? This is the trick of immersive sims. If you've played Deus Ex or BioShock or Dishonored or anything like that, you've got the option to try to go through the vent or straight through the door or all sorts of kinds of things like that.
Yep.
I like he's doing it right. Exactly. I like Ian just kind of turning the corner and smacking his wrench on a chair.
Hey, yeah, there were 2 chairs.
Hey, you're right.
This is 1 desk, 2 chairs. I'm like, nope.
Could have been a cooperative situation. Instead, one was an alien.
So, I mean, this is a corporation. Who's cooperating? That's not how these things work. Oh, I mean, there being 2 boxes was plausible, but
it's free. You swing your wrench, it's free. You break plant boxes, it's free. Nailed it.
Yeah, I was like, I think I'm probably just being a little paranoid here, smacking all these things, but you know what? I'm going to smack them anyway.
Oh, the entire design of the game is to give you paranoia, right?
Yeah.
So you went and found the key card, which means you don't have to go through the air vent.
But I can if I want to.
If you felt like it, sure. You can see that Ian can't pick up what they're calling mimic tumors yet. There's an entire skill growth tree concept in this game. Give you the ability to do things like that. Oh, that, uh-oh.
That was a phantom. Type an Anthrophantasmus. Keep moving.
We're not going to make you try to figure that out yet.
And stuff you can't fix yet. Yeah, this looks totally fine, like the bloody footprints. Second floor.
Oh, he waited. He bided his time there.
He defrosted. I didn't think he did, but then he, yeah.
And here's, in my opinion, one of the best tricks Prey has is the glue cannon here.
Yeah. So the glue gun, A, has a great name. B, allows you to do things like you can climb on this, and so they show you that. They show you that you can make these little ramps to get up to places.
Yep, that's right. You're right. Exactly. That's a great point. They're demonstrating its capabilities so that if you're paying attention at all, you know that the gun does that.
And I saw a, there we go.
Morgan, there, in the foyer. Grab the neuromod you see in the display case. Normally it's a fake, but I swapped in a real one for you. The neuromods are critical.
It's such an homage to BioShock in this first level.
Install new aptitudes. I've already updated your transcribe with the list you requested.
Oh yeah, there's definite BioShock.
Well, if you've played BioShock, you got the plasmids are presented in almost exactly the same way. Like it's all, this whole front level is like, do you remember BioShock? Are you talking to a person that's clearly not using their normal name in a somewhat shady circumstance? Is everything already twisting around on your head? Welcome.
Yeah, well then you should be used to this. That's from above.
You got it. They gave you the sneak attack there.
Oh yeah, well it didn't know I was there. Now there's another one. There's and I didn't even see that one coming.
I got you a little bit.
Yep.
No.
But I got that one. I heard another skittery thing. There is another one out here somewhere. Well, let's stop with this. All right, and so if anybody is squeamish, now is the time to not look at this.
Actually forgot that. Are they going to demonstrate the first neuromod?
They are.
Okay.
So let's I guess let's go with repair. So, oh, I can show off my Jeannie donated 25 via Extra Life. Amber told me to do this. I could show off my fun content warning.
You got a content warning disclaimer.
I do. And it's useful for this point.
I love the button. What is that? Oh, right in the head. Good for you, Ian.
Oh, and then I've got the content warning over.
I love it.
Jill Sturgis, thank you very much.
The dinosaur loves it. The kids love it. That's cool, Ian. That is very cool.
Let's get you to the main lobby.
Murder, murder, murder.
A Ghost Blade homage.
Exactly.
So this is another thing I love about the space station here is it's basically Art Deco.
All right, that's a weird place for this.
Yeah.
You've got to spend a lot of time kind of looking around going, is this normal? And so when you see the two things here, it's like, where would the right one be?
And it makes you a little crazy.
It does. I have had plenty of times when I have very carefully snuck up on an inanimate object and beaten the heck out of it.
Sorry, real wet floor is wet sign. My apologies.
Yep. It's like, well, I feel like an idiot, but that is life. I see I need a swoop. I don't know what a swoop is. I don't know what a swoop is for.
So if you don't EDB or what Rob recently added, it's like it just indicates like a transition. So
okay.
It's like, EDB has like the multicolor arrows kind of come across the screen. And I believe, at least as Rob demonstrated to us, I wasn't following Frenzy last night, that he's got the unicorn swoop now.
I did see that.
If I know Rob, I'm surprised he didn't just hit the swoop 17 times just to see the unicorn come by.
I'm sure he did, just not like during the stream. So if I want, I can get up there right now because I've got the glue gun.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, thank you, Lashu.
See, for such a scary place, it just looks great. It's got a cool
I mean,
aesthetic.
They put so much effort into the into the aesthetics of this and the architecture.
Nice.
There we go. Now I can take some stuff that otherwise I was not supposed to be able to get to. But this is still locked and has no code. It just is really hard to hack into. Okay, those are chairs that belong there. Boxes don't seem too sus.
I don't trust you, boxes.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm just looking around. 3 chairs.
Well, you just gotta check them.
Yeah,
there's gonna be a lot of dinged up furniture after this game.
I mean, to be fair, wouldn't you?
Oh yes.
I mean, if
honestly,
I was actually in this setting, I would be trying to murder all the objects.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the scene in the movie you don't see, right? Is there would have been as soon as the apartment comes apart, and then these things take the form of other things and are jumping at you. There'd be a moment. There'd be a pause there. We reflect on our situation,
on our life choices that have brought us to this moment.
Just like, oh my god, there'll be a collecting of self.
I don't trust you, chair. All right, I don't have any way to get in there, I don't think.
You are almost at $35,000, Ian. How crazy is that?
Damn. That is super crazy.
And I can't quite
Awesome
fit,
job,
but if I
Jack.
could lift that. That is amazing. Do I have a way to get down safely, or am I going to have to go down my careful BS? Yeah, it looks like this is the safest way to get down.
All right, I did want to give you like a 5-minute warning on me. I gotta go get ready to watch my Michigan Wolverines play football.
Oh, nice. Are you expecting them to win?
I am expecting them to win, which is often when they get you. But yeah, no,
it's because they're just pretending to be a winning team.
Ain't that the way? Whenever you're watching that sports ball, it's always, will the next team expose us as the horrible players of sport that we are? So no, I think Michigan's favored by 26 or something like that. So we'll see. But
oh, nice.
Yeah, they should. And then my intent is after the game, if I'm still conscious after the game, my intent is to see what's up over here. But I do want to go watch that.
You made it. Ready for your first real view of the world?
They also do some wonderful imagery of the corpses.
Story through environment. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're not just like, hey, here's a dead person. It's like, oh, here's an extremely creepy dead person.
Yeah, look at this big giant room. Reminds me of
one of
the reveals in Dead Space.
Oh, Dead Space is such a good game.
You gonna give the remake a try, you think, in January?
Yeah, I think I will.
It is a good game.
I mean, Dead Space 3 was not super great.
Well, they're not remaking Dead Space 3 yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not supposed to happen.
What? I think that is a properly functioning space station right there.
Careful. You need to get to your office. I've updated your map. There's a video you need to see. I know you have a lot of questions.
This better not be porn.
Secret Sarah McSquirrel says, have you played There Is No Game? I love There Is No Game.
I have not played that one.
Oh my goodness. There Is No Game is awesome.
I am not at all familiar with that one.
I won't tell you anything. Full recommend.
All right.
There Is No Game is great. Stanley Parable is great. Stanley Parable Super Deluxe, if you haven't played it, is amazing.
I've played Stanley Parable, although I haven't played it in a while.
Super Deluxe is marketed as nothing. It is actually basically Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, cool.
It is one of my favorite games of the year.
Oh, crap. This is where you get clowned, is when there's two of them.
You did all right. What status did you earn there?
I think status is tired.
Oh, you ran out of stamina? Cool.
Yeah.
Well, Blood Rush does point out Callisto Protocol is only a month away from the original designers, I believe, of Dead Space. So hopefully that's good. Their trailers are very gory.
I mean, Dead Space is not a game that plays around with.
Well, what's funny,
that
the
like,
Dead Space remake videos that we've seen with like the dynamic lighting are like, oh, that's much worse. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, but they were pretty bad in the first place, right?
It was already a scary game, and then they're like, well, look what we can do with lighting now, and it's like, oh, fantastic.
Well, and you remember the images with like the babies and so forth.
That one, EA was a little edgy there for a few years.
Yeah, before they, kind of lost.
Gave up on game design. Yeah. Oh, that was fun. You got a finishing move there.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. Now it's important to murder all of those things because they are actually worth like useful components.
Chaucerian Fraud, I can't speak for Ian, But I will tell you that Soma is perhaps my favorite horror game of all time.
Oh,
yes, I have played it.
I haven't finished Soma, but I want to. Soma, as far as I've gotten to it, does like a whole bunch of interesting things with like, so let's casually walk you down like the moral event horizon. That's going to be a thing.
Soma is mediocre, might be too mean. Soma is an average kind of, oh, there are things to avoid kind of game. On a philosophical and existential level, it is firing way above normal video game story.
Yeah. Because it's there's just little moments where it's like, oh right, let's totally just mess with all of your expectations and
your expectations, make you ask questions about your existence, whatever we feel like in Soma.
Yep. Here's some really tough, moral problems. Solve.
Chaucerian Frog, gameplay is average to poor. I would say it's average. I don't think it's poor. It doesn't care. It's going to tell you environmental stories, and it's really concerned about its narrative. So Soma is highest recommendation.
There's places in Soma where you're like, why am I having to do this task? Especially a lot of the like avoiding stuff.
Yep.
And I'm just like, I don't really care to avoid the stuff that they're, like, just get me to the next philosophical puzzle, please.
Well, and it's one of the reasons why Soma actually introduced a basically safe mode, I think they call it, or something, where you don't have to deal with that as much. And it's still as good of a game because that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, the point of Soma was never the
static balls.
Yeah. Like, those are just a thing that exists, but you're like, whatever. I don't need those. I don't need this plot to, to make the game make sense. All right. I'm just trying to collect all the stuff on the way to...
Well, yes, thank you for asking me about Soma. I'm always happy to preach about Soma.
Oh yeah, and that's one of the games where we definitively agree.
Well, we like strong narratives. You just require more gameplay than I do.
Yeah. And I mean, I just require an ability to get to a narrative. Hint.
Someday, man, I'm going to just have a 6-hour stream. You're going to come on. I'm going to explain my view of the subtext and text of Immortality and why it's one of my favorite game stories ever.
Yeah, I'm just going to be like, is there actually a story to it?
I can promise you there's a story. You just don't like how it's presented.
That's fair. I mean, show me the story. Don't like make me beg for it.
I'm just going to assemble a 6-hour video. You're going to love it.
Will I? Is this a promise or is this a threat?
Well, I'm a lawyer. I don't make guarantees, Ian.
That's fair.
I think you are highly likely to love it.
That's fair. They do a lot of like, we changed the codes.
Logan Perkins, if you like horror games, you need to try System Shock 2 with or without the upgraded graphics pack. Logan, I had a poster of Shodan for the entirety of my college career, much to co-counsel's chagrin.
Co-counsel was like, seriously?
Yes, she very much was. Can we get rid of the creepy, I think she said alien face. It's a computer.
Yeah. You're like, no, we can't.
Good morning, Carlos.
Nope. I had a System Shock 2 poster up for the entirety of college.
I mean, that's just good taste.
It's an incredible game.
Oh, it is.
Co-counsel asks, was that the scary one? Indeed it was.
I like how your assistant's password is "Oh my god, hot boss."
Well, what can you say?
And it doesn't matter whether whether you're playing a male character or a female character. Your assistant apparently had the hots for you.
Yeah, checks out.
So
you're making good time on this, Ian.
Well, I've done this sequence before.
This has been your home for the last 3 years. The video should be on your workstation.
All will be answered.
Yes, but more importantly, the neuromods are on my workstation. Teleconferencing key card, which is how they make sure that you don't skip this part.
I like the simultaneous game design breakdown. Crafting system on this is really fun.
Yeah. Oh, I transfer all the junk. I love this machine.
In function or design?
Yes.
Yeah, so here's like one of the cool parts of Prey, right? So they've got this recycler here. You could pick up basically anything, turn it into those blocks of stuff, and then use that stuff to make other things. So it means that everything is basically potentially important to what you're doing, and is a really cool thing for a game like this.
Yep, and I mean, there's stuff like, oh, this food in the thing.
God, I can't. I did a whole run. I was out of green, and I went smashing plant windows and grabbing organics.
Yeah,
so just fun.
Banana or Kingsway sparkling wine, huh? Convert to
whatever.
Convert to little blobs of goo. But the best part is that also includes you get like exotic material, which exotic material is you convert the monsters you kill into goo that you then plug into the thing.
Seems like there could be some pretty cool applicability of exotic material and Typhon stuff in general. Depending on exactly how Typhon you want to get. Which is one of the interesting beats of the game. And yes, I gave you my 5-minute warning 12 minutes ago. I'm having too much fun. You can't kick me off. What an odd note. I would like this in my office, by the way. I don't have nearly enough secret doors.
Hello, Morgan. Tough day, right? If I'm talking to myself, it must be. Your memory's chock full of holes. I know. Sorry, but it's permanent. So the first thing you need to know is you can trust January. It's an operator, a sort of backup of you and me. It knows what you've forgotten. We've been testing a new kind of neuromod based on the Typhon organisms, mapping their neural patterns onto ours. Problem is, when you uninstall a neuromod, it resets your memory back to the moment you first put it in. That's why you forget. There's supposed to be a process to bring you back up to speed between test runs. But someone could just skip that part, turn a single day into your entire life. Well, that's exactly what Alex did. The question is, why? You're not going to like what I have to say next.
Oh, no!
All right. Hopefully my audio is back up and running. I saw people mention that it went out.
I found every one of those damn videos. Sorry, but I can't let you listen to that. Not until I've had a chance to explain everything in person. For now, just... Damn it. I have to go. Just sit tight. Please.
Lucy F. I used to work for my state's only children's hospital. So that is fantastic. And noting that neurodivergent professionals help.
Alex cut us off from the Looking Glass servers. Time to improvise. I suggest you search Dr. Calvino's workshop in the hardware labs. He invented the Looking Glass technology. You might find a way to restore the server connections there. I'm looking for another way to help you in the meantime. Good luck.
Now, this is one of those places where idle animations don't necessarily help, because you're sitting there watching it. It's like, I'm your backup. And then it goes to like pounding the wrench into your hand menacingly. I'm like, maybe not the reaction.
I don't know. I'm ready to fight Alex. What was that message?
Oh, Alex, I mean, they definitely have you like, hey, let's go to town on Alex.
Hey, bro.
Betsy, thank you very much. Yeah, hey, bro, what do you mean I can't listen to the video of me?
I trust me.
Yeah, I trust me. You're just the fat man.
Good question. I don't know if I trust you.
Well, I like how there's an achievement, which is push the fat man. Did you know that?
I did not. Is that for answering the psychology question twice that way?
No, that's for killing Alex.
Oh no. I don't know why that would ever come up.
I mean, does he seem like the sort of person you might murder? He seems like the sort of person I already want to murder.
It seems like there's weird stuff going on in this space station.
Nope. Anonymous, thank you very much.
Here's funny.
And then we get a tutorial, combat basics.
Here's the funny thing, Ian. So one of the things that I wind up doing, oh my gosh, throughout like this entire section is like grabbing these turrets and like wheeling them around.
Oh yeah. I mean, the turrets are super helpful.
The first time I played this game, it was basically like go 6 inches to a place with objects, put turret down.
Yeah. Let turrets solve problems.
Yep. The pistol was a lie. Like the cake.
Worse than the cake, because the pistol's useful.
Clearly, everything on this space station is completely normal with no unusual occurrences at all, says Randomizer. Yeah, it's all check out. It's definitely always the case that there should be no people here whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, if there were supposed to be people, wouldn't there be people?
Oh yeah, it didn't. That one didn't fool anybody. Sorry, Mimic.
Yeah, no, it thought it was being clever. It's like, nope, murder, murder, murder. I'm like, I don't trust that. There's multiple glasses for the booze. Now, if you feel inclined, you can use these things to get across here. Because there's lots of ways to get around problems. Law and Lumber. Well, thank you.
What in the world, Law and Lumber? Fantastic, Rob.
Rob, you've got a link. Are you popping in there? Oh, and I see Detective Seeds saying still going strong. I mean, I don't know if that's exactly the case.
We don't know that Detective Seeds isn't just saying he's going strong.
That is true.
Oh, 35 from Rob. Yeah, of course. Congrats on 35,000, Ian. That is awesome.
Well, that's amazing. I feel like the Stollery is going to be like, what the hell? Not in a bad way, mind. They're just going to be like, I forgot just how awful the sound effects are. This is also one of my favorite favorite weapons. Huntress Boltcaster.
Oh, okay.
Do you see what this is?
That looks like a Nerf gun.
It is a Nerf gun. That's all it is. But you can use it to annoy things.
Oh, poke mimics. Yeah.
Yeah. So if there is something that you think is a mimic on the ground, you can prod it and see. It also lets you push buttons from a distance. D, thank you very much.
If you're having trouble accessing a system, please send a help alert to security.
So just poking around, stealing things. It is kind of creepy that you're taking used cigars.
Like I said, I like that they make that kind of even conceptually okay, because you can break down the cigar. Like, you can break down everything.
Yep. I mean, not every item, like this coffee cup you can't break down. But, yeah. All right. I am going to create new save. I'm going to switch over to Moon Crash.
Okay. Well, I think this is a great time for me to take my leave for right now, Ian.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry to leave you for 3 hours or so.
But it's all good.
Hopefully I can pop back in afterwards and say hi.
I might hold off on Moon Crash then until you get back.
Okay.
But
my plan is to pop back in after the game. So I can't do 24 like you. I could do 5 right there. We'll try to do a little bit more after the game. But you're a madman, and I think it is so awesome what you're doing for the kids, chat. I think it's so awesome for the support that you were giving to Ian. Go Blue, and hopefully I will be back.
Go Blue.
All right, man. I will talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. All right. I'm just trying to figure out what to do in the meantime here. Maybe I'll switch this back to face. There we go. I'll just make sure Rob's got the link if he wants it. Oh, I can feel my brain going, and struggling. So I think that's the right link. Just sending it to make sure people have got it. Let's try some 7 Days to Die. Oh, and I see pull my leaderboard up for a minute. I am number 6. Wow. So I've displaced Alpha Rad, who has like 2 million subscribers. Displaced Fargo Brady. Studio Wildcard. Who are they? They are a team captain. And Survive the Ark. So they're playing Ark Survival Evolved. I'm just looking at this. Is Studio Wildcard the makers of that? I'm just now looking. Studio Wildcard. Yep, they are a game developer. And they are the makers of Ark. Okay, well, that is interesting. So, like, you're the top human, Runkle. Everyone else is a team. I think that is correct. So I think that I am the top player that is not a group of people. So that's cool. All right. So 7 Days to Die is doing some additional installing. Ian Support Squad. Awesome. Now somebody's asking, have I drank any liquids recently? I've been drinking Coke. Thank you, Yoshi Bunny. Genealogy is asking, where else is Ian streaming? Just here. And I'm about to open a can of Red Bull. Oh, that's not a good sound. 7 Days to Die is struggling on the load up. All right, I'm going to need to do a new game. Extra life. Server visibility not listed. Good. Someone says I need to drink water. This is mostly water. All right, let me pull this up so that you guys can see it. It's not super useful if I'm playing a game and you guys can't see that it's there. There we go. All right, this is going to take a little minute to generate a thing. Charles LePage, thank you very much. Someone says, I hear it's a mad snowstorm in Edmonton right now. Is that true? I don't know. I'm going to take my sword and look at the window. It is snowing in Edmonton. I just had to reach out to... The thing about caffeinated beverages dehydrating you is a myth. Cassie says, of course you have a sword at the ready. I have 2 swords at the ready. Here's the other one. Nicole Blocker is saying, what game is this? This is 7 Days to Die, which is a zombie game. Crystal, thank you. Thank you for all you're doing, Ian. Much appreciated. Runkle style. Check weather with sword. Yes. Well done, Ian. You were smashing it. I'm surprised. Frank McFeagle, I appreciate the reference there. Does this sword also grow in blood like glitter blades? No. Somebody says, Ian, it's been snowing all day. I have not been outside today. Anna Marie Sonic for Ian's facial hair. Oh, thank you. Nope. Are we ready to go? Initializing world. Someone says, do you know from experience that blood won't grow the sword? Have you tried it? Do you think I have a sword that I own that I haven't accidentally cut myself with at some point? Come on. Like, this is just how we roll here. So, yes, I have absolutely bled on the sword. I see that lady needs a bath. Yep. Ian needs a day of sleep after this. I'm not going to get a day of sleep, but I am going to get hopefully 14 hours. So that's going to be the plan. 14 hours of sleep. Susie Q42, thank you very much for the donation there. How long is this going to take? Man, after the updates, this is slowed down. Uncivil Law says sharp things sharp. Yep. Is the sword connected to your soul now? That's a big assumption. You're assuming that I've got a soul. Hey, the chatbots have actually started subscribing. Let me... Oh, and thank you for nailing that. All right. All right. Gather plant fibers. Remember, the first step to anything is punch tree to get get wood. All right. Now it wants me to craft a bedroll and then place a bedroll. Now, I don't necessarily want to place the bedroll out here, but I would kind of like to find a building for that. Oh, hey, that's a trader. And that's a military base, which is going to be full of explosives. So we're not doing that. All right, and I've got people insisting that I drink some water. So, water. Oh, somebody's saying my sure subscriber mode is on because I did a second stream. That is an excellent point. Let me just see about that because that may be a thing. That is correct. It was not subscriber mode on. So we're going to fix that. Just so we don't get too overrun with the P-bots. Thank you. That's excellent point. So there's a barn. There's a pig. Kind of a menacing pig. Pig looks out for her. Looks like it's causing trouble. I don't think I want to mess with the pig. He's going to go, hey, call me Mr. Pig and cause me difficulties. Let's see. How about this house as a base camp? What do people think? This house? Or do I want a different house? Anonymous donated $50. Thank you very much. All right. Gotta start. Oh, there's a chicken. Craft a stone axe. Yep, there's a guy coming. Wants me to make clothing. And then it probably wants me to wear the clothing. Which just seems unreasonable. New journal entry, dysentery. That doesn't sound good. All right, now it wants me to craft a wooden club. That seems like a good idea. And then it wants me to make a bow, but I don't have any equipment for making a bow. All right. There we go. Now I can hand out some naps. And it wants me to craft a frame shape. There we go. It wants me to upgrade the frame shape. Done. Somebody's saying, is Runkle not wearing pants? I'm wearing pants. Just in game, I wasn't wearing pants. Because you don't start with pants for some reason. There you go, free nap. With purchase of nap of equal or lesser value. Pipe machine gun. That seems excessive. And they want me to locate the trader. Hey, it's a good game. I see the person saying their husband walked in and recognized the game. It's a good game. 6.5 hours left. Well, so far I feel okay.
Oh, wait, it says talk to Trader. Trader lives in here. Why is it leading me that way?
If you got the dukes, I'll make the time.
All right, let's pick the one that's closest.
You need some work? Do hurry. I have a protection payment coming up soon.
I don't know why I'm looking at her inventory. I don't have any money.
Every time someone was just looking.
Number 6 on the leaderboard. See somebody saying home stretch. I mean, yep. Just there's a long way between now and then, and it's gonna start hurting. Why am I getting attacked by an ambush pig? Why, ambush pig? Why? Somebody says, can you cook it? I absolutely can. And you know what? That is on the game plan. All right. But I don't need to carry around all this crud with me. Let's go to the rally point. Yeah, I don't like that piggy at all. Well, this is going to kill me probably. Yeah, that was a really dangerous encounter to be finding in your first clear. Ah, well. This is 7 days to die. How much time is left on the stream? I think about 6.5 hours.
All right. Well, I got my butt kicked and got infected in the process, so that's not great. And I got a sprain. Anonymous, thank you very much. See, Chaucerian Fraud says you got a metal pick. I did. I won't be able to fix it for a while, but it's good to have. That said, this game might not be actiony enough. So I just realized that the next thing I'm probably going to have to do is sit for minutes at a time.
Well, aren't you? Wow, I didn't think you had it in you. Good job.
Mm. All right.
Really? Well, okay then.
Sharon is saying, does the time change for you in Canada tonight like it does for me in Kentucky? I believe it does. Kizzy Jr. is saying, when was the last time I got up and moved around? It was several hours. I see the thing about daylight savings is for farmers. Most farmers actually opposed daylight savings when they implemented it. It's designed to get you to try to use less electricity. It was not altogether successful. This is a really narrow staircase. Thank you to Susan McKinnon. Great to see the fundraiser going so well. Kicking butt over other fundraisers in Edmonton. Well, thank you. I am curious about how many other fundraisers there are in Edmonton. Maybe I'll have to pause in a second and check that out on the leaderboard. This item needs repairs. What do I look like I am, Mr. Fix-It? Ah, I got killed. All right, I'm going to check about the leaderboard here. All right. Search by Alberta. So the next highest in Alberta is at 10,500. Animathon has 8,000. So that's pretty good. I'm going to check Canada. Next highest in Canada is at 12,000. So, wow. Somebody says, any thoughts on the movie Contact? I don't really remember it that well. Thank you to Mythos Manor. Sorry if I missed some. It's not intentional. It's just... Michelle Meyer, thank you. Woot, level up. I have played this before, but as you can possibly gather, I'm not necessarily good at it. Yep, and hey,
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
You look like you needed some help. How are you doing?
I'm tired, but such is life. Catherine Segovia Spehar, thank you very much. Hope I'm pronouncing that properly.
You seem a little worn down, my friend. I figured I'd try to keep you a little company.
Oh well, I appreciate it. I am still conscious, but it's a long day.
It is a
Go with
long day,
that.
but you're doing good work.
Oh, absolutely. It's just it's like, oh man.
Ian is currently
Who
at
knew?
35,871 on Extra
Damn.
Life for Children's Miracle Network Hospitals, and then
Who knew that there
solidly in 6th place.
Who knew that 24 hours was so many hours?
$86,400 seconds.
That's a lot of seconds.
Cat's
Ugh.
saying that you need to get up and move and stretch or something. You want to like take a break or?
Yeah, maybe
Well,
I'll
just-
take a few just to grab a drink and sort of wander around a little bit because that's probably a good idea. I've been sitting in my chair for a while. All right, I will pause for a moment here.
Let me
I
throw a
see
Fall Guys while you
Theo-
guys are doing and play with the chat for a while. We'll have fun.
Sounds good. I will let you take over for a moment, and I see somebody saying that I should check out the comments. Where are the comments? I'm just looking. I don't see where the comments are that people are pointing to. Oh, thank you, Anonymous.
Currently, someone called the Stollery CEO left a comment on your fundraiser
Yeah, I'm not
page, offered a tour. I don't know who that is, but
well, that's the CEO of the hospital. So
oh,
I
okay,
don't.
that's cool. That's nice.
I don't see it. I don't actually see it on my thing. So,
You're going to get the VIP treatment. Maybe they'll name a wing after you.
I doubt that very highly. I suspect it's, hey, do you want to have a look around and so forth. But I'm not sure where people are saying that they're seeing the. I don't see the comments at the bottom.
Well, I'm
or
sure
I
it'll
see
still
a
be there. You'll find it eventually.
I see a section saying comments, but I don't actually see the comment that people are referring to.
Yeah.
So, all right, I will.
Let me
what is
put
it?
this up first, because I can't select things once you're gone.
Oh, right. Yep. I will.
Fall Guys
bring that
client
up.
is still loading. Hopefully, it's thinking about something. Let me make sure the world doesn't come apart, and then you can leave.
Fair enough. I see. Look in the comments and then load more. I don't have any comments listed. Maybe it's just like, maybe I'm using the wrong browser. I'm trying to load it in Chrome just to see if it's if that's the issue.
Oh, did we get it loaded? Is it loading? Hey, look at that. I think we're going to be okay. I wants to know my date of birth, really? That's all right.
Yeah, somebody saying select donations tab. The donations just lists the donation. Renee Muller, wow, somebody donated 2,000. That's nuts. But I don't see the one people are mentioning here about.
Okay, I think we're good.
Oh wait, when I click donations and then move back, then I see some comments. So. Oh. So. Oh, cool. I do see the thing from Mike House. I will have to get in touch with him. All right. So it looks like you've got that up and running.
Yeah, take a walk around the park.
So yeah, I'll go take a little hike here and try to, Regain some brain function. All right, be back in a moment.
Okay. All right. Well, Ian is gone. I'm going to host a little game of Fall Guys for you guys. So if you like, the code is up there for you to join the show, as they call it. You get to play with me and play with other people in chat. I6ECU is the code. Fall Guys is available on Epic Game Store for free. It's very easy game to play, very, very low barrier to entry, just a fun little party game. No muss, no fuss, animated fun, exciting, and it's available to you to join. So all you have to do is download the game on Epic Game Store, which I think is also available on other clients like Steam. Well, it might be available on Steam. I think it's available on Nintendo Switch and other things. So, you know, all those things. And hopefully you guys want to join, or not. I'll just play by myself and show you how much fun it is. Let's see if anyone here wants to join. Otherwise, I'll just vamp around for a while. Can we have the music again? I'll see what I can do. Is it cross-platform? Yes, I believe it is cross-platform. I believe it is cross-platform. All right. Well, while your guys are installing that, I'll play by myself for just a little while, and we'll play a game with the chat here in a second. But I don't want to just have nothing happen, so I'll just show you how much fun it is, ugh, and then you can download it yourself. So it should be available on pretty much any console of your choice. On PC, I think it's available on all the things, and it's all cross-platform, so anyone can play from any platform, and up to 60 people can play. So that's everyone basically, I think. And I'll just play a game with random people in a random lobby for the moment, and then give you a chance to get the game up and loading, and we'll give it another try to see if the chat also wants to participate as well. How do you join me? Well, I'll have to give you the code, right? So I'll have to give you the code. So I'll give everyone in chat a chance to download the game, get it up and running and stuff like that. Charge their Switch if it's dead, plug it in, whatever. I'm this little guy in the back here, orange and blue. It's pretty easy. Just try to. Uh-oh, I fell down. My butt handed to me right now. All right, I made it. Yeah, it's like Ninja Warrior's kit version. That's a good way to put it. Am I able to turn with game sound? Yeah, I can do it this way. Will I dance when you hit 40 short? 40,000? Sure, what the hell? This is called Fall Guys. It's available on the Epic Game Store on PC for free. And I think it's available on just about like every other game store for free as well. So I think it's available on PC, PlayStation. It's available on Nintendo Switch, Xbox. I think it's available on all the things. And as you can see, it's just a really easy, simple game to play. No muss, no fuss. It's really easy to play. Little playing around, jumping, and get to do some obstacles and stuff, and it's all fun. And as soon as I lose, I will try to start another game thing for us, the ones in the chat, and that way you can play with me and play with other people in chat. See, isn't that fun? It's a way for us all to play a game together. How much fun is that? We can all play with each other in our own private room just for us. Yay! Can I try to survive for a few more minutes, please? Well, I'll see what I can do. Fall Guys, Epic Game Store, and I think every other game store. It's all cross-platform, so everyone can play despite what platform they're on. It's all free, I think, everywhere. It's an easy party game, man. It's easy, no muss, no fuss. It may be available for Steam as well, but it might cost money on Steam. I know it's free on the Epic Game Store, but you can also check out Steam. Oh, come on. No, don't fall over. Yeah, it's on Epic. It's on Epic Game Store, guys. It may not be available on Steam. It's on Epic Game Store for free. Epic Game Store also has a lot of free games. They like give a free game out every week. It's actually a pretty good site to play games. Not all of them are great, but hey, free games. And this one is free. I think the beer needs more votes. Link me. I can't bring you in because only Ian's the host. Good logic. But when he comes back, I'll make sure to send him the link. But I can't bring you in because I'm not the host of the stream. So I guess I could send you a link. I just can't bring you into the stream. Go. Let's go, baby. Ah. Ah. All right. How are we doing? Oh dear. No. All right, there we go. Oh no. Eliminated, but that's good news for you guys because it means we're going to try to do another group session. Ooh, nice. All right, let's try again. All right, guys, TMSKT is the code if you want to join me. And we'll play one by ourselves. We need at least 10 people to join, and we can have up to 60. So all you have to do is go to the custom selector, type in the code, and you're good to go. TMSKT. Seven of you have currently joined. We have room for up to 60 of you. 8 of you have joined. 9. 11. Great. We have enough to join, but I'll give it just a minute more for other people who are close. But this is no problem because, once we're all dead, we'll be playing again. I wish I had the game. It's available for free from the Epic Game Store on PC. Epic Game Store, and it's available on pretty much every other game store, I think for free pretty much as well too. So it is all cross-platform. Doesn't matter what device you're using. You can use a Nintendo Switch. You can use an Xbox 360. You can use a PlayStation. You can use a laptop. You can use a computer. You can use anything. And it is available cross-platform. And you get to play with me and the rest of the chats. Epic Game Store if you're on PC. It's on Switch for free. It's on everything for free. All cross-platform. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with the 16 of you who are currently here, and we'll have more gameplay for the rest of you too, right? We'll just another opportunity for us all to join. So let's go ahead and get started with the 16 of us, and then we'll have another round, and everyone else can play too. It's available for the whole family. It is Fall Guys is the name of the game. Fall Guys is the name of the game. As you can see, it's a guy falling. Fall Guys. Dodge the flying fruit and race up the conveyor belt to reach the finish line. All right, let's go. Space to jump and control to dive if you're on PC. And otherwise, mouse to look around. Oh. We'll get wrecked. Oh, back to the beginning if you fall off. Wow, what a penalty. That's a lot of penalty. I'm being threatened by giant strawberries. I thought strawberries were my friend, but now they're trying to attack me. Strawberries have betrayed me. No! Watermelons too. Oh no. Come on, baby. Come on. No. Let's go. All right. Let's give it a shot. All right. I think I got it. Yeah. Woo. All right. Let's go watch Machiavelli, rookie, do some jumping here. Oh no, falling off the edge. Macaulay. What's up?
And I see that that Joe wanted an invite. I will.
Yeah, Joe wanted an invite.
I will send him a link right now.
Come on, Atomic Pony, let's go. Atomic Pony 3238. Come on, let's go, Atomic Pony. I believe in you.
Why isn't he coming up? It's like, I'm pretty sure Joe hasn't blocked me. It's just not coming up on Twitter. All right. Joe has a link.
Why don't you download Fall Guys and play with us?
Oh, I don't know that Fall Guys is my kind of game, but
Okay.
I am entirely content to watch Fall Guys for a moment.
There you go.
Yep. And I've got a donation that I am trying to see here. Yep. Just gotta pull that up.
Navigate the pipes to reach the finish line on Pipe Dream. Space to jump, control to dive, mouse to look around, WASD or your arrow controls to move. Simple, simple. Try to avoid the many obstacles and beat your friends, which in this case is me and you. Yeah.
Nice. See, thank you from Shannon saying caring is such an amazing quality, and all of you helping Ian with his compassionate goal for children are true friends. Tell Ian how proud everyone is. That's been here watching what true love for your fellow man children actually looks like. You're awesome, Kurt. So I wanted to make sure you heard that one.
Well, thank you. I'm happy to help and having a good time. Ah, come on. Yeah.
Oh man, this looks dizzying.
Easy to play. Oh no, fell off the edge.
Oh, we've got Rob in the shop.
Nice.
sure my mic isn't too loud.
Uh-oh. That
You
was
gonna
just
be operating power tools?
No, I'm done with power tools. That was why I was a little avatar for a bit.
How you doing?
Oh no, how'd I fall off that?
Beer. Good. How are you? You making it?
Oh, so far, I haven't died yet. There's still time.
Well, you're doing great. I saw that you're up on the leaderboard. What, number 6?
Yeah.
Something like that. It's nuts.
That's awesome.
I'm just having some tea here just as I try to clear my throat here.
The chat was very concerned that you were not hydrating.
Yep, the chat has been very concerned about hydration and also, what do you call it?
I got wrecked.
Kurt.
See somebody in the chat saying, nice bandsaw, keep your fingies out of it.
That's the new baby.
Oh, nice.
So we're going to try and tune it up this evening.
Oh. Thank you, Susan H., for the donation.
Let's go, Nelly!
Look, Kurt.
You're spending a lot of time falling into the abyss.
What is the concept of this game?
It looks like fall into the abyss a lot.
Yeah.
It's available for free on the Epic Game Store and also PlayStation, Xbox, and I think everything else. And it's all cross-platform, so everyone can play together. It's a nice, easy party game for up to 60 people. What's not to love?
Oh, well, sounds pretty awesome.
Come
Looks
on,
like there's a lot of falling
Kelman.
into cliffs.
Let's go, Kelman. I believe in you. Let's go. Yeah.
Did you finish? So you're just watching other players, or
Yeah, I finished.
Oh, nice.
Uh-oh. Looks like only 4 of us are going to advance to the next round.
Oh my God.
How do you join when you have the game? Well, you'll have to wait for the next time we start, but I'll give you a code. You go to custom games and I'll give you a code, and that way you can join with me. So just get ready to do that. Get to the place where to enter the code, and as soon as we're ready to start another game with brand new players, I will give you the code, and we all get to play together. Hooray! All right, last one standing. Okay, this is in no way scary.
You seem to be much better at this than your competitors.
I'm doing all right.
You just totally ganked that other guy.
Might have ganked with the other guy a little bit.
You just jumped in front of him and like, I'm gonna make your panels disappear.
Oh, I can remove that so it slides. Okay.
So what you making, Rob?
Right now I'm tuning up the bandsaw and trying to figure out how it works. I have to make, let me see.
You turn it on and it saws in a band. Oh, that's brutal.
Let me see if I can do this.
You just fell like all the floors.
Yeah, well,
There's
at the
the
plus side, I get to take out the floor for everyone else, I suppose.
There's the other shop cam. So milled up some white oak, and I have to make some Adirondack chairs. So I've got to resaw. Some 2-inch thick white oak. And I had a little 10-inch bandsaw. 10-inch bandsaw, and it was not powerful enough. So that was a great excuse for a brand new tool.
Somebody says, "Am I going to let Good Logic play?" I've sent him an invite to the stream here.
Oh no, I fell off. That's elimination for me.
Oh.
All right, fade to gray 84. Let's go.
Shiny. There we go.
Watching your orange butt moving around. Let's go. Yeah, look at those jumping. Staying alive. Good job.
Staying alive.
Rosebud is on the bottom level, taking out the bottom level. Rosebud Z Dub, come on, let's go. You can stay alive.
No.
Oh no! Oh no! Rosebud's for Dub is the winner of this game. Woo! Woo! All right. Awesome. Let's play again.
Somebody saying that Rob should wait for his tool to grow.
I saw that. That was very cute.
TMSKT is the code to join the chat. If you just put in TMSKT in the custom selector, you get to join this lobby with me, your host, Uncivil Law, and play with other people in the chat as we try to, help the kids and stuff.
Awesome.
What have you eaten today, Runkle?
Pizza.
Just pizza?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How many energy drinks deep are you?
Some.
He just had one just now. I can tell you that.
More than one.
What is my screen name?
Yes.
What does my screen name mean? Res ipsa loc. It speaks for itself.
The thing speaks for itself. Res ipsa loquitur.
My what is it? I haven't had enough that my eyes are vibrating. Too bad.
I hate that feeling. Like when you have that much caffeine that you just like get the twitches in your eyes.
Yeah, they're not vibrating too badly.
24-hour stream within like a week and a half of having COVID.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm entirely free of the COVID, but it is what it is.
Should we get another start? All right, let's go ahead. For the 30 of us here again, let's go ahead and get started. Woo!
I'm just enjoying sipping some tea here, and I've also got myself a Red Bull and a Dark and Stormy. So I've got a whole lot of. And we've got another guest here.
Hey.
Hello.
What up, my boys?
Oh, not too much. How about yourself?
Thank God. I want to commend you and wish you much luck and success in your endeavor, raising money for the Children's Hospital. What a worthy cause.
Well, thank you. And Kurt, apparently your mic's a little hot.
Okay. I don't really know how to adjust that on the fly.
Oh, yeah, just letting you know. Somebody's asking, what is a Dark and Stormy? It is ginger beer, it is dark rum, and it is lime.
It is delicious.
All right, what's happening on the screen?
So this is Kurt is playing a game called what was it called? Fall Guys. Yeah.
Fall Guys. Huh.
And basically you run around acting like an idiot and falling off things. Or trying not to fall off things, but not generally succeeding at that. Is that fruit that they're launching at you?
It sure is.
That That's epic.
What's Rob up to? What's he constructing?
He is cleaning up his shop, I think.
Putting in the new bandsaw.
Is it as warm down by you as it is up here, Rob?
Yes. Yes. It is toasty
how hot
outside.
it was today.
I was gonna say it is snowing where I am.
Was it really? It was like 75, 80 degrees here in New Jersey. It was crazy. I mean, I didn't actually look at what the weather temperature was, but it certainly felt that way. Like you practically need air conditioning here in New Jersey today.
All right, guys, we're watching other players. Now that I've passed through, ice cold AJ with a beautiful orange and blue.
Way to dominate.
Hopping on those things. Come on, I believe in you. You can do it. McKermit 69. All right, Kermit on Kermit action. Zealous Yak 24/7. Apparently they are zealous yak all the time. Claude Simeon. All right. Claude Simeon looking good in pink, getting destroyed by an orange.
Solid.
Yeah, do not catch the oranges to the face. That is not the way to go.
Running up the side. That I think is the play. Running up the side. Come on, you can do it. Oh no, fell down.
Jumping intentionally into the pit.
And here I thought I got to play kids games against you guys.
Go. Oh, what a race at the finish there. What a race at the finish.
I love the name. Recep Salok.
Yes. The thing speaks for itself, baby.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta polish up on our Latin.
Yes. Did you see? I got hit for failing to pronounce de jure properly. I used the New York pronunciation of de jure, and Boozy called me out on it today. So
did he really?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like, these incompetent law tubers should think that they can criticize Justice Sotomayor. I was like, dude, I pronounced it exactly as she did. And that's because New Yorkers, we all say du jour, not right. But technically it's accurate. It's de jure, not de jour. But it's like, that's what you busted me on. What about the fact that I was factually accurate and she was wrong?
Trying to dodge rhinos now. Dodging some rhino game. Don't get knocked out, guys.
Go.
Avoid the rhinos.
I mean, if Boozy's following us, hey, hit the donation link.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's got to save his money for attorneys. So,
well, and rent.
Ouch.
Rent.
Savage.
Just true.
I get it. It is true. But no, we're just a bunch of grifting lawyers. We don't ever donate anything.
Oh
to
no.
anything.
I got eliminated. I got hit by the big rhino thing. Oh, J-Build. Come on, J-Build. Don't get knocked out of the circle. No, J-Build. Miss Mortessa. Come on. You can stay in this thing with your nice little king hat.
Kurt is so invested right now.
Looks like you're going to win this round and the game.
So how's this little thing working? Like you're I noticed you're 6 hours and 14 minutes on this stream. This is stream 2. This is your second stream. How long was your first one?
12 hours. So I split that up just because people were saying that they wanted to catch it on the replay, and they're like, past 12 hours, YouTube will cut it off. So I was like, okay, I'll split this into 2 and go from there.
Oh, so you went 12 hours and 12 hours straight, like you just rolling 24 straight.
Yep, I was on Lawyers and Dragons for 2 hours of that, but
oh my God.
Kurt was sort of manning the station then.
Wow, power to you.
Oh, I am tired, especially because I got 3 hours sleep before the 24 hours started, so I am feeling a little pickled. So
my favorite part was this fact that you started with a goal of 5,000, and then before you even started your stream, you were at what, 18?
That's great.
I actually my initial start was at 2,500 as the goal, and so I've had to push the goalposts quite a bit.
All right.
TMSKT is the code for those of you who are wondering about such things. 32 people have joined. We have room for 28 more, plenty of room for everyone to join. It is available on the Epic Game Store on PC, not Steam, Epic. It is also available on like every other Play Store on every other console known to man. And it all interplays. So it doesn't matter what your device of choice is, you can join this stream and play with me on Civil Law and the other people in the chat.
That's how you should billing this whole stream. Play with Uncivil.
It is after dark.
So Boozy's got Amber Heard's lawyers?
Yes.
Ballard
Spar.
That's I'm wondering where he got the money to pay for that.
No, but he should donate some of that money to the Stollery Children's Hospital.
He should, but he won't. He should also donate some of that to his landlord who has a judgment against him.
Christopher Boozy, if you are watching this stream, if I see a donation of more than $200 pop up on Ian's screen, I will tweet in your favor. I will say Chris Boozy was a nice person today for doing this.
Not that he'll see it, but you know, that's the thought that counts.
I mean, he'll see it. I mean, as much as he blocks everybody, he also like rigorously follows.
Yeah, one of his bot accounts is going to see it.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely monitoring all of that.
Freezy Peak. Scale the frozen mountains to reach the finish line at the peak. Exciting.
Ooh, that looks exciting.
Oh,
our donation came in.
Anonymous donated $50. So thank you, Anonymous.
Thank you, Anonymous. After I just said that, I was so waiting to see Boozy pop up.
Tiffany Oswald donated $10. I would be tempted to. No, I wouldn't donate in C Boozy's name. As much as it would be funny.
That's no. You don't.
Just put, this is a pledge. I need the money back.
I use them synonymously. And again, who doesn't?
Humans. Human beings don't. Can you imagine being the ACLU and going to court to specifically like testify that you're okay with getting screwed out of that money?
No.
Like,
not 1 ounce of me can imagine that.
So,
oh yeah, we consider it received. Sure you do.
Yeah. It's like, really? You do?
In that case, I'd like to donate $10 million to the ACLU.
Yeah.
And get credit for it. Please consider that received.
Was that you that just qualified?
Yeah, I finished. Okay,
Dang.
we got Klutzbean trying their best in a wonderfully looking Irish hat there with some nice farmer stuff and a scarf, looking very, very nice with plaid shorts, man. I'm liking the way that's dressed. I'm jelly, I have to say. They finished.
How much did they pay for all of those?
I don't know if you necessarily have to pay anything. I think it's just like playing the game a lot and you get like stuff by playing. Jimmy Legs 42 is currently working his way up the side of the mountain in a close race, but wasn't to be.
Round over. Uncivil doing the dance. JC says, I left for a while. Is Runkle coming back? Runkle is right here. Hi. I'm here.
Short circuit, navigate the obstacles and race 2 laps around the courses. Looks exciting, neon, futuristic.
Nice. And people are asking, "Hey, Wood Daddy, what you working on back there?"
Tuning up a bandsaw. They ship it with all of this like shipping grease to keep the parts from rubbing against each other, so you got to strip that out. Pain in the butt.
Cleaning out the Cosmoline?
Cleaning out. What is Cosmoline? Is that what it is? Is that the grease?
It's what they pack like Russian guns in.
Oh.
So if you were to buy like an SKS, it's often packed in Cosmoline.
Yeah, no, this is just like this nasty, sticky grease.
It might actually be Cosmoline, or
It might because it's intended to prevent it from corroding or rusting up on its way here.
Yep. And it's like a sticky, gross, like brown black stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, it sounds like that. Uncivil, did you just get up there by jumping on somebody else's head?
I sure did. I absolutely did that.
You are definitely a lawyer. Oh, what do we got there? Anonymous donated $250. Wow, thank you.
Very nice of you.
Pretty sure that wasn't Boozy. And Shibi Texas donated $20. Such a great thing you're doing, and so heartwarming to see your fellow law tubers supporting you. Absolutely. We're a good group. Don't listen to C Boozy. He's
we like
Jay
each other.
donated $20 versus through Extra Life. So yeah, don't listen to C Boozy. Carolyn Rose, bless you for doing this for the kids. Greeting from New Mexico. Well, thank you. C Boozy donated $25 by Extra Life. Rob, what are you making? I'm pretty sure that's not actually C Boozy, but
tuning up a saw because I've got to make some Adirondack Trail chairs for a commission.
Oh,
Joe, also known as Good Logic, $200. I think that was saying, "Come on, Chris, match me."
Oh God!
I had to throw down the gauntlet. Come on, match me, Chris. Do it. You can do it.
I don't think he's ever given away any of his own money. Are those big spiky balls?
They're big spiky,
swingy things. Do those things kill you, or do they just?
All right, completed. All right, let's watch some Nelly 4812 currently running the gauntlet, looking sharp there on the conveyor belt, getting caught up in the fan. No muss, no fuss. Back on the conveyor belt, onto the spinny things. Come on, spinny things. Oh no!
Round over.
15 remain. Who will take the top prize? This game is called Fall Guys. It is available on basically every store ever. It's available on Epic Games, but not Steam for PC, and it's available on everything else. Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, probably your Game Boy, I don't know. But yes, it's called Fall Guys. It's easy to play. It's cross-platform, super easy, super fun, very chill, very colorful. It's good.
186. Thank you, Sandra Ramirez.
Joe, are you streaming tonight?
Yes, I am. I got a midnight show tonight.
Ooh, what are you streaming about?
Well, there's updated details about the Pelosi attack, which I sort of want to cover, and it's actually part of what I'm doing right now while we're talking. Is I'm trying to
prep for your show.
I'm trying to prep for my show. Yeah,
nice.
You guys have suggestions? Give me suggestions. What I should be covering tonight.
I don't know.
How wonderful Ian Russell is. how great Ian Runkle is. It's just a tribute to him.
Yeah,
for 2
nobody
hours.
needs to know. Nobody wants to know that.
A tribute to what? To whom?
To Ian Runkle.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I could spend a full hour talking about the generosity of your efforts and time, but yeah,
I feel like there's more interesting topics.
Somehow it's possible that after like 3 minutes or so, that might start to get like a little.
Yeah, that I think that might be you're estimating long there.
Yeah.
What is it? I'm curious about the new details on Pelosi, though.
I can't ruin it now.
That one just seemed like it's such a weird set of circumstances.
It's
that
a very, very weird story. I feel as if a lot of what I think the right tried putting out was ridiculous speculation. That it's like it's almost like I think both sides put out a story that they wish was true.
Yeah,
that's fair. I can see
that's what I think. I think both sides put out a story that they wish is true, and neither of them is actually what happened.
Klutzy Bean currently trying their best in their beautiful emerald hat. I am jealous of their entire wardrobe. I want that scarf. I want that hat. I want that jacket. I want those pants. I don't know if there's a shop I can go to get that collection.
That's what they need to do. They need to create a merch store where you could buy the actual outfits that your character wears.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Ice Cold AJ trying to go up the side. I think that is probably the winner's play. Again, torn around by gumballs or something. I'm not sure. Can you catch this thing? Oh, no. Into the void. Firm Kraken. Oh, no. 9 of us have made it, including yours truly, Uncivil Law.
What I don't like about the Pelosi thing is that I didn't follow any of that story when it first came out. So it's like I wanted to ask questions about it, but then I saw that if you were asking questions, you were being labeled as some conspiracy theorist. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Why can't I ask questions?
Yeah, that's not something.
Final round, hexagon. Floor pieces fall away. We stand on them, keep moving, and surviving the longest wins the crown. All right, guys. This is it. Fight to the death.
This is the one where you fell off like 6 layers last time.
That was definitely something that happened last time. Yes.
Well, don't do that this time.
I will try not to now.
Oh no.
Oh, stop covering this shit, this stuff.
I think this is a really interesting sort of level design. In the sense that you do get some sort of advantage by, there is sort of an inherent catch-up mechanic in that if you fall first, you get to be the one sitting there destroying stuff for the next guy.
Oh no, fell through 2 layers onto the last layer. Will Uncivil Law prevail?
I predict no. But I hope yes. But I predict no.
Uncle has confidence in Uncivil Law.
Sure, we'll call that confidence.
Oh no! Last one to fall. And Dance in Line is our winner. Woo-hoo! Go dance in line. Go dance in line. Go dance in line. The code is TMSKT if you would like to join our foray.
The chat is giving you grief about having open-toed shoes while doing woodwork.
I don't have open-toed shoes.
Okay, apparently this was a previous outing. See, chat? He's got closed-toed shoes.
Yeah, the chat's gonna be. That's the problem. Like the safety police, all the time.
Prototopic says Rob is wearing Crocs.
Side note: they actually make shop Crocs. It's kind of funny. They make steel.
Do they really?
Crocs. Yeah,
that's funny.
Steel-toed Crocs?
Yeah, they make shop Crocs.
Wow.
Oh, I got it.
I'm just I'm gonna have to check you out on the replay crew, because I can tell you, starting at midnight, once midnight hits and I'm able to go to sleep, I am just gonna.
Yeah, that's okay. You keep doing what you're doing, brother.
So yeah, there's just no power on the planet that would keep me from just going straight to bed at that point.
Well, it's a good thing. When does daylight savings kick in? 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
Okay, so
And then it
you don't
instantly
have to
becomes
do
1
the
a.m.
extra hour.
I would not anyway. I would measure the 24 hours in real hours.
All right, let's go ahead for the 44 of us who are currently in this chat. Let's go ahead and get started.
I'm loving
Somebody's
Kurt's level of
asking-
energy right now.
Absolutely. Somebody's asking for a pup date. Potter is doing great. He's running around. When I went down there on the break, he jumped up on the bed and he was basically going, hey, pat me. You've not been paying attention to me, but no, he's doing great.
How are you feeling recovery-wise?
I've been coughing up a lot of stuff, but I'm not feeling too bad. I'm just going to need to sleep. That's going to be the big thing. Which actually reminds me, I should set an alarm for when I need to get up. Because,
You don't have detention hearings this weekend, do you?
oh, I got all sorts of things, so... So, yeah, no, I'm probably going to be doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Yeah, I've got an appointment at 4 p.m. after. So at least I'll get a fair bit of sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those non-movable appointments, so it's like, crud. Short of being dead, I got to be there.
Well, we already tried the dying thing and you failed at that, so I don't think that's going to work.
That is true. I'm just not very good at that. Somebody's asking, is Mrs. Runkle okay? She got better a lot faster than I did, and she never tested positive for COVID. So our leading theory is that she managed to sort of get a flu or something like that, and that she sort of managed to clear it. She didn't have fun while she had it, but she cleared it a lot faster than I did. So... Kurt's just quietly a ringer at this. Have you won some crowns on this one?
I don't know. I think I've won once or twice. I haven't played that much, to be honest.
Well, I just noticed that there's a lot of people who are trying so hard to...
Curse Snarf is currently trying to win this race. Go under the thing. Yeah, good job, Curse Snarf. Oh, no, didn't quite make the cutoff.
Missed that donation there, but I'll just try to find it here. Catherine of Aragon, loving Kurt's narration of the game. So much enthusiasm. Thanks, Runkle, for raising cash for the kids. Hope you feel better soon. Hugs to pups.
Stomping grounds. Avoid the charging rhinos and stay inside the arena. I failed at this last time. Charging rhinos are mean. They might be pink and orange, but they want to knock you out of the arena.
They have some interesting level design. This just looks like, gladiatorial combat.
Oh, no! Eliminated.
Wow.
Oh, no. No good for
She just
me.
got smoked.
Manuto is Maiku's #1 fan currently in the arena, and now not so much. Ethelhef, 85. Looking great in your orange hat there and your pajamas. Looking like some nice logos there. Going around the edge. Is the edge the secret? Staying around the edge zone. Staying on the border rather than staying in the middle. Is that the secret to winning? Well, so far so good for our friend. Still surviving.
And Laura's saying, what does Mrs. Runkle think about me doing this? She is patient.
Oh, no. One small sigh is a Spartan at heart. Looking good in their blue tie-dyed jammies. And will they survive? No, just at the last second, getting knocked out.
And thank you, Minimalist Traveler, $250 donation. That's amazing.
2 have survived, 2 making it to the final playout. Which one will win? It's the showdown.
I see that this is, people are saying this is cartoon Squid Game.
Final round, floor pieces fall away. We got 2 people playing the hexagon. So you get it? Hexagon. Yeah. Notre Dame is winning 14-0. That's not good news.
Wow.
We got Ice Cold AJ versus Rhinoceros. Rhinoceros has already fallen down in the next layer. So is Ice Cold AJ. Who will fall down?
I feel like
first?
everybody falls at those purple ones.
Nope, they're still down at the next level. Yep, looking good. Oh, don't stay on the things. Ice Cold AJ. Nope, falling down first. Rhinoceros is on the level all by himself, hanging out there on the blue levels. Looking good in his green with his gold belt. Look at those skills. Doing the edge. Yep. Good job. Doubling back. Looking really good there. Only going one at a time. Looks like we're about to run out of ground. Or will we make a dive for it? Oh, he tries and he succeeds, but not the second time. But he falls 2 levels onto orange.
I mean, there was not a lot of purple left.
Meanwhile, Ice Cold AJ also, still running around. Trying to take it away from Rhinoceros, but Rhinoceros is holding tough. Ice Cold AJ taken away from the edges. Rhinoceros still 1 level above with the oranges. Rhinoceros enjoying that orange hex life. It suits him. Ice Cold AJ taking out the blues below. Oh no, falling down to purples. Oh no. Early exit from the level above. Rhinoceros is still on the orange levels, looking tight. Will he be able to stay up the oranges? Yes, he makes the jump and a 3rd time. Still up in oranges, looking good.
No, he's just rocking it.
Now, there we go. Ice Cold AJ is on the purples. Taking out some stuff.
Lilu, thank you all for everything you're doing. Thank you very much.
Running around like a madman on the purple, staying on the edge. Stay on those purples, baby. Rhinoceros looking really good up there on a level above on the blues. Running around the edge, make sure to maximize their time up there as much as possible. They're on an island. They're on an island. They're going to run out of ground.
No man is an island. But this one's on an island.
Ice Cold AJ on the oranges. Oh no, it falls prematurely. Rhinoceros on purples.
That's the worst, because when you fall prematurely, you leave so much other stuff for your competitor to ride around on.
Yep.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than premature falling.
Yes. Ice Cold AJ still on the oranges, looking good, taking them out one at a time, staying on the lip. Oh, and now they're on the same level, trying to compete for the same squares. Who will fall first? It's Ice Cold AJ who falls first. Run along the outside edge. There you go. You got it. Meanwhile, Rhinoceros is now falling down. Will he do the same tactic? Oh, trying to run ahead. Are they going to try to steal from each other? Looks that way. Rhinoceros trying to take away the advantage.
Oh, Ice Cold AJ almost goes for a dip. Oh.
And it is Rhinoceros. Rhinos, whatever. Congratulations. The code is TMSKT. If you would like to join, you can play along with me and other people in the chat. And I will hype you up.
Someone's asking, Joe, are you playing? No, Joe is getting ready for his stream. He's got a big stream at midnight.
I have a stream at midnight, yes.
That's midnight Eastern, correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right.
Midnight Eastern.
So that's coming up in an hour.
No, it's 9. It's 9:03 now.
3 hours.
3 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually have another commitment that I'm supposed to be at right now, but I'm finishing up my work here, and then I'm gonna probably pop over there. But I figured I just, if I pop in here, hang out with you guys, I can let you guys carry the conversation, and just by my presence, hopefully bring people in, whatever that does. Over here, I actually feel like I'm helping society a little bit.
Mods are doing coordination and doing an excellent job. So someone says good logic sounds more sleepy than Runkle. I can guarantee that's not the case. Hope you're on mute.
That's definitely not the case. My brain is just in 16 different places. I actually got like 4-hour nap today while you were streaming. So,
oh, my brain is it's in that mode where the first thing to go is the filter. So
ooh, nice. There you go.
Yeah, we were talking about movies earlier, and I was mildly spicy about thoughts on movies.
Which movies were you talking about?
Star Wars. We were talking about M. Night Shyamalan's, his sort of filmography.
We had a very thorough discussion on the Star Trek TV shows.
Yeah. M. Night Shyamalan has had like 2 good movies.
Wait, so which 2 were his best? According to you?
Unbreakable was pretty good. I'm sure there's another one.
All right, time number 9 today. On that race, we've got Jocelyn completing the light equality. Equality didn't make it, I don't think. No. Equality assumes 33 remain. Die Hard as a Christmas movie was a topic, yes.
Oh, Studio Wildcard has moved up to 4th, which puts them a little out of reach. They're 3,000 ahead of me. Dark Paw Games is in 5th. So if I want to get into the top 5, that's about 1,300 away. They're on a quest to play EverQuest and EverQuest 2. Anonymous got to round it up for the Sarahs. Thank you for the $25 there. I feel like I've got these game studios have an advantage because they're all like, hey, if you tune in, we've got special like in-game benefits for you. And I'm just like, if you tune in, I've got a thumbs up. Like that's what I can
You can play with Uncivil Law.
That is an in-game benefit. Pussycat, thank you. Ian, you're positively awesome for doing this. Thank you very much. I see Unbreakable and Glass were both gold. Glass was all right.
I finished first on that round. Number 1, baby.
Do it.
Atomic Pony looking good in orange, trying to finish it up. But will they fall offside? Not yet. Atomic Pony is still going in circles. Oh, they make a nice last-minute save, but not enough to make the finish line.
Oh, brutal. In-stream benefit is tired Ian unfiltered. It's
Kurt's future ex-wife is in chat. Lol. Well, okay.
Thank you, Bonnie Sizemore. Lots of people still asking, what's Rob making? He is making his bandsaw clean. Brandy Meyer, thank you very much for the very generous donation there. Mega Max says, I'm waiting for the moment Rob realizes bandsaw only works with 240 volt 3-phase power.
False. This one is 110.
Rob would just be like, I will cut you.
Yeah. No, this one's 110, 1 3/4 horsepower. I don't need it to kill things. Like I've got a table saw that runs on 110 too. And I also know how to wire 220 if I ever need to. So
you can wire that, really?
I can wire 220 down to the shop.
Nice.
No, thank you very much.
I wired 220 for my heated tile floor. So
I've got a 220 outlet in my shop, but I don't use it for anything.
You really don't like you. That was the debate that I was kind of having was, do I need the 220? And I talked to several people about it, and they're like, how much are you cutting? And the guy was telling me, well, he's cut any number of pieces of white oak. He's done resawing, and he goes, the 110 is fine. You'll notice the difference in speed, but that's about it. And I don't really care about doing things super fast.
24 entered. 23, 22, 21, 20 remain. That was a very successful round for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things where you want a 220. Like if I was getting around to sharp pointy teeth. Rain 432 hanging Runkle. Thanks so much, Kurt, Rob, and Joe. Thank you. Very generous. If I keep flirting with the idea of if I decide to throw a lot of money at something, getting an induction forge.
Ooh.
That would be if I decided to
induction forge.
It uses electricity to heat metal up so that you can make like knives and so forth.
Really cool.
But you don't need to use like propane or anything like that. I would love to get one, but they're expensive.
What are they ballpark at?
Depends which ones you get, but if you want to get one that's not like Chinesium garbage, you're talking thousands. Nightmare Before Christmas is the best Christmas movie. Jack the Pumpkin, and then it cut off. So, yeah, probably like 10,000 for one that isn't like.
No, eliminated. Oh no, Uncivil's down.
Damn.
Rionus is still looking good though. Victor from last time. Klutzy Bean trying their best, looking good. Dance in line. Previous successful person, will they prevail? C3P go, looking good as a rookie. Goodbye, Recipsa. It's been fun. 12 are left.
Somebody says, of course, he's a blacksmith too. Ian's a lit. I have no blacksmithing experience. This would be something I would get and then play around with. So that would be something I would want to. I'd probably want to take some courses with some actual things, but like there's a guy, Storch. He does great knives. I've got several of his knives, and he does courses, so I would totally take a course with him. And I also SGT blades, although I think he does a lot of stuff with coal, and I don't really want to mess with coal.
Johnny Boy, come on, Twitch. Johnny Boy, come on. You're looking good. You can do this thing. Jumping on those hexes. Oh, falls into a pit. Dance in line. The treat thief. Why are you stealing people's treats? Come on, you got that finish line. It's right there. Dance in line finishes. J-Build. Oh, J-Build's going to finish. Looking good. And right. C3P go. Coming up the side. That is the winner's way. 6 of 8, but will they be in time to finish? Come on. Yes, it looks like they will be the last to finish. Good job.
Nice. I see people saying coal gives you a lot more control about the amount of oxygen in play and the amount of carbon you add to the steel. Fair enough. I just love to be able to start making like custom knives. I see people saying we need an Emily after dark right now. I think Emily's probably asleep. I don't think she wants. I suspect she's doesn't want to sort of join in on the chaos.
When is the Powerball lottery drawing?
I don't know. Are foreigners eligible to win the Powerball?
I think so.
Oh, I should look into that.
10 p.m. Central, so it looks like I'm not going to be able to buy a ticket. So I will not be winning over $1 billion.
1.2 billion. Jeez.
It's probably more than that. It's probably more like 1.4 now.
Well, if somebody does win that, get me an induction forge and I will make you a knife.
I will manage your money for barely a pittance.
Yeah, like 1%.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
I'll do it for 0.5%. I'll probably do it badly, but I'll do it for 0.5%.
How generous of you. Plus expenses. I'll put that in the client trust account. That'll go over real well. $1.2 billion. Gonna get a call from somebody.
If you win that sort of thing, it's better. You think it's better to get it annually than getting a lump sum, or what?
Lump sum is always better, so, assuming you are financially stable. Heather, thank you for the very generous donation and the note for my sweet angel in heaven. Joanna, she passed of rhabdomyosarcoma. Children's Hospital was able to dedicate to giving our family more time with her before she passed at age 7. Cancer is so cruel, especially for the children. Thank you from our family to those who might be helped in the future. So,
very thoughtful.
Thank you for sharing that with us, because that's a tough one.
I'm happy to keep playing, but I don't want to hijack your channel, so just let me know.
Oh, well, I'm content to take over or sort of watch for a bit. And I see people noting that if you get the annual thing, if you die, you get, like, your estate gets nothing further.
Yeah.
So,
really?
Yeah. So
That's
if you die like 15 minutes later, you basically just gifted everything to the Powerball people.
Wow.
So,
well, I mean, okay, so I think financially it probably makes more sense to do that. I just think that this historically, so many people have gotten lump sum payments and then been destitute 5 years later.
Oh yeah, the amount of people who ruin their lives winning the lottery, it's pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think if I won 1.6 billion, I would first establish a corporation in a place where you don't have to, where like corporations provide for privacy of their owners, and have the corporation then turn around and buy some property. And then personally, I would buy some property in the most inhospitable place I could possibly think of. And just like that would be listed as, so all of the people who want to go visit would go up and find like an old missile silo, like in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, we're here to ask for money. The missile silo just, sits there. It's a big concrete slab. I see people saying winner could choose to remain private. Absolutely.
Depends on your state. Depends on your state. Some states, in fact, the vast majority, I don't think, do allow you to remain private. I think it's only like 4 or 5 states that allow you to remain private.
How long do you have to claim?
I forget, like 6 months or something.
Because if you could change your state of residence in that time, I would absolutely move to a place that lets you remain private.
And do that. You have to claim it in the state in which you bought the ticket.
Oh, damn. That's terrible. So buy it in a state that is a place that lets you remain private.
Well, I wonder if I could like legally change my name and then just change it back so the person who claimed it had a different name.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it would be really entertaining to specifically get a a residence in somewhere inhospitable. Pussycat has donated. How is Potter doing these days? Potter's doing great. So that is fantastic. Anonymous had said, Ian, it's nice to see Kurt, Rob, and Joe support you. Also, you four are quieter when not talking law. Also, Kurt loved the Fall Guys play-by-play commentary. Yeah, I see in Canada, no privacy allowed. So, yeah, that would be pretty terrible.
Yeah, so that would be what I'd want to do. I'd like, can I legally change my name and then just change it back? And then I'll just go in like a full, Santa costume or, as a whatever. If they make me go for appearance.
Oh yeah, no
full costume, full body costume.
Just do the Trudeau, show up in blackface.
All right, my brothers, I got to bust out of here. But I want to encourage you and tell you kudos to you, Ian, for hosting this thing. It's an amazing thing that you're doing. I urge each of you who are watching this to please, no one should, dig into their pocket to the point of hurting themselves. But to the extent that you can try and help out, this is obviously a very worthwhile cause. And I want to, particularly thank Uncivil and Rob for joining in here and keeping Ian strong. So good job, you guys. Well done, team.
Oh, thank
Thanks,
you.
brother.
Thank you for joining, and really appreciate it. So
anytime, my brothers. Have a good day. Great seeing you.
Have
all.
a good day. Yeah, I don't know. I suspect that like everybody who ever who I ever met, if if you had 1.6 million or 1.6 billion rather, everybody you've ever met, including people who you never liked and who never liked you, would be showing up going, oh, it's me, your friend. And be like, really? And I mean, just think of how many people, get kidnapped and so forth when they're the big lottery winners and so forth.
The name change thing is sounding better and better with every passing moment.
Yeah. Well, and change your name to something like super common.
Yeah, John Smith.
Yeah. Nguyen Tran. There you go. It's like, okay, now we're going to search for Nguyen Tran. Oh, shoot. That's everywhere.
Joe Biden.
That way, just people doing a search might get a meeting from like the Secret Service.
Yeah. Yeah, if you win $1.2 billion, you're definitely going to want to consult an attorney on that one for every possible reason.
Yeah.
But make sure you consult the right one. There was a guy who was known for a while as like basically the lottery lawyer. I forget what his name was, but it eventually, it may or may not surprise you. Eventually, it wound up he was stealing from the client and got disbarred and everything. So, yeah.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay, this
Don't
reminds
steal
me
from
of
the clients.
I don't know if this is a testament in my favor or not, but I'll tell you this story. When I was in law school, I forget the exact discussion or context, but we were talking about some unethical thing that like a lawyer did for like $10 million. And the teacher made the mistake of asking the class, so would any of you do this? And I raised my hand. He said, you do this unethical thing? I said, for $10 million, I'll send in a copy of my bar card with a ribbon on top.
Yeah.
That apparently was not the right answer.
So, I guess not really a super friend, but an acquaintance, basically managed to get a gig early after he opened up his own shop to do real estate stuff to buy a mall. And so basically they wanted to hire this guy who was unknown because they wanted somebody who was not obviously affiliated with anybody. And so basically they were like, we want you to buy properties and, try to get this mall together. And he's like, okay. So they put money into his into his trust account. They were like, you're going to need a separate trust account just for us. And he's like, okay, well, that's doable. And they dumped in money and it was something like 200 million. And he's like, there's a mistake here. You put in 200 million. They're like, no, when you need more, call us. And he was like, oh. They're like, yeah, just buy the properties, please. So that's what he did. And ended up like basically having to create a whole bunch of these little corporations in order to buy properties so that nobody could see that they were buying up land for this mall.
Yeah, like like Disney did. Same thing. Like use different corporations so no one can figure out what's going on.
Yeah. And they had all sorts of different arrangements that they were using to sort of hide what was going on, and then eventually it's just, oh yeah, we've got them all here. And yeah. This is an interesting level.
So far, everyone's doing pretty well, surviving.
Yep. You should be able to trip your opponents. Just like, yeah, I'm gonna just, break your kneecaps. Nancy Kerrigan them.
If I win the lottery, I'll make sure all my LawTube friends get, $100.
Get a card that says, I never really liked you.
Buy all your channels, lol.
Anonymous, thank you for your coverage of the Depp Herd mess. The commentary kept me sane. Thank you very much. Cindy T, for all the non-Sarahs, thank you for letting us help the charity in. Thank you very much. I see people saying you can grab them and try pulling them. You can bump them out of your way. Yeah, I don't know.
4 people playing Hexagon. Who will win?
I see people saying I should go walk around. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. So not a long walk, but I've been consuming a lot of various energy drinks.
Nice dive. Rhinoceros.
Oh, that was beautifully done. All right, be right back.
All right. Roundness is currently doing really good there on the blue. Dancing in line, also doing really good in blue. Staying on every square just as long as possible, really milking that out. Nice strategy there. B-shirt running along the edge of the oranges, trying to look for that long distance. The granule looking good on the purples. Will they make the connection? They did. And it's a fight. Oh, nope. Back to the oranges. Roundness on the oranges. I think everyone's on oranges or worse. 3 people on that level trying to run against each other. Looking good. Dance in line again. Trying the strategy, just milking every single square as long as possible. Not running, just taking very, very slow time. Seems to be working out pretty well for them. Nice little jumping action.
So the chat saying I'm quiet. Yes, I'm quiet. I'm watching Kurt play. I've got my game on this little monitor. I'm trying to read how to adjust the blade guards so I don't cut myself. Not frozen, just hanging out.
Okay, the granule is the first one on the blues. Run for their life against the Milky Abyss with their beautiful Viking hat.
Tweety US News, you can join the game. Kurt tells you the code in between each time he plays. So just next time he plays, he'll tell you the code and you can join.
Dance in line, looking really good in the purple. B-shirt looking good in the purple. The granule taking away that blue layer. Roundness on yellow. Run along the edges of yellow hexagons. Dance in line, eating up the purples. B shirt is now on the bottom with the blues. Got 2 people on the bottom of the blue levels together. B shirt is taking away from the edges. The granule. Will they make the connection? So far so good. I think the other person fell into the abyss. Yes, they sure did. B-shirt is out. The granule continues on.
Tweety US News, no, nothing's required to play the game. It's free, I think. Right, Kurt?
It is free, yes. It is free. It's on the Epic Game Store. It's on, but not Steam. It's on, basically every game store. It's all interplay, so everyone can play together. Up to 60 of us can play. I think we had something like 50-something in this particular round, so again, a good interaction from the chat there. It's on Switch, Xbox, PlayStation, everything else, I think. I think the granule is going to fall because right around this. Oh, nope. I think Rhinus is down. Nope, into the abyss. Oh, no. And the granule also falls, leaving our winner. Dance in line. The treat thief himself makes the ending. How exciting. All right, guys, the code is TMSKT. It's right there on your screen. TMSKT is the code. You go to the customs, you put in the code, you can join and play along with everyone else. It's easy peasy.
NC State just took the lead 17-14 over Wake Forest. Nurse M. Kurt and Ian are going to say, yeah, I'm going to sleep well too. I think we're all going to sleep pretty well tonight. Dun, 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 dun.
Notre Dame is still ahead, 14-0 in the third. How is Clemson third ranked or fourth ranked losing to a completely unranked team? How's this thing that's happening? Notre Dame is currently projected to win with 89.5% probability. Well, that's just ruining my day.
It's nighttime. Can't ruin your day if it's nighttime. I don't know who they get to write these instruction manuals. They're really terribly crowded.
Clemson, which is undefeated, ranked fourth, is currently losing to a 5-3 team, unranked, 14-0.
You know what? That happens, Kurt. It just happens.
It's supposed to happen to the other guy, Rob.
I understand that. Tennessee got walloped today by Georgia. Those are
apparently $388 from the fifth. What do you call it? From the fifth spot.
Christina, let me see if I can check the Alabama game. See what the score is on that. I'll just keep running commentary on all the things.
Rob, question for you. Favorite finish for a live edge black walnut slab?
I use Rubio Monocoat. It's a hard wax oil. Basically, it keeps wax molecules in suspension, and the oil has an additive that helps the oil cure. So as the oil is drying and curing, it's pulling the wax down into the fibers. You get a really matte looking finish. It's what I use on all of my tables. It's fantastic. Nice. Rubio Monocoat oil plus 2C. It's available on Amazon.
So there you have it.
You ever use linseed oil?
I do. The problem is that you have to try pretty hard to find actual linseed oil. The stuff that they sell in big box stores is a amalgamation of various oils and drying agents, which can leave a very gummy finish. So there's this product called True Oil, which is like a true boiled linseed. It's more expensive, but it works great.
I was going to say Lee Valley, I'm pretty sure, carries pure boiled linseed oil.
Yeah, you have to check the back because there's a lot of drying agents in most of that stuff.
Yeah. Also, be careful with it because that stuff can burn your house down.
Yep.
So that's a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it depends how well insured you are, but a lot of insurance policies have specific mentions of things like linseed oil.
Do they really?
Yep, it's a big enough thing. Lady J Rye, thank you very much. Yeah, it's one of those things where like rags soaked in linseed oil just catch fire because they feel like it.
Yeah, I have a rag receptacle that I actually take outside whenever I'm doing stuff like that. Like I don't let this stuff stay in my shop when I'm applying anything like that.
When I'm working with linseed oil, once I'm done with the rag, it goes out of my shop and into my fire pit. And a couple of times I've had it where I come back out to check on it and it has burned. Because just sitting in the fire pit with the sunlight on it can be enough to set it up.
Nice. Who knew?
Oh, it's
insurance adjusters know.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where it just it's a great way to get your your house to burn down.
Well, I'll go read my homeowner's policy, see if it has anything about linseed oil in there.
I guarantee you it probably has something about rags, gasoline, rags, oil soaked rags. Most of them do.
Yeah. Somebody's asking favorite oil to maintain wood chopping boards.
They actually have just they have pure mineral oil, like pure mineral oil. Just apply it every now and then. You don't want to be putting anything that's. I mean, be very careful about what you put on chopping and cutting boards. Just mineral oil. What's the stuff I use? Best stuff that I have found for the cutting boards.
You can also use shellac for a lot of food grade stuff because shellac is itself edible.
Cheryl says they're in Austin. I'm in Austin too, Cheryl.
Shellac is actually an excrement of a beetle.
It is. Which it's edible. You can totally eat it.
Cutting board oil, that's pure mineral oil. Works great. Nice. And then this is Butcher Block conditioner. It's oil and simply beeswax.
Noreen Burlier, thank you very much. Yeah, you got to be careful with your food finishes.
Yeah, which is why I know there's other stuff you can use on that, but the only stuff I'm comfortable recommending is that pure mineral oil because it's the only thing I know that quite honestly doesn't have any of the additives in it. So all the other stuff, check the back of the label and check to make sure it's food grade.
Yeah. You don't want to poison yourself.
Can I put it on my salad?
Yes.
Probably. I don't think it would taste very good. Let's see here.
Uncivil Law, cooking with linseed oil. That'd be a good channel.
Somebody was asking me if I'd given any thought to making embossed leather coasters. That's actually not a bad idea.
Oh no. That's how Clemson got scored against. They had a punt returned. They had a blocked punt. It was returned for a touchdown. That was one of the touchdowns.
That sounds like bad sports ball.
I'm watching the highlight reels.
Somebody's asking, what am I eating? I've got some tortilla chips and salsa and guacamole because
good.
I figured I should have a snack that is at least nominally vegetable.
Tacos are a vegetable, right?
Sure.
Well, I mean, like tomatoes and avocados are all vegetables.
Pizza's a vegetable.
Yes.
Well, it contains servings of vegetables.
Oh no, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Oh no, I was eliminated.
No.
No.
Oh no. Rob is adjusting the blade guards on the bandsaw because this is a 3/4 inch resaw blade, and I need to make sure it doesn't do anything funny. And then what was the other question I saw? I forgot.
Clemson, have you tried putting in offense yet? Maybe that'll help. Dodge the flying fruit. Oh yes, this is a good one. All right, Blue Star 881 goes and runs. Running up the side, looking good. Up, almost fell in the middle, but didn't. Still running up the side, looking good. Dodging some fruit very successfully. Keep dodging it. Don't fall in the middle. Blue Star. Jesselyn also running up the side, but falls into the pit. Kermit McKermit running up the side. Oh, nice save from getting hit. Oh, but down the middle. Johnny Boy on Twitch. Looking a little confused, trying to dodge the fruit, trying to get up the side. But falls into the pit in the middle. C3P go. Looking good. Get hit in the face by a watermelon. That's really painful. And they made it, and they're going to cross that finish line. Very good job, Blue Star.
Isn't there a video online of a girl that's like using a slingshot to slingshot a watermelon? It comes back and hits her in the face.
Probably. Jesselyn.
That's beautiful.
House of Autor. Come on, you can do
$300
it.
to get number
Yes.
5 on the leaderboards.
Good job.
Just joined. Where's Mr. Runkle? Mr. Runkle is right here. Hello. Catherine Clark, thank you very much for the $50. Angel T had donated 25. Good luck, Runkle. I hope you reach your goals. Thank you very much.
Catherine asks, are there any frag heads in chat like perfumes and colognes? I can talk a little bit about colognes and perfumes. Got a nice little decent collection going on.
I don't own any.
Okay. The one I'm wearing right now every day is YSY by YSL EDP. Nice classic blue fragrance.
Blue fragrance?
Yes, the genre is named after Bleu de Chanel, which was extremely popular and is still a really, really good choice. And they're basically everyday, all-season, all-purpose fragrances. So, like, the entire genre of colognes got named after Bleu de Chanel.
Like gun oil.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hops.
So they call them blue fragrances. And Bleu de Chanel is also really, really nice still. I would wear it. It's really, really nice for the office in particular. I recommend that for the office.
So I see Michelle R. Thank you very much for the $50 donation there.
Tom Ford, that's good shit. Yeah. And then, of course, I've also got Sauvage. It's a little metallically harsh. I think next time I'm going to just go with the Carbon, Prada Carbon. It's in the same style as Johnny Depp's Sauvage, but it's not quite as metallic and harsh. It's a little bit more well-rounded. So I like that one too. Of course, I've got the one EDP by Dolce & Gabbana. That's great for wintertime. Of course, Spice Bomb Extreme is perhaps the best for wintertime, particularly in particularly cold climates. So if you're in a cold climate, hard to do much better than Spice Bomb Extreme.
Yeah, I was going to say, I am definitely in a cold climate.
So yeah, you might want to look into Spice Bomb Extreme for a cologne. It's a really nice winter fragrance. Really smells like, your curled up by a fireplace or something. It's good for a date night. Makes someone want to curl up with you.
Someone said, what might be my zombie weapon? I mean, this isn't bad.
He has a lot of them, guys.
Notre Dame just intercepted Clemson. Well, I guess it's just going that well.
Ian, I just forwarded you that note from the CEO to your Signal, just so that you've got it. Sandra Ramirez clipped it for me and sent it.
Awesome. Case and Jenny, thank you very much. Thanks for doing this. I'm in the North End, and the kids from my community benefit from the
Ramos wins
Stollery
again.
win.
That's the second time. Should we do one more, or do you want to take over, Runkle? What's your pleasure?
Oh, we can do one more, and then I can switch over. So, in Caps, thank you for the $100 donation. Wood Daddy Stacks had donated $100. Thank you very much. This sword came from SGT Blades here in Alberta, and it has a moose bone grip. So, genuine moose bone. Sarah smiles as Runkle, you're too sleepy and hopped up on caffeine to be trusted with sharp objects right now. Put the murder
True.
stick down.
True.
Fair enough. Hey, now, I've also got alcohol in me. So,
Oh no, why did I lose audio?
I also have YSL's Man of the Night. That's a really, really fantastic one for really intimate environments. Not great projection, but it is with the cardamom smell in the Man of the Night. It's really, really good. And then I have CK Shock, which is like a $20 one, really, really cheap. So if I'm going to the gym, I usually put like a spray of that in my hair or something so that I don't smell too horrible when I'm in the gym. Obviously, you don't want to overdo it for the gym, but for $20, just throw that in my hair. That's really, really nice. Cheapy.
well, fair enough. I my sound dropped out, but I missed a bunch of super chat or donation discussions here. Whiskey 77, love you all. Great playing with you, Kurt. With a $100 donation. So thank you very much, Whiskey 77, and several others. Frayne, Christina, Wood Daddy Stacks.
No.
There's a bunch of.
Oh no.
Guys, I have big news.
Did you just
I am
overcome?
now at 5 on the leaderboard.
All right.
I'm trying
And
to the leaderboard link.
Paca Rabanne 1 million. I really liked their Purvey, I think it was called, that they discontinued. But I really like that one from Paca Rabanne's 1 million line. It was a great winter fragrance. I'm really disappointed they discontinued it, though.
And thank you to Joe Hadfield, $75 donation. Cheers from another Edmontonian who has family that has spent a lot of time at the Stollery growing up. Good luck with the remaining bit of time. Well, thank you. It's
If you're looking for another one that's like an all-purpose one, Dylan Blue is really, really good for an all-purpose, all-season, all-occasion one. I'm thinking of also possibly switching up to that next time I get a cologne.
I was never a cologne person. I don't know why. I just never couldn't really ever get into it. Where are we? Okay, there we are. Sorry, I was looking for the milestones. I was trying to find the link.
Versace, by the way, Dylan Blue. I failed to name the house.
Welmod Van Manenverhagen, thank you very much. Same for Stephanie Travis. Mylin, thank you very much. Anonymous, thank you very much here.
I love the bings.
Is there a cologne that smells like lumber at Home Depot? Well, I'm thinking.
It's called sawdust.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just lumber.
Yeah, like every time I'm down here, if I cut stuff up, I smell like
Oud wood is pretty good, and if you want that Tom Ford oud wood, that'll do the trick.
Ooh.
And Mamiya, thank you very much.
Let me make sure I've got this.
What are things that smell like gun oil? PokeSD and Rocks, thank you very much.
Not sure if I know any that smell like gun oil. Probably something really heavy with a musk.
Like solvent.
Do I have complimentary lady senses I like? I don't know as much about women perfumes as I do for men, obviously.
So I'm at 39,587. I am seeing calls in the chat to raise the milestone. What Daddy Stacks warms my heart to know that people like you three are in this world. You are fantastic people and do great things. Well, thank you very much. So should I move the milestone up to 45?
I don't see why not. You have too many hours left not to hit that. There we go.
YSL Idol. Yeah, YSL is a good house. I like their stuff. Might be my favorite. Well, Chanel. Blue de Chanel
Done.
and
It has
also
been
their
moved up.
Sport Extreme is really, really good. I like that one too. So it's either Chanel or YSL for my favorite house.
It has been moved up. It is at 45K.
There we go.
And if memory serves correctly, YSL was a student of Dior's.
Didn't know that. Anonymous, thank you very much for the donation there. Blanche the Standard Poodle, thank you very much. Congratulations on top 5. Well, thank you.
Damn it.
I was like, why did I feel like it just got quiet? Was Ian reading something?
I don't know. Chanel number 5, maybe for a woman. I mean, classic.
Wow, number. Thank you for the very generous donation there. I'm
See, when I'm looking at my phone, I'm doing stuff too, guys.
All right, I'm the last one to qualify in that one.
The Deeksters, keep up the good work. Thank you very much. I'm just occasionally hitting mute because I'm eating some of this salsa and guacamole, and I don't really want my chewing sounds to be the primary noise here. Brewberries, thank you very much for the donation there.
Maybe like for a woman, like Essential Elements number 2.
Anonymous, thank you very much.
I didn't know the name of all of these.
KV, thank you. I'm happy to support such a great cause. Thank you, Ian. Thank you very much.
I love that you're beating out like legitimate gaming companies in earnings right now.
It's pretty
well,
fun.
It's I think it's
awesome.
Some of these companies have got to be like, who's this guy? Bacon has donated. Ian, Kurt, and Rob, thank you for amazing content. Truly amazing what each of you contribute and how well you interact with each other. Wish I could give more. My mom lost one of her sisters, 9 to leukemia. Sorry to hear that, but yeah, don't worry about, if there's no
Eternity for women. Good
more
call.
or less, or yeah.
I think Sauvage might be too strong for a woman. I think the Prada Carbon is probably a better choice. It's less obnoxious.
The definition of ADHD is that you quite literally have Kurt playing a game while talking with the chat about different things that are going on, Ian tracking what's going on, me watching Twitter, a game at the same time, and tuning a bandsaw. Yeah, this is just how this stuff works.
Thank you, Kelsey D and Darth Sarah and Sarah Welch. I see somebody saying, I dislike how many women's fragrances just smell like straight up food.
Prada Luna Rosa Black is a very, very good call. Yeah, I like Prada Luna Rosa Black as well. Prada Black, very, very nice, solid choice. Respect. Prada's king of clean frags. You might be right. I'm hard pressed to think of anyone better that does clean frags really well. I don't really like their loam, that's soapy and stuff, but that might work. That might be good for a woman. That smells kind of like coming out of the shower. I don't think it works for me, personally, but that might be a good call.
See, Jess R saying, let's keep it going for Ian. Let's get him to 50K. We just ticked over $40,000, people. So that is amazing.
Oh no, kick out immediately. Immediately. First one out the gate right away.
Like, what happened? Did you just run directly into a rhino?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Just like hit me first. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Kermit McKermit is still in the race and gets yeeted hard. Goodbye, Kermit. Ryanus. Oh, no. Still trying to hold on. And went back into the ring. What a save by Ryanus.
That was
knocked
amazing.
out into the things and then saved back into the ring. Wow. No wonder they keep winning. They are truly the fall guy of our day. Dancing Line, the Thief is trying to also get back into the ring. They're doing it very slowly, one at a time. They're taking the chances. Back in the ring they go. Very, very nice save. Oh, but knocked. Oh, but the bounces off his drum from the Rhino. And voluntarily jumps out of the ring. Go back on the hexagons. B-Shirt is in there, looking solid. Up, but up. Will they get yeeted? Nope. They managed to save it. And up again, saved. And again. And again. Oh, but finally get knocked out at the very end, I think.
Wow. Debbie Swan is asking, how many times have I moved my target amount? I have lost track.
A lot. Like, someone asked in the chat, like Ian, how do you feel about 40,000? Ian was happy when he hit 2,500, then 5,000, then 10,000. I think he's still processing how much he's earned.
I am still just processing. It's just like, this is not something I thought was sort of likely as a possibility. Sui, thank you. Colleen, thank you as well. Jess and Laura, thank you as well.
All right, we're here for roll off between B-Shirt and Dance Line. Rolling on a drum. B-Shirt standing in the middle. Dance Line also standing in the middle. Got to jump that gap. Successfully jumped. B-Shirt on the middle. Up, jumping from one drum to the other. Looks like they might be going after each other. Is there going to be a fight here between the two? Maybe one trying to push off the other, and they jump back, and he jumps back. Will he make it? Oh, look at that. Will he make it? Oh, no. Destruction.
He got ejected.
Did not make it. Ooh, that's too much tension.
Is that Dancing Line's second victory that we've seen?
All right.
Because that is pretty epic.
Well, I guess that will return it to Ian. I've been enjoying hosting for a while. We'll give Ian his own channel back. That sounds like probably a good thing to do.
Then I got to pick something to rock with here. My friend Pedro has too much music. That flirts with a
Copyright?
yeah, flirts with a takedown issue.
Apparently, I have the
Ruin
chat
her with-
dancing.
What's that?
Apparently, I have the chat dancing.
We just see. Just trying to think of a good one here.
I want to sing on the chandelier, chandelier.
Are you okay, sir? Just trying to think of what's good here to run with.
That's a really stupid design.
Mama just killed a man. Put a gun to his hands. Pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go. Leave this old world in your bones. Mama, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on. Nothing really matters.
I see some requests going, please stop. Okay, someone take his auto tune. I'm just looking for what's a good one to run here. There were a few people who did not like what do you call it? Who did not like Sniper Elite, but that was a fun one. Someone saying I have to mute. It's 2 a.m. in the UK and Kurt is waking up my family. I got a request for the food truck game. All right, we can do that.
I feel like I've seen you play that before.
Yep, it is crazy.
That's the one where you like own a food truck, right?
Yep.
Do you want to own a food truck?
No.
Do you want to sell the food? Do you want to help the customers get what they need?
No.
Whatever their mood.
All right, let me just clear some stuff out of my way here because I got tea, I got energy drinks.
Appropriately.
I see. Why was Rob not dancing with Kurt?
Because Rob is next to Power Tools.
Oh, don't forget to make your screen bigger. Put us off the side or something.
Oh, yes.
There you go.
There we go. All right.
Now I'm color commentating on Runkle.
Huh? Thank you to various people there.
Why do I have a bad echo right now?
I think that's on Kurt's end.
Turn it down so hopefully it doesn't echo too much. Have I tried Creed fragrances? Creed is too expensive. I tried Perfume de Marly, which is also too expensive. But I think that the Avantis is overrated. Their Avantis Cologne is actually not too bad, but it's just too expensive for the money. The Chanel private line has a nice amber one that's really nice though. If you want to spend $300 a go.
What if I don't want to spend $300 a go?
And some of the other choices I recommended might be more your speed.
Yeah, to the chat, this saw is not plugged in. Like with my hand being closest blade, the saw is not plugged in. I am observing appropriate safety.
Guys, he's just winging it.
A great day for cooking, Chef.
All right, let's see how this goes.
I've tried Sauvage. I have Sauvage. It's very strong, lasts all day, strong metallic notes. I think in the future I'll probably go to Prada's Carbon. It's very, very similar, but has a more rounded profile. It's not quite as aggressive. Sauvage is a Broxton projection. And there's a reason it's really, really popular. It's a really good choice. It's a very strong scent, though.
So?
Sauvage might be a little boring, that's true. A little overplayed.
This is the, what do you call it? The food truck game.
Off Club de Nuit. I don't like that one at all. I don't know what it was about the Arm Off Club de Nuit, but I put that on my skin and I hated it. It made me feel nauseous. Couldn't rub it off my skin fast enough. Get soap out water and just clean it off. So yeah, Club de Nuit is supposed to smell the same as Avantis. I didn't really like Avantis that much in the first place. And the Club de Nuit just makes me like instantly ill. I had a similar problem with Perfumo by who makes that yeah, it's another one that's classically recommended as a blue fragrance, really, really popular, but I hated it. It made me sick.
We're almost there.
This one is kind of a panic.
CK1's not bad. I have the CK Shock, which is like my cheapie when I'm going to the gym or something. Hugo Boss? Hugo Boss is a good call. Sony Loom Intense. Less dirty Blue de Chanel. I've not tried that, no.
So confused by this game.
Apparently, Ian, you're in 4th place now.
Oh, nice.
Nautica Blue? Bad.
Hate to flex. Like, was anyone ever heard of Old Spice? Yeah, I'm just not a Cologne person.
Will do, Chef.
Dior L'Homme Sport. I didn't like Dior L'Homme, but maybe their sport one is better. Deodorant?
This is basically keyboard panic.
I just passed the 200-minute mark in my continuing endless game, which was sitting paused in the background. So 200 minutes of gameplay.
So basically the way this one works is that for every dish has sort of a series of letters that may or may not require a decision process along the way. And you have to do them sort of at speed because there's time limits. So it can be a bit of a challenge. So I need 3 points.
Astire Mama says, when my husband gets out of the shower smelling like Old Spice Pure Sport, that's why we have children. That's funny.
Buy oysters and carpaccio.
This is gonna make me hungry, isn't it?
Quite possibly. It's a game entirely about food.
Why did you do this to me?
So some of these
Right
things
now-
you can prepare in advance, and those go up on the top. So strawberry door.
I have this really nice body wash right now made by Dove. It's for men. It's like cardamom heavy. I really like it. So I've got a really nice body wash right now. So being with me is smelling cardamom on my body, which is pretty good as far as scents go.
Venison.
I clean up nice.
NC State just scored 24-14.
Honey Stronger with You Intensely is amazing. It's Winter Frag. Okay.
I don't know anything about fragrances.
Fragrances?
Fragrances.
Fraggle Rock. Does this like knees pain like every now and then like joints just start hurting more and more and more? Is that just going to keep getting worse every single year of my life until I die?
Yes.
Ian has passed $40,000 now.
Unfortunately, that is the way life works.
Points.
Unfortunate. I don't like it. Make it not the case.
ESPN is only projecting 99.9% chance for Notre Dame to win. That's not really good odds. Clemson. We only have to score 21 unanswered points. Oh. And like.
Did I ever tell you the story about how NC State versus UNC last year? They were at like 99.9% odds with a minute left in the game. And to the point where the Raleigh News and Observer, the Chapel Hill newspaper published an article the next day that said that they had won. NC State came back and won the game in the last minute.
Was that the Iron Bowl?
No. Iron Bowl is Auburn.
That was a good one.
See, now why are you out of square? Why did you do that? That's not bad. That's good. That'll work.
This is the last stop of the day, so this is just crazy times here.
Tony Joe Mo, knee pain, back pain, etc. is just part of the experience. You know, experience is overrated sometimes. Yes, I want that facing the gullet. Gold medal. Tell me I just looked up to see you dancing.
Yep.
A long way.
Perfect.
We couldn't be prouder of you. Wonderful work, Chef.
Thank you, Saskia, saying not sure how you're still alive after this long. You're doing great. Well, thank you. All right. Brisket slices are fantastic.
Oh, why you have to say brisket?
Because it's in the game. Bunny chow is something that I totally want to try. It's apparently South African.
Ooh.
Fully charged and ready
Oh, Barney Cat saying doing raised beadwork. That is cool.
Now I'm hungry.
I have, and the chat's sitting here going, Rob, go eat dinner. No, I have eaten food. It's just like you see more food and you want that food.
So me and Studio Wildcard are fighting for fourth place.
Studio Wildcard's a punk.
They are. They're a gaming company that makes a popular game.
What game do they make?
I see it's $2 to take fourth. This is going to be an easy day.
That was unbelievable. I am so proud of you.
What game does Studio Wildcard make?
What's that?
What game does Studio Wildcard make?
It's a game called Ark. It's basically a game about taming dinosaurs and eating your own poop. I'm not even kidding. They included eating poop as a way of getting your character to unalive themselves because it was possible to get stuck.
So many questions.
So quite literally, the advice somebody might give you is eat poop and die.
That's pretty good.
Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Rona. I'll try to respond to them when I can, but I can't promise anything because this game is kind of high speed.
People in the chat like you should see some of the size of some of the poop balls. I don't want to see the size of those things.
No.
Don't eat the grumpies. Don't eat the grumpies.
Yeah, do not eat grumpies. They go in the same category as the yellow snow. And
A perfect run. Impressive.
All right, what should I get for dinner?
for
I'm
dinner?
thinking maybe cheesesteak.
Pokeworks.
Oh, we've got somebody.
Hail to the victors, valiant. Hail to the conquering heroes. How was everybody doing today?
Wait a
Not so
minute.
great.
I thought Michigan did.
Kurt,
Michigan have a bye?
I'm sorry about that, Kurt. I hear you there, man.
I thought Michigan
So
had a
I
bye this
am.
week.
Now that we've got Hogue here, I'm gonna do a game swap.
Oh, I was watching you play Cook Serve Delicious on my commercials.
Oh, nice.
I love Cook Serve Delicious.
Well, I feel we need to bring up Prey.
Let's do Prey. I left with Prey. I will return with Prey.
Specifically, Prey Moon Crash.
Yes, let's play Moon Crash. Is Rob working? Is he? What is happening over there? Oh, he is. All right.
Yeah.
What are you
Setting up
working
the
on,
bandsaw.
Mr. Vila?
We're calibrating. We're calibrating the bandsaw. We're tuning it
Okay.
up.
Did you say Mr. Vila? That's
I did.
awesome.
Hey, I gotta say, if ever I use a bandsaw, I want to make sure it's calibrated. So
It's fair, like because otherwise the blade can go into the metal stuff, and that doesn't result in good things.
Yeah, no, you don't want to do that.
No, that can cause a lot of injury. You can
whenever
break
you
a
say
blade.
blades can go into the non-good things, I think both, ouch, that's bad, and two, I think of Lawyers and Dragons. So
Yep. Today was a good day. Today was a lot of blades going into things they shouldn't have gone.
Good day. For those that don't know, I'm currently fully impaled by a sword where our episode finished off.
Yeah, but I got to murder 3 creatures. I got to murder three other people.
Yes, you did. You got a lot of murdering in. We would like to clarify that it was in fact in a role-playing game.
Did you see
Was
the
it,
chat
though?
came up? Hey, come on. The chat came up with a great way of like a calming murder in, murder out. They called it mimosa. Like murder in, murder out, saw, woo saw.
Nice.
Oh, they're not just trying to get you to drink mimosas?
I think it was probably twofold.
Okay.
Like I feel like there was 2 goals.
All right, there we go. I was having some trouble getting it to actually see Prey.
Okay, so what did I miss? I want to make sure I'm clear. So I go to leave for the game. Kurt comes with Rob. You guys play some Fall Guys, I saw, right?
Yeah, that's good.
We're up
That's
to
a fun one.
40,000.
And Cook Serve Delicious, I saw. Are those the 2 things you played?
Yep, I think so.
All right.
No type of materials detected.
Ian's up to 40,000. And number
He's
4 on the
almost
leaderboard.
he's almost at 41, I believe I saw.
Oh, wow.
You got a real shot at potentially 50. I don't want to count our chickens, but you're doing such a great job, Ian.
Yeah, well, I've got. I'm hoping I can really ruin the day of some of the
gaming companies.
some of these gaming companies.
Are the gaming companies are the ones that are in front of you on the leaderboard? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
There's one of these beating. A couple of these beating.
There's a bunch that I'm beating.
Ian's currently in 4th place.
I mean,
Gaming
I'd feel
companies
bad
of the
for them,
world.
except that I don't.
Gaming companies of the world, get to know the name Runkle of the Bailey. All right,
Pretty
and maybe
good.
check out some Rumple of the Baileys if you want. I mean, either way.
All right, now I forget what I'm doing here.
Yeah, right. We were potentially gonna start your run over.
Yeah, I'm almost tempted to just start the whole thing over.
Oh, the whole model over?
Yeah, the whole.
So I think we were talking about this a little bit before we started the game proper the first time, but Moon Crash is ultra awesome. And one of the reasons is it is a fully progressive kind of roguelike with build outs for different archetype characters that you kind of earn throughout and in a narrative way. So it's almost like Hades if you imagine that you've got kind of without spoiling it, like different characters that are trying to do different things, and the environment reacts to you. It is, Ian, I'm right in saying it is the prototype for what Deathloop becomes. Yeah.
Maybe.
And for people wondering why I'm messing with my power tools, those were a lot of words I didn't understand. So I'm here in the support that I can do.
Rob, I am fully happy to listen to some about like sand wedges cleaning off sand behind the ball and people getting in big amounts of trouble for that.
Oh, that was the golf stuff. Yeah, that was Patrick Reed. The funnier story about that one was his lawyer, Larry Klayman, getting disbarred and then filing a lawsuit against all of the judges of the DC Court of Appeals, trying to conflict them out of hearing the appeal of his disbarment. That didn't work. The disbarment was upheld, and then Patrick Reed dismissed his $750 million defamation lawsuit within a week after that disbarment was upheld.
That's the story you sent me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Isn't that fun? Like, the law is weird. And then last night, did you see the story about Orgasm Inc.?
You know what? I missed it, but I did see you were going to cover it.
It's fantastic.
I
also
heard Rob from the comments that you perhaps even slid into the cornhole puns and commentary more than I did on Hangouts yesterday.
Oh, it was so funny. that was so much the chat's doing, but it was so very much appreciated because it was hilarious.
Will I check my sack to see if it's regulation?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
all of the
undersized sacks not fitting in the proper holes. You know how it is.
Funny.
And
I'm gonna have to restart. I don't remember where the heck I'm going.
Ian, I don't blame you.
Where are we now?
This is a moon base.
Congratulations,
right.
Ian, on passing $41,000.
Well, thank you.
I feel like the late night crowd is just about to tune in.
Ian remains in fourth place, although it's close. He's only ahead by about $150.
Well, we've
But if he gets
got to
another,
beat.
if he gets another $5,700, he'll be in third place.
This is Basilisk. Hello.
This is a new start.
Okay. We are sending 2 classified pieces of technology we recovered from TranStar's moon base. They should be arriving in a few moments. One is an operator containing a backup of the base. It's a simulation of all the research data, company secrets, and connectomes from employee brains. We picked you
What?
because
First place is Magic the Gathering.
Did I just hear
To
employee
take
brains?
first place, we need another
so you'll be able to
$730,000.
You'll be plugging into the moon base as it was.
Pretty sure losing to Magic the Gathering on this one isn't like the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
There's a lot to do. I'm sending your orders along so you can check them off as you go.
I got to believe that Wizards and Hasbro themselves put a chunk of change in on that one.
Oh, I
executing these
suspect.
orders will fulfill your contract. After you recover the data, we're going to pick you up. So great news.
Got people in the chat here saying first started at 700,000. It would be hilarious if it were 700 grand from Hasbro.
The delivery is docking now, so I'll leave you to it.
Transport craft African.
The real question is why Magic the Gathering gave $700,000 instead of $4 million. That extra $300,000 was on their budget. Apparently, the amount of magic that was gathered was 700,000.
Oh.
All right. LG visor goes there.
Other people say that the donation from Wizards might be 770. What is their number?
It is 771, 845.
I mean, it can't be. They couldn't have donated 770 and gotten $1,845. I don't think. Julia 543. I tend to agree. Why do they donate 700,000? Because in the back of their heads, they think they can get 3 and then celebrate $1 million.
Yeah, fair enough. 770K on Magic the Gathering was all from one donor. So
if that's true, that's Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Or is it an anonymous donor?
Oh, I like this. They say the top donation is 770,720, and Hasbro donated 730. I don't know if any of that's true, but if it is at all, they're not the real number one.
All right. So for the chat, if you missed the sort of intro here, basically we're a hacker in a little tiny sort of space, and they have sent us a little package that contains all of the information from the station. And so we're going to be jumping into a simulation. So it's not a real thing that happened. It is a simulation.
Yeah, which
So
gives them all the reasoning that they need to mess with what happens in there and still call it real.
So we're hopping into this. All right. So select a crew member, and they're giving us as our starting crew member this crazy person who wants to escape.
What the hell?
I love introducing Rob to the world of video games. Rob, this is one of the best
RS
DLCs ever
Snark
made.
Daddy. Yeah, they were trying to give me the name Snark Daddy. What do you think, Lawn Lumber? Is that working for you?
I have no problem with that. That doesn't bother me at all.
So launch Moonbase Simulation. We are going to play as the crazy person.
All right, so
And what's your overall goal here? What are you doing, Ian? What are you trying to accomplish?
So they've given us an objective of have this guy escape through a particular portal.
Okay.
Which I don't think is actually possible for this guy, because I think it actually requires another character to open the portal. But
Attention, all Pioneers crew members. This is an emergency broadcast.
Man, I
So
gotta
this
download
is-
Designated escape pod stations and prepare for evacuation. If you are unable to reach an escape pod, security will track your position as they conduct a final sweep before launching.
If you are unable to reach your security pod, you are going to die.
I mean, that is correct.
Come on, Mimic. That didn't even... What was that?
That was the laziest mimic on the planet.
That was a Mimic panic. Oh.
Okay. This is something else.
Yeah.
2 thermal mimics as the starting.
Yeah, so here's the thing, folks. This game is set up like a roguelike, which means it's variable.
Yeah, and it has no problem just starting you out with, hey, by the way, you are about to get hosed. These gates, basically, there's an override, but otherwise they will lock if they detect enemies.
Kill all enemy gates.
You can
care that they put into the lore. You can what, Ian? I'm sorry.
You can sometimes lure the enemies away in order to get through. That also can work. So this is on the moon base, so we've got low gravity. And I am going to collect this loot.
It's funny. I remember so much of this. It's because you play it so many times.
Oh, yeah. It's a wonderful little game here.
Kurt, you ever play Prey or Moon Crash?
No.
Yeah. Do you like immersive sims at all?
Mm,
Deus Ex, Dishonored, Bioshock.
Bioshock was okay.
Okay.
I played Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite, and they were both eh.
You know, if there's any video game fans in the chat, somebody might get pretty mad about on Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite.
I mean,
Yeah,
they
no
were
kidding.
fine in their thematics. It's just like the ending is so black and white. You know, you do any evil thing and like nuclear holocaust, and it's like,
I agree with you on the end of Bioshock. I agree with you 100%, Kurt, that it has this really cool kind of weird story, and then it ends with your god or the devil.
Yeah, it's a little much. Bioshock Infinite, I didn't really like the ending for that much either, to be honest.
You don't think there's always a lighthouse?
But there isn't always a lighthouse because sometimes there's murder.
I'm acting on information and belief. I've been told that there's always a lighthouse.
Let me put you this way: I played it once, and I have no desire to ever play it again. So that's not really a great game for me.
That's just a natural reaction to more Troy Baker. It's just normal. We get through it together.
So this is letting me track the Mimic, which is looking like this rock.
Nice. Good try, Mimic.
Yeah, exactly.
Ian Runkle, Mimic Hunter.
Well, it really helps that there's a thing that just tells you where it is. All right, so now I've got a pistol.
Crazy man with a pistol.
Oh yeah, this is all sorts of.
That's basically Ian Runkle.
Now I don't think
like
that they.
I had a similar problem with like Far Cry 5. Its ending. Far Cry 4 was pretty good though.
Oh, Far Cry,
5
the
is-
endings typically suck.
Far Cry 5 is Montana, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's yeah, that one I just didn't like the ending because it's like doesn't matter what you do, you were wrong to do it. And I was like,
doesn't matter what you say. Yeah, nuclear holocaust. Sorry,
Any
spoilers.
game that ends in nuclear holocaust is like not necessarily my favorite game of all time.
Spoilers, Far Cry 5, the cult leader was right.
yeah, which is such an obnoxious thing.
Yeah.
Well, and did you see what they did with the sequel?
Well, I thoroughly enjoy 6. Do you not like 6?
I mean the like the DLC on.
Go inside Joseph Seed's head. Yes.
Yeah, well, in the like, what is it? You play the starting character who has basically given up on life because he was so wrong, and like I'm like, just just add insult to it.
Injury.
The hilarious part about Far Cry, because I really do thoroughly enjoy Far Cry, is they have tonal inconsistencies across the board. Like I like 6. 6 is like got some devastatingly tragic, mean type cutscenes, but for the most time you're goofing around. It's the weirdest game series.
Yeah. I've really been enjoying Witcher 3 though. I've been enjoying that. I'm in the DLC now.
Oh, that was interesting.
Witcher 3. You're in the DLC. Are you playing what Blood? What are they called?
Whatever both of them are. Yeah, I'm playing kind of both of them.
Oh, okay. You're popping into vampires on the one hand, and
that security operator just decided to kill itself. That was unusual.
Well, you combine the genre with roguelike. Sometimes you get some weird behavior.
Yeah, no, that is true. It just decided to crash itself into a rock.
Why are people asking if I'm wearing eye protection? There is nothing running in the shop right now.
But are you wearing
They just
eye
care
protection?
about you. They just want you to be safe, Rob. They love you.
Rob, I'm unclear. Did they specify specifically eye protection?
They did. There was people saying, "Are you wearing
You are
eyeglasses?"
terrible.
Oh, damn it, Rick! I just walked right into that. That's not
It's
fair.
college football Saturday. I'm
That's
in a good
true.
mood.
Hang on, NC State's up. I think we were up 27 to.
We can't talk about it too much because I feel bad because Kurt's up there at the top of the screen and I don't want to mention it.
It didn't go well for me today.
I am very sorry.
My team has utterly embarrassed itself and disgraced itself in every way.
Escape pod status. Crater pod
It is
available.
still football,
Awesome.
but I know
An
how that feels,
undefeated
Kurt.
team lost to an unranked 5-3 team in a humiliating fashion.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to dissuade you on this because I would feel the same way.
They're an embarrassment to all that I believe in. Lame.
It's so funny because one of my traditions is perhaps too strong. Rituals is on a particularly bad defeat for the Michigan Wolverines. I go and I listen to the final credits music of Lost in a dark room. So there we go.
Oof. That sucked.
Your health is low, crazy person.
Yeah, I got murdered by cystoids.
LSU's being Alabama, which is pretty hilarious.
Oh, it's anarchy right now. Clemson is not alone.
Vital signs critical.
Hey, Clemson's down 35-14 with a minute 10 left.
This
in the
is
fourth
not
quarter.
right.
All we need is 21 unanswered points in the next 70 seconds.
Hey, Ian, it does appear that they forgot to render your
Wait,
recycler.
no. Yeah.
It really does.
CLEMSO.
I'm sorry. It sucks, man. It sucks.
I mean, yeah, what the heck? That's not right either.
Ian, is your moon crash coming apart?
It appears so. Like at the seams.
Well, the game's over now.
Kadar says you're behind. Game's already over.
Yeah, I just got the update from the app. Game's over now.
I'm sorry. Notre Dame has thrown many a wrench in many a school's campaigns.
Let's go see what's going on with LSU or Alabama.
Oh, neuromods, excellent.
Yeah, so that, if I remember correctly, is your kind of carried progress, yeah?
Yeah. So,
I like the chat just saying "moon crash" extendedly, like it's a James Bond song. Moon crash.
yeah, let's take. This is weird. Oh, there we go. It's playing us the.
It's having all sorts of fun.
Yeah, I think maybe I'm going to restart Moon Crash.
We've got people in your chat trading an OH and an IO. I don't know exactly what that is. It seems to be IO. It's very unclear.
Meditating with let me scroll up. No, where'd it go? Meditating with love. Rob doing family history research found my great-grandfather was issued patents for and won a medal in the Cincinnati Expo for circular saw improvements. That's cool. And then Scott's asking, is it too late for blueberry or chocolate pancakes? No, it's never too late for breakfast.
Pancakes
Unless
are
you're dead.
an every time food.
Unless you're dead.
And chocolate.
But you know what? If I'm dead, just throw some blueberry pancakes into my casket.
I like to believe dead means pancakes all the time. Let's get existential in the evening broadcast of Ian tries not to fall asleep.
Yep.
So far, I'm doing all right.
You're doing
I haven't
great,
passed
man.
out yet. Came close a couple of times.
You're doing great. By the time I was situated to watch my game, Rob was already back here. So, like, I was worried you wouldn't have a buddy.
I know. I saw you on the when you were here, and I was like, "Oh, Ian's gonna need somebody because Rick needs to go do something." So I was like, "Okay, I'll just set up in the shop."
Did you know that something was go watch my game?
I figured
All
it had
right.
something to do with that.
Prey appears to have crashed hard.
Moon
So,
crash, literally.
yes, it moon crashed. Oh, it's really not liking whatever's going on.
Man, I hope it didn't like kill your computer.
I might need to reboot. Because, yeah, it's just not doing well at all.
Sad Greg Schiano face. Gives you joy of life. Sorry if there's any New Jersey or Rutgers fans in chat.
All right, I may need to reboot. I will be right back.
Yeah, I mean, it should just pass to us, right? If you have to shut off your computer, we should be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys should be fine. I'll just be right back.
Longest time on a traditional.
Kurt's in
I'm
charge.
control now.
All
I'm
right,
in
Kurt,
control.
take us away. You
How
control
y'all
the
doing?
horizontal. You control the vertical.
That's right. It's all uncivil law here on Ian Runkle's channel. Hope everyone's having a great day.
Fantastic.
We've been talking about many different things today. We talked about colognes and Star Trek and
We did rank the Star Trek series. I didn't catch a Cologne conversation. That's fun.
Okay. Yeah. All kinds of things. We played some Fall Guys. We could play some more Fall Guys. I could switch out my OBS camera so that we could get Fall Guys on screen. You
Did
wouldn't
we
get me on
manage to
screen.
get
Well, I
a
could cheat
crown
it.
on stream, Kurt? I didn't.
Huh?
Did we manage to get a crown on stream?
Yeah. I could cheat it. Let's see if I can cheat it. Okay. Yeah, I can do this. Hold on. Let's load up Fall Guys again. I can't put the game up on stream, but I can make it my camera. Let's see. Game capture. Let's see. Change window to Fall Guys client. Yes, great. Okay, then I need to put my own camera in the corner. Great. Put that on. Yep. Okay, transition that. All right, now I need to start a virtual camera. See, virtual camera is here. Great. Now I need to switch my camera from the real camera to fake camera.
Look at you, master of the buttons.
Too much power. All right, let's.
I don't know what you did. I know I couldn't do that.
All right, the code is 02CQ8.
Oh, are you inviting people to come play with you?
Oh yes. Figure why not? We gave it a shot before. Why not? Maybe some people still have Fall Guys and want to load it up.
Wait, does Kurt sing songs from Dr. Horrible? Do you have Dr. Horrible songs memorized, Kurt?
Do I have what?
Dr. Horrible songs memorized?
Dr. Horrible? No.
Well, I play. Right? I don't have Fall Guys currently on my computer, so
you don't need it on your computer.
It's very sad.
I also don't have a controller. This is my work computer.
I can load anything on screen, and you can't stop me.
Was that I can load anything? Was that a Reading Rainbow reference?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Reading Rainbow.
That's right.
Is that still a thing?
Can do anything. Take a look.
No way to
It's in a book.
Reading Rainbow.
Do they still make those?
Reading Rainbow.
No, I don't think. I mean, you never really know because things like Sesame Street are on HBO. So I have no idea.
Sesame Street is on HBO?
Yeah, HBO had a contract with Sesame Street.
Cats and dogs living together.
Mass hysteria. Yeah, but now HBO is just cutting all money that it spends on anything. So it's going to be a fun time. That'll undoubtedly be a virtual legality at some point. Good night,
Go ahead and
co-counsel.
play. We should do Jackbox. We could do
Co
Jackbox
Council
too.
thinks there was
The only
Reading
thing is-
Rainbow reboot, but I don't know. Rick,
Reading
you should
Rainbow
always have a Switch next to you. Is it crossplay? Could I have loaded on my Switch?
Yeah. It's a crossplay.
I think my daughter has my Switch right now. But...
Daughter probably has it on their gaming system.
I do like Fall Guys.
Someone donated 40K to the 9th ranked person. Well, that's just lame.
Well, it's good for the kids.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, go get your Switch and join us here. Steal it from the kids. Daddy needs to play games now.
I just play my Switch sitting here on the street. Yeah, see, I have not played Fall Guys in more than a year, so I've not seen this board ever.
Well, it's the whole thing is it's like very low effort, low entry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, get your Switch, open Fall Guys. It'll be fine.
I don't have the Switch. The Switch is upstairs.
Yeah. Don't steal it from your daughter. This is the teenage daughter that has it?
Yes.
That would be a problem.
She likes to play Stardew, as a matter of fact. They were so into the early morning Stardew playthrough by Ian that I got woken up to be told how cool it was.
All right, Roadrunner. Let's do some color commentary. Roadrunner. Run up the side there like the Roadrunner that he is. Running up the treadmill on the side. Coming against the grain. Dodging an orange. Oh, no, they're in the middle. And they fall down. Convince B is a rookie. Falling in the middle. Detailed cast. Trying to run up the side. Just got hit by some fruit. Looking to escape the triangles.
I like this as Kurt's demo
Dodging.
for sports.
Yeah, I'm doing color commentary now. Round is over.
I just like Kurt's character name.
What is his name?
Race Ipso Loc.
Pam says LeVar Burton is currently on Instagram. I know he tried out for like the Jeopardy job. He's not actually blind. That always throws me.
Ada?
Oh, we're doing this now?
I liked him.
Hexagon? Okay.
Yeah, when the game first came out, there was one that tended to kill people that you had to roll up like a giant mountain that was having slime.
Ooh, that was a big fall by Uncivil. That was a huge fall by Uncivil.
Well, but you've got this board all to yourself because everybody's a board above you. You can make people just fall right through this level.
What was that noise? Oh, the game is loading.
Yep, Ian's going to try Moon Crash again, hoping against hope that it isn't.
I'm hoping that was just a weird, like, something.
Dude, Kurt, that was masterful, man. Oh, no.
Oh, now this is going to break my brain. I've got two games playing side by side.
Well, Kurt did one where he bounded behind the guy for his spot. That was great. And that's it.
Oh, Kurt just jumped into the goo.
Actually, we can play games simultaneously. I can play game on my screen while Runkle's playing games on his screen. We can do both.
ADHD, the experience.
We have a gaming game. I hope you like games because I got games inside your games.
So you can game while you game, and
yeah, you got games inside your games.
It's
so everyone who wants to play with me, we're playing a game at the same time Runkle's playing a game. Two Scoop Destroyer wins.
So
Skate Pod.
Your box is showing that, and I guess we only get a portion of it, Kurt. Is that what's happening? And then your head is off the corner?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I could make it so that it would show the whole thing on screen. The code is 02CQ8 for those of you who want to play with me. 02CQ8.
Nice.
We're going to just be playing off here in the corner.
Rob's just gonna start juggling bandsaws on his stream.
No, that sounds remarkably dangerous. Like remarkably dangerous.
I like it, Rob. I like it because it was just a drive-by. I didn't even know if you were in the room.
Oh, because I used to see the walk by.
Yep.
Just keep doing that. Like
That sounds
randomly.
dangerous. Just walks right out of camera again.
Ah,
Now, if
crap!
you guys
That
wanna-
thing's still coming.
Now, if you guys want to take out your cell phones and start a game of Marvel Snap at the same time Kurt's playing Fall Guys and Ian's playing Moon Crash, you know, you could really get 3 potential games going. If you have multiple devices, you can play both of those simultaneously.
Oh, my brain. I've got the Rick. I've got the NC State game on the other monitor too.
Oh, Rob, I'm sorry. Yes, if it wasn't clear, I came back on the stream when Michigan had the game in hand, but I have the fourth quarter on in my corner.
Okay.
No central report. Positive.
We have some kind of major injury, which isn't great. But I don't know whose team it is or what player.
So I can't get through this so long as this thing is there.
Can you kill that thing? Do you just have a wrench in your hand?
I do, but I also have psychic powers.
Oh, no. I think we had a...
And the psychic powers were what settled the issue on this one.
I think a coach on Rutgers got hurt or went down.
Oh, that's
Well, it's particularly because at Michigan we had a running backs coach have a full-on seizure on the sidelines, which scared everybody.
Oh, I don't recommend doing that.
Nope. Cameraman, says Kelly C. Thank you, Kelly C. I have sound off so I can pay attention to the stream and participate. I appreciate it. Hey, is this the recycler that didn't render right the first time?
No, this is a different recycler, so I don't know. But I did have to use my psychic powers to kill a monster, so...
Oh, that was a good one.
I don't think I have a fabrication plan for the thing I need to actually fabricate. Which is lots of neuromods.
Sonny asks, has anyone on the stream watched The Peripheral yet? I've watched the first 10 minutes.
I have not even
Ian
watched the
hasn't.
first 10 minutes.
It doesn't strike me it's the type of thing Rob would seek out on his own, but we can ask.
I have no idea what that is. What is it?
It's a Amazon Prime show called The Peripheral, which I think is based on...
It's a thing you should watch sometime after Firefly.
Yeah, the chat is about to kill me over the Firefly thing. I gotta watch that apparently.
It's not that good a show. You didn't miss much.
Oh, chaos ensues.
We can't see Kurt's face fully. It's small. Like, is he gonna rip on Bioshock Infinite, and Firefly in like a 20-minute period?
All right, so this is sort of the fundamental thing of Moon Crash is escape the planet.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the easiest route.
You did it. You won. You beat Moon Crash.
I did not beat Moon Crash.
Michigan puts its 52nd point on the board for those of you keeping track at home. Look at those points coming in. That just feels good, man.
It does. I have a new incoming message from Basilisk, exiting simulation. So we're back to the real world.
Or are we?
We are.
Basilisk to Casper Module 13. Copy, please. Repeating. Basilisk to Casper Module 13. Copy, please. Ah, you're okay. Congratulations. It seems the simulation is significantly corrupted, but scans of your brain tomography indicate no damage.
Well, that's
Corruption
good.
appears to be limited to the host operator. No externalization, so you should be fine. We've transmitted an app that should help track the simulation's instability. Please install it immediately so you're not caught unaware again. Basilisk out.
This does nothing other than making the game harder.
They wanted to give you a little taste right there. Look, you can play Moon Crash. It's no problem.
All right, so now it wants me to go back into the simulation.
I see people are saying that Rob shouldn't watch Firefly because it just kind of ends. But I assume when we're talking about Firefly, we are including Serenity.
So does life. Life just kind of ends.
Oh my God.
Well, D, that was dark. Thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Hello, everybody. It's 9 p.m. Mountain Time. 3
That
hours.
spirit,
from
would
the
you
end
like
of
to
all
donate to
things.
help the kids' lives last a little longer?
Here is Ian Runkle with one
Or
of
would
the
you like to
top
go full
ranked,
nihilism?
one of the top ranked charity streams. Life just ends. Oh my. Hey, you got a new character. What does this mean, Ian?
This means that I also have to escape with this person.
Okay.
Whoops. I didn't want to buy the pistol. Ah, crap.
So you're spending the points you earned from doing stuff on the run that you just played to set up the next run.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Nice.
And you can see view progress. There's all sorts of things there in terms of like how you unlock things, how you escape, how you do all sorts of things. So so bounties are ways to get extra sim points. Cool.
Unless you and Bama's tied.
House Hippo, thank you for the donation and also for the awesome username there. So objective is escape the moon, but the story objective is to use the shuttle. I don't know if it's possible for me to use the shuttle, but we're going to try. Eileen is asking, how long is Ian's donation link open? I think it's open until like December 31st.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah. Completing all objectives will fulfill your contract.
That's usually how contracts work.
It is the most important thing to remember. Oh, did you play any Hard Space on this stream? I know you love that one, Ian.
I haven't played it on this stream. But
I was just reminded because I am the one person on Earth that went through their full fake contract terms. I should have done a video.
You're not the one person on Earth. I know another person who went through that.
Okay, good.
Because they're hilarious.
They are. They're well written.
I mean, they're clearly intended to be, fictional fantasy dystopia.
Well, you like sell your soul, literally.
Yeah.
Terms.
Like, we own every aspect of you, and also you are a, functionally a slave. It's like, oh, cool. That's great.
Yeah, I got to play more of that game.
So the other thing that is interesting is that within a run, when they have you go again, all of the stuff that your previous character collected is still collected. So, which kind of sucks for you.
All right, 02CQ8. I'm going to pick up my food from the door. I'll be right back.
Listen to me. You need to stay off the lunar surface. I repeat, do not step foot on the regolith. There's something underneath. I think it's drawn to movement. It senses vibrations. I can't kill it. There's a shuttle in crew, but we are stuck in the damn crater until we get the Typhon gates down. Round up anyone else you can find. Warn them.
Translation. That thing, the moon shark, will absolutely wreck you.
Also, moon shark is just an awesome concept.
It is. And I'm about to get or to summon the moon shark by accident. Here it comes. Let's not be there when it arrives.
02CQ8.
That's game. Bama goes down.
Bama goes down?
Alabama has lost to LSU.
Nice. Eat it.
LSU goes for 2 to win or lose. I got to respect the play, even if it's Brian Kelly.
So that's a phantom, and it wants to kill me. I would rather it not kill me. We're going to negotiate this.
I know, honey. Co-counsel just yelled LSU. There you go.
Alabama getting destroyed makes me feel marginally better.
It was a tumultuous day of football.
Maybe they won't make it to the playoffs. That'd be hilarious.
They got 2 losses already. I mean, I don't know.
I know.
I don't see them.
Be the first time not making the playoffs in quite a long time.
It might be ever.
Stephen Hampton, thank you very much.
Oh, Dancing Dino. Oh, that is so generous.
I love the dino.
I love it every time. I try to. My big goal is to not let my head bob when I watch the dino, but I know I failed at that a bunch of times.
So I've got a glue turret.
I don't even know what I'm trying to do here. What am I trying to do on this map? Press the lit buttons? Oh.
I like the answer to what is this game? It's Prey on the Moon, whatever it's called. You nailed it.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. That's true.
You know, Kurt, if you read the directions, it helps a lot with knowing what to do.
I just like Kurt's playing Fall Guys. It's hilarious.
Yep, don't like that.
I mean, it's objectively rad looking. So
yeah, I didn't really have any way to deal with that. Deceased. A moon shark has killed you.
You died, but don't fret.
Yeah. It just resets the simulation. All right, select a crew member. I would like to start with Joan Winslow. We're just going to start with her doing...
I believe children are the future. Unless we
Island,
work
with I
to
believe is a
stop them
tip
now.
for Moon Crash, but may
Make
just
sure
be for
they
life.
don't survive so they
You
can
can go and raise your
overtake
dead
us.
body.
Only if the simulation hasn't reset. Because at this point, the simulation reset because I'm out of characters. So the dead body will not be there. Instead, I am stuck doing... this is a cape.
Make the world a better place for you and for me, but mostly me.
Is that a little Michael Jackson up there?
You mean Kurt, or did you see one on the moon?
No, Kurt. I did mean Kurt. Although Michael Jackson, famous for moonwalking, I don't believe appears in Moon Crash.
That would be funny.
I'm not so sure about this particular exercise.
I just really like the juxtaposition between the corpse on the moon and like this tiny little
Alright.
bean man that I've watched
More
running
food.
around. Steam Switcher says, Whitney Houston, this is for you and for me and the entire human race. That's not Michael Jackson? Was that a cover?
And I will always love you.
That's Whitney Houston.
That's Dolly Parton.
I can't tell which cover you're doing, Kurt.
Yeah, Moonshark is bad. I'm anti-Moonshark.
I'm for the things you are for and against the things you are against. Down with the Moonshark.
Jolene, 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 Jolene.
Yeah, Rob, Chad has asked me to tell you to close your drawer.
know you had your choice, man, but I'll never love again. Please don't break my heart again.
Thanks, Chad.
Thank you to you, Tiamo.
I like that they had you close your door, Rob, because the space I can see on this camera is cleaner than basically any space in my house. No, Chad, I'm not making jokes about Rob's drawers. No.
I will. This is an essential public service.
You know what? It's your channel, man.
Where did he go? I know I didn't kill him.
He was standing in that doorway. It's off-putting.
Yeah, he wrecked my ballistic turret. It makes me very sad.
Billie Jean, not my lover. It's just a girl. Says it, I am the one. But the kid is not my son. Hey.
You know, really listening to some of those lyrics, it's kind of off-putting. Drawers or drawers in the South, they are two different things. I don't think I could just present with a Southern accent and not somehow come across as offensive. So I'm going to avoid that. But if you do like accents, Rob does a mean old country Virginian lawyer when reading through docs.
Not to be confused with what do you call it?
Foghorn Leghorn?
Foghorn Leghorn. I'm going to say the chicken.
They do have a certain amount of similarity, don't they?
They do.
I do declare.
Well, I have no idea what exactly you're talking about.
Counsel, please approach.
Counsel, would you mind approaching the bench? If you would be so kind.
Good. Thanks, Your Honor. I'll just stay here.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was a would you kindly type request, Mr. Kurt.
Janelle, thank you for the donation. Final stretch. Yes.
It just bounces. It's great.
Good afternoon, Pythias. I'm pleased to announce our very own engineer Brian Chung will be carving a beautiful art
Hogue went Colonial Virginia. Was there a distinction there? This is why I don't do accents.
Or anyone you know have any
It's a mix of French, British, and Southern.
more pleasant. Please let Director you and HR know.
Please let us know if you have any hidden talents that we can totally, make into a thing.
Zero two CQ8 for those of you who want to join. 02 CQ8.
That worked.
I didn't mean to throw that, but it worked.
It was, you know what? It was impressive. I don't know that I actually ever have thrown a glue grenade there.
It accomplished what it needed to.
Scanning. Typhon threat imminent.
It's leftover Chinese, chat. Don't freak out.
It's human body parts, chat.
Shrimp fried rice, chat. Shrimp fried rice.
Who is Justin Turk?
Gate reactivation in 3.
He's a stupid hat on, that's what I can say.
Typhon material detected.
He only has 15 people watching his channel, too.
Oh, geez, that I don't want to mess with.
He's lame.
Did another World Series night? Did they play like 5 games in a row?
Ms. McCandles.
Astros apparently won the World Series, so yeah.
Yep, looks like.
Cafeteria. No. That's all broken. Is there anything useful in here? Oh, there's a maintenance.
Sorry, Phillies. Phillies fans. City of Philadelphia. State of Pennsylvania. Good job, Astros.
If this doesn't mean that I could have just gone around. It totally did. I didn't need to use a single thing. There's a lot of dead people around here.
Would you say you see dead people?
I would, but not in a bad movie kind of way.
Oh, snap. The negative takes are coming out tonight.
Did you say Sixth Sense was a bad movie?
Oh, Rob's in. Rob's invested.
That's just weird. That was a good movie. It was weird, but it was good.
Hashtag I stand with Rob.
I mean,
you shouldn't, though.
What?
Because he's wrong.
I'm totally right.
Sixth Sense.
You are not right.
Perfectly pleasant movie.
It's a movie that depends on a twist. That's
Sixth Sense.
Did we accidentally restart the twist discussion?
You did.
Sorry.
I'm not sure it's that accidental. I think you intentionally restarted the twist discussion.
Just there asked, did Hogue just say, oh, snap? I did. I like to use idioms that embarrass my daughters. And so very often I will call things rad, say, oh, snap, and whatnot. You have very limited means of combating the teenage
I don't think
daughter.
you really have to try to embarrass your daughters. I think,
I'm just saying. The
Are you saying they're just embarrassed because... You know what? I'm not going to finish that sentence. That's just terrible.
Groovy baby. Tubular. Yeah, bitchin'.
We had our first successful resaw. So what was
Successful
one?
which?
Resaw. What was one is now two.
There's a metaphor there.
Is it a good metaphor?
I don't know. I'll work on it.
Oh,
We can
we'll
workshop
try to
it. We
figure it
got
out.
some hours left.
We got time. Well, turned out pretty good.
Christina in the chat says Sixth Sense is one of those movies I related to. I would like to assume it's because she too is a psychic and sees dead people.
I mean, that is the most likely conclusion.
This Sarah, hey Rob, I got a question for you, right? Because I noticed this in Lawyers and Dragons. I'm seeing that Sarah, just Sarah, this Sarah. What's the deal? Because they're all pointing me to your Friday Night Frenzy. What's up with the Sarahs?
So every time that Sarah makes a comment, and you do it on yours in the morning. It's like that Sarah, not the Sarah, not this Sarah, but that Sarah.
That's the name.
Yeah. So I said that Sarah last night, and there was another Sarah that was this Sarah. And I said, not that Sarah, but this Sarah. And then all of a sudden the chat started doing this. The Sarahs started talking in the chat. And that Sarah sent a super chat that had all of the Sarah names. Like, so I was just reading out all the Sarah names. So they just started renaming themselves Sarah adjacent, Sarah sympathizer, like this maybe Sarah. It was, yeah, see? Bo Johan wishes she was a Sarah. Sarah
see.
smile.
I saw Secret Squirrel had a Sarah in the middle name. Iris with all that and a bag of chips. You know what my daughter really dislikes is I must be like butter because now I'm on a roll.
Oh my.
You are a terrible person.
I'm a dad.
That's total dad move.
I mean, there's overlap between those two concepts.
Oh my goodness. I'm a good dad. But dads have dad jokes for precisely this reason.
Just to torment your kids?
Torment is a strong term, Mr. Runkle. I would say it is to bandy about in fair play while not otherwise crippling them emotionally or psychically.
No, there is a certain amount of crippling you do.
I like to think I'm limiting that. But
yeah, but like, I mean, tell me your parents didn't cripple you at some level emotionally, like when you were younger.
I think the nature of the beast is that all parents inflict a certain amount of trauma. We try to limit it as much as possible.
Or we try to make it hilarious.
Well, if you're going to go that way.
I mean, if you're going to do it anyways, you might as well get a laugh out of it.
That
was dark. I don't know if I like that way. I don't think I like that take.
Oh, no. We're going to wheel this back. I'm very hopeful that this era is sometimes a fog where we don't have to worry about the disagreements, the disputes. We try very much to espouse reasonable minds can differ in Hogue House, but, well, sometimes. Like, Bo, keep teaching your kids how to debate. It's going to end so well. Oh, we were already reaping what we've sown there. How does the meme go? Sowing is so fun. Yeah. And then reaping. No.
Yeah. Wait, this sucks.
Sniped. I was sniped.
Shireen says we are a sorority.
Oh my word! It's also the punny dad jokes that are being used in the naming of the Sarah are fantastic. So see, Christina pseudo Sarah.
We have a very special
Love that.
announcement from our facility director.
Oh, Christina actually follows up, says there was some spooky stuff at funerals that she worked at as honor guard. So,
I'll be blunt. The moon is a harsh mistress. Your time here at Pythias is limited, and the longer you're here, the harder things are going to get for you.
NC State wins.
The rewards are there for those who are able to rise to the occasion. So,
it's wins for everybody but poor Kurt. We're sorry, Kurt.
Ooh, escape pod navigation chip.
It's the overalls for me, says Emily D. Baker. And also, good evening, guys. I expect that to lead to some purple hearts.
Emily, it's not overalls.
Emily, do you want a link?
It's a shop apron, my dear.
Emily's
Also
dropping
playing Fall
in,
Guys, Emily, if you want in on that.
checking out Rob's drawers with the rest of chat.
Why? Rick,
Because it's EDB.
you made like an elongating sword comment today.
Ian's the one that
No
really
saw
brought
it.
that one home, my man.
I was not the one who designed the elongating sword.
Anytime you're going to use engorged on my channel, I feel like that needs to come through private chat first. But hey,
I feel like I'm so concerned.
So I think I've got a link sent out. No obligation, of course. It's late, but and Runkle, of course, is like barely functional at this stage. But
oh, I saw that one go out. Ian is telling the truth, folks.
It's always an invitation, never an obligation or an expectation.
Yep.
The endless jokes.
Yeah, I'm surprised Emily hasn't tuned in with a joke. She usually has 9 million of them. That was not a negative comment. That was a positive observation.
She's just biding her time.
Mm-hmm.
corruption level elevated.
Emily has politely declined. She's packing and prepping another podcast, but she
That is entirely fair. Let's go to Pythias Labs. I think that's the right place.
I see you, Emily, and I see people making a comment. You guys, what can I do? I can't leave a drawer open because someone makes a comment. I can't leave it like what? You'll find a pun in everything.
Have you considered breaking more beds live on video?
I can help.
You heard it here first, folks.
And co-director of research at Board Talis 1. As I see here,
Oh, that I don't like.
the greatest technological marvel humanity.
It's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, it's just also going to wreck my day.
Would not exist without the sustaining.
Let's see. Things that are pretty cool looking, but will also wreck your day. Fast
The
forward
chat's already renamed Emily D. Sarah Baker to get in with all the Sarahs.
Nice.
I had to use a recycler charge to get through it, so...
EDB, Hoglaw After Dark. I learned it from watching you.
When you look up, and remember, we're looking down on you with appreciation.
Well, stop looking down on us. That's just creepy. Stop that.
Oh, yes. I would be willing to bet that Emily has not seen today's Lawyers and Dragons yet. And so she did not hear Rob leaning into the stacks comments throughout the episode.
I was stacking bodies today. It was
Stacks
great.
on stacks.
Stacking all the bodies. Every
That's
attempted
stacks.
murder was a successful murder.
Rob is big on the stacking.
Mm-hmm. Especially when his sword elongates.
That is true.
That's what happened. We're just giving descriptions. I love that Kurt's playing Fall Guys with the chat up there. It's awesome.
Yeah, no, that is badass.
Also, Kurt, if I can say, you are a heck of a hexagon player.
Thank you. I'm doing okay at the moment, but
And as soon as I said that, I jinxed you. That is my fault.
yeah.
Are you saying that was not your intention?
It was not my intention. No, he's actually very, very impressive. Because I tend to Superman jump on these things to slow down my use of the tiles. But Kurt's much more precise than I am. What is the Fall Guys? Asks Emily D. Baker. It's this
That
game
is
in
a
the top
video
right
game.
Oh,
corner.
it's a casual game. It's a casual game that's available free. If you're on PC, it's on the Epic Game Store. If you're on like any console, it's on consoles for free. It's interoperable, so it doesn't matter what console you're on. It's a really easy, casual game that supports up to 60 players. So it's a really good way to interact with the chat because it's very low involvement, very low skill level, just really fun, easy, cash, and free. So, all those good things.
Can you hit chat with your code again?
The code is 02CQ8 if you want to join. It's available on the Epic Game Store. It's available on Nintendo Switch. It's available 360. It's available on PlayStation.
Available
and
wherever
just about
Tim
anywhere
Sweeney's are
else.
sold.
And it's all good.
Well, this looks like a scary chamber, Ian.
It does.
What's the emergency?
This mimic you brought me, something is definitely wrong with it. It keeps throwing
Easy,
various
easy,
shoes
fun.
at me.
Are they nice shoes?
I'm serious. It's like it's punching holes to somewhere. A universe of shoes? I don't know. But my point is,
I don't
someone
have
with
enough
sufficient
neuromods
Titan
to.
abilities and a strong attachment to someplace else, like
Like a place on Earth?
yes, exactly.
Some say heaven's a place on Earth.
Open a door, maybe even walk through it.
It might be more like getting sucked through a very tiny, tiny straw.
I think I could tweak the containment shield to stabilize the mimic.
We need Riley's permission to run this.
Well, what are you waiting for? I'll be in the lab.
All right, so that's what I got to escape through, but I can't. I don't have enough mojo to do it right now.
What you always want to hear of in these kinds of science fiction stories is scientists messing with interdimensional portals that they don't fully understand.
Yes, that is a good idea.
It's always a good idea.
And-
Always turns out well.
Yep.
If you can open a portal to another dimension you don't fully understand, that goes well. If you can find a monolith or other artifact that you don't understand, keep it in your hold. That's going to go well.
Yep. And you should definitely handle it as much as possible.
Oh yeah, you want to rub it down, really.
Yeah. Just rub that right over your everything.
Rub down your science fiction monoliths, folks.
Oh, somebody said I dropped to 6th. That's terrible.
EDB, you know it. Love comes first. Heaven's a place on Earth.
I'm pulling up the link just to check this out. How dare they? Yeah, my overall rank has dropped to 6th.
Who do they think they are? Raising
First
money
of
for
all, to be
children.
clear, Ian, you're number one in our hearts. That's not going to change. We already know there's numbers in front of you that are basically just giant corporations gilding the lily. So you don't have to worry about that.
Soulless corporation is trying to prove they have a soul by helping children.
Nobody's going to be confused about Wizards of the Coast having a soul. No one
We're
believes
not
that.
fooled.
Yeah, somebody just jumped in with a donation. So they jumped me down here, and their donation history includes a $40,000 donation. It's like, okay, yep, that explains how that happened.
I don't really have $40,000.
Yeah, no, I can't compete with like with hey, we're just gonna drop 40 grand on this. I'm looking over Magic the Gathering and
it's a marketing spend for them, Ian.
oh, it's still annoying. Yeah, Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast, top donor, 770,720. It's like, okay, yep. That explains
what's
that.
what's their non-parent company money? Is it like $1,000?
Yeah, it looks not even. It's literally just that they dropped $770,000 in there.
Coming in 2023, we're going to get our own parent company.
If I would love to have a parent company that had 770,000 to throw at this.
To give to sick kids, there are worse ways to spend your marketing dollars, Wizards of the Coast. So I'm not going to get on you for that.
Yeah, no, I can't fault them too bad.
Because, like, seriously.
Now's the time to join if you want to join the game. 02CQ8. The code's on screen. Give it a minute for people to join who might have been waiting in chat.
Nice.
02CQ8. Oh, yeah.
You got 6 of the Kilrathi fur balls. We do have promises to pledge $770,000 if that's of any help to you, Ian.
That is totally of help.
A lot of promises to pledge.
Because I am told that is exactly the same as a donation. So I take that as true because it was sworn testimony under oath.
We're informed from the ACLU's general counsel that it's just true, right? They assume that just works.
Yep. So I would, I'm also pledging all the money.
I assume the ACLU then pledged the salaries to their employees. I don't know.
I just had a thought. If Amber Heard wrote her own marriage vows to Johnny Depp and during them said that she pledged her loyalty, fidelity, honor, companionship, that would explain a lot.
Not like this.
When are you going in?
I have your connectome. I'm headed there now to inject your piloting skills into my skull.
That's creepy.
You're right. It does sound weird. But at least now there will be 2 shit-hot aviators who can fly this brickyard.
Actually, you'll be obsolete because I'll be able to fix them and fly them.
Maybe you'll pick up some of my other charming qualities.
Yeah? Like what?
I shouldn't have to tell you.
Oh my. This raises an interesting question, though. If you lived in a world with the neuro mod that could put any skill that you wanted, but you could only use one in your head, what would it be?
I know the answer to this question.
Kurt, you know what skill you want? What skill do you want, my man?
Being better with women.
All right. Okay.
Does it also have the magic powers that we have in this one?
No magic powers. We're going to keep this right now to reality-based stuff because I was going to say I want to learn a musical instrument, probably piano.
I think engineering.
You can't like the whole of engineering can just be in there? You're
Sure.
just a good engineer now?
I'm going to go with yes.
All right, well, then I want all musical instruments.
That's fair. I still think I'm ahead on that one.
We got a vote for stock market analysis. I'm not sure. I think it might just come out where it's like, well, actually, that's not real.
Yeah, wouldn't that suck? You're like, oh, right. Everybody's just making this up as they go along.
It helps if you could make the market with like a couple $1 billion in a fund. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of stock market stuff requires you to start with a small investment of a few $1 million.
You can move some things yourself. It's helpful. Mama Gemma.
If a couple $1 million,
Gemma.
then put it like into a dividend fund and just use the dividends to live off of. That's pretty good.
There you go. Says
in the event that you've won the lottery tonight, my advice is to put it into a Vanguard S&P 500 index fund and take 2% out every year, and you can do that forever, basically. Do you think you can live off 2% of, well, let's see, after taxes would be about $600 million, which is...
I mean, I'm a Canadian,
what,
so I don't pay U.S.
I think it'd
taxes.
be okay.
From what I understand, Canadians don't pay taxes on those prizes.
Nice.
So,
all right, so we got some votes here. We got learn all languages. That's fun.
That's not a bad one.
Be able to communicate with everyone everywhere.
Emily D. Baker donated some money.
Did she? I didn't see it.
Apparently, she made a generous donation.
Oh well, I missed that. Let me just check.
We do have people in the comments saying "Holy hell, EDB," which is just how I feel in general.
Holy crap!
What happened?
EDB donated $4,500.
What?
Yeah.
Emily, that is so generous.
Saying cheers for the law nerds. Thank you, Emily. That's super generous.
Wow. And thank you, Michelle. And Dancing Bouncing Dinosaur.
Yeah, let's get some more purple hearts in the chat here.
Wow,
See,
Emily.
somebody asking, Runkle, are you doing okay still? I mean, I think I may have sprained my jaw from dropping it here, but
shock and awe for the kids. Excellent string of purple hearts, people. Fantastic stuff, Emily.
It puts Ian back up in 5th place.
Nice.
And we're within a shout of 4th place. We just need another $500 to get to 4th place. That's nice.
In the wall of hearts, Emily says, the law nerds have got you all. It's for a great cause.
Well, that is awesome.
Wow. I don't know what to say about that. That is awesome, Emily.
I am trying to do the storyline mission of escaping the shuttle here.
Oh, yeah. All right. Sounds good. And what will you get for completing the storyline mission, Ian?
I think it gives me... I think it restarts and gives a further sort of story. Like, here is the plot behind this character.
Good afternoon, Pythias.
I love any game that pays you in lore.
Basketball tournament was a
That's
big
pretty much
success.
it.
The Lunatics took the trophy again, winning against the Craters. That makes
So, chat, what is Ian's number at right now?
the security folks.
I think I need to update my I think I need to update my goals here. I'm just tabbing over.
Goal, be a friend to all. Accomplished. Goal, be a decent
I'm
human
at
being.
46,000 322, and I'm once again moving the goalposts.
All right, 46.3, 2 hours and 18 minutes left by my reckoning. Sky's the limit. Ian.
So I've moved the goalposts, and we shall see how I. But
I know people already said it before, but I'll say it again. Emily, that was incredibly generous of you.
Absolutely.
Very, 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 very much so.
I don't even have the
We're all
words.
thrilled
That
your
is
channel's
amazing.
Prospering so well as well, too. It's inspiration to us all.
Oh, absolutely. Well,
it motivates other people to donate as well. I mean, not to mention it's
Fancy
just
Pants Dance, thank you.
feels good.
All right, we are about to escape via the shuttle.
Emily D. Baker says she's a 2-time NICU mom. Always happy to donate. Okay.
My first memory in is being in an oxygen tent. So it's I hear you.
I don't remember it, but I spent the first week in the hospital because I had asthma when I was born that apparently was severe enough that I needed to be kept under intensive care or something.
Oh my goodness.
All right. So story objective, a little bird told me. I'm not sure when I do that.
I just love seeing the chat flood with all the support for NICU moms.
Oh, absolutely.
It's pretty amazing. That's one of the coolest things I've noticed about just the chat is all the stories of people that are in there. I don't mean in there. You know what I mean? All of the stories that they get to share and I get to see. It's pretty awesome.
We know what you mean, Rob.
Yeah.
Against the Tide is reminding me to drink some water, so I got my water bottle here. And I swear, this is water. There is no vodka in it. There's no.
That's for the last hour of the
could
stream,
be.
folks.
Runkle, favorite gun that you own and gun you would want to own, disregarding your Canuck status. P226 handgun. And so for the favorite that I own, and probably the MP5. I would. So I see somebody saying, Hoglaw, what donation would it take to get on an episode of Trees of Eternity? I think they're booked solid. I don't think it works like that.
At least for season 1, the plan is already done. But I appreciate it. You know what? It's not an awful idea. It's not an awful idea. I have a feeling there will be more seasons of Lords and Dragons. It won't be Trees of Eternity. But yeah, that's...
I am going to be running a test run of a Stars Without Number thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to get that moving. Once that happens, I could see... I'm sort of looking to try to figure out a good way to make it sort of something that can be episodic.
Yeah.
Where, you know, people can be sort of drift in and drift out. And we could do sort of stories in the universe. And if so, that would be fantastic for that sort of thing.
Now, I don't know that that game, but it sounds science fiction-y. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically designed for science fiction stuff. It works really well if you want to run like a Firefly game.
Okay.
So, and everybody wants to run a Firefly game because it's badass.
Ship of outlaws making their way in the galaxy. It's fun.
Pretty much. There's all sorts of chaos options out there. Moonshark. I don't like him. Go away, Moonshark. Go further away.
He thought he heard something.
Yeah, well, I think I stepped on some soil.
What do they call it? Regolith? I don't know. It was some moon word.
Yep. It's regolith. I mean, it is a moon word. Irina Wilson, thank you. Oh, now that I'm walking on the regolith, I'm going to get Moonshark coming. Do not want to get murdered by Moonshark. Need to get some distance.
Murdered by Moonshark, the Runkle Chronicles.
Now, is that Moonshark hanging out?
Regolith equals dirt that has been pounded by asteroids until it is dust. Okay.
Yes.
Hope, will there be another Lords and Dragons? Lords and Dragons season 1 isn't over. So, we got to get through season 1. And then I don't want to make commitments for people. But I think there's a good chance people seem to like it.
I can say confidently that I enjoy that I am enjoying Lawyers and Dragons. I see Emily D. Baker saying Murdered by Moonshark playing the side stage at Coachella.
Yep, that was what I was laughing at. Yep. Yeah, that's actually what Herd and her friends were trying to go get to, was Murdered by Moonshark.
Not my favorite band, but
Yeah. How many episodes of L&D are there in the rest of the season? You know how you get those party invites sometimes that say starts at 6, ends at ? We are almost entirely in David's hands. So I know some of the contours left, and I could tell you more than one.
It really depends on just how much evil Hardy gets us up to.
There you go. There you go. Well, he has an incredibly difficult job because Lawyers and Dragons, we try to hit a specific time window where a lot of these things can get more shaggy. and give the GMs a little bit of space. And I've told David that he could do that if he wanted to, a little bit on the edges. But he's like, no, I promised you 2 hours. We're doing 2 hours. And like, so he is on it.
No, that is fair.
If you do a second season, please include introductory bits so those of us who don't know D&D can learn the basics. Yeah, I think one change we would make is I'd probably do a sit down with David, and we would just talk about like the overall terminology and sheets and what the players would be looking at, and have that as a reference point. I think would be a good idea.
I'm probably planning on doing a video for. I'm like way behind on, my Role of Law content. But one thing I just want to do is like a really basic, what do you call it? Glossary.
Yeah, I think that could help. I think that could definitely help. You certainly hear like us banding about D4s, D8s, D20s, and things. That's helpful for people to know, especially if they're brand new.
Yeah, like D20. What does it mean for that you've got a particular class? What does it mean that you've got, all of this stuff, right?
My lights are now on a D12. I just press a button and the lights change. Ooh, exciting.
I like you got the lights kind of matching up with the Fall Guys look back there. Just Sarah says maybe start the new season with a player that hasn't been briefed, like Natalie. I have to admit that the accidental "we have no time to brief Natalie" is like one of people's favorite things. As we tell her,
yeah, that worked out really well by accident. I would love to say that was completely planned, and we were like, "Hey, we've got a master plan here." No, we were just winging that.
No, but it's just the way that everybody's busy people. Everybody's doing their own thing, and I've been blessed with everybody that's visited. Yeah, I mean that includes Kurt in the corner. That includes Emily in the chat. We've had a lot of really, really busy people come on the show.
Yeah, which is, I mean, that's the other thing is we're all lawyers, so getting us together on a show is sometimes a bit of a challenge.
When I talked about it with Natalie, it's a leap of faith. I mean, it's like you're going to take care of me and not make me be completely ridiculous on live on the internet. So,
oh yeah,
I trust you guys. You're my friends.
And I appreciate it, Kurt. We certainly try. Spectral Gavel was the best. See, I really like the longbow of truth. It's a
that was cool.
Very good metaphorical weapon.
It was all of Emily's murder weapons, every single one of them.
Here's an interesting question. So Katie says, in that kind of context, can we cover what makes a number good? Like, obviously, a 1 is bad and a 20 is good. What makes a 6 work, not work? See, the problem there is I don't think we actually could. So what's happening behind the scenes in terms of mechanics is Rob says, I'm going to try to turn this knob I can't turn. And then the game manager says, okay, roll a strength check or whatever. And in his head, he's thinking it's like an 8 or whatever he's thinking. And then he's asking for that number and says, oh, you broke its handle off. It's no longer accessible or whatever. So it's all in his head for everything that we can imagine. That's why it's so flexible, but it also makes it hard to explain on the fly because we don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think this character's gonna die.
So I think
just
when you hear
Dungeon Master's killed. Wow.
What's the game code? It's the same game code we've been using. Anyone in chat happen to know what the game code is? Give it to people in chat. Someone asked.
Yeah,
If
they can
not,
probably
it'll be
replay it.
displayed when we cycle next time around.
Attention, everyone. We have a
C2Q something maybe? I don't remember.
Yes, I think all those are all in there.
This is Director Riley Yu. I'm pleased to authorize our new skill sharing initiative. If you're selected, it means
Scanning. Neuroimaging shows your psychoactive potential is at or near peak level.
the first participant will be our veteran pilot, Captain Ramon Del
God, we helped establish a lot of the Rocky Horror cast. I would like to be Meatloaf.
Congratulations.
So my character's bleeding and I can't get them to stop. This is not fantastic for long-term survival.
It does sound like a bit of an important personal problem to solve.
Stop bleeding eventually.
I mean, there's ways I would like to stop bleeding and ways I would not. The way I would not like to stop bleeding is I am out of blood.
You're just covering our screen in blood, Ian.
I know. I'm. All right.
02CQB. Oh, there we go. 02CQB says the chat is the code. We're getting ready to start a new game pretty soon, so get into the place to enter the code. We'll be starting pretty soon because I think we're on the last map. Yep, hexagon, the last one.
I keep waiting for that dinosaur to not be happy making in, and it hasn't happened yet.
Oh, that dinosaur is the best thing.
One escape pod remaining. Please evacuate in an orderly fashion.
He'll burn trauma. That's not.
Cauterize the wounds.
I need a particular kind of.
It's like he's grunting. It's like he's playing at Wimbledon here.
I tried. All right, can I actually do her story objective?
No, folks, Rob is actually on screen right now. He has transformed himself into a bandsaw after watching
Thank you,
mimics
Brandy.
play. I imagine nobody has an idea what it is to deal with serious injury. Yeah, we had a day. We had a day on Lawyers and Dragons today.
All right, so story objective. It's going to let me do that. I hope.
Chris, I don't believe Rob is making anything right now. He is doing.
He's doing maintenance.
Maintenance care. He's cleaning and calibrating. If you're familiar with the works of Mass Effect, he is currently calibrating and will be for the next 3 games. We only do deep cuts here in the midnight hour.
All right, guys, we're getting ready to start a new game. So for those of you who want to play along, code is 02CQ8. Give you a chance to enter that code. For those of you guys have been waiting.
Hogue, favorite song of all time. See, this is going to just expose me. It's going to be something from musical theater. Maybe one day more at the close of Act 1 in Les Mis. That's right, folks.
You're not going to go with the musical act of it puts the lotion on its skin?
I don't know that I've heard the musical version of that.
Oh, you've got to check that out.
All right. All right.
It's very special.
I will keep that in mind. Yes, occasionally, if you follow me on Twitter, you will see me link out the I think it's the 25th anniversary version of One Day More. If it's one day till something that I'm waiting for, whether that's the Ohio State game or the release of a Final Fantasy or what have you. So, and then if I sing along with Les Mis, I can only do it in like the accents of the Broadway cast that I knew. So it's always One Day More.
Apparently, Ian's number 4 on the leaderboard again. Yay. Good news.
That is excellent.
Oh, we can do Phantom. If it gets late enough, we can do all sorts of stuff.
I'm hoping it doesn't get to be that late.
There you go.
There's a limit to my sanity.
See if I can remember full Hamilton raps.
All right.
So you guys just said Phantom, and it's all in my head now. So it's very difficult for me. Favorite Valjean? It's got to be the original, but I don't remember the actors' names. I'm sorry. It literally is the 24601 and that guy. Colm Wilkinson. I think that's right. I'm Not the Innkeeper. They have awesome songs, don't they? You're a little nip. They're a little tuck. Most of them are gone, so they won't miss much. This is exactly what Ian signed up for, by the way, is Les Mis.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Pavarotti.
Scanning. Area not secure.
Wicked's a fun one. Yeah.
Where's Wicked?
Wicked's good. Phantom is good. Les Mis is good. Hamilton's good. A lot of good musical theater out there, folks.
Book of Mormon.
Book of Mormon, I hear is good. I have not experienced that one.
Chicago.
Sold. Lot 665. What is it? A Papier musical box? Emily's testing me. Little Shop of Horrors. To be a dentist. Yeah. Ian's going to kill me.
Uh-huh. Probably not personally. I mean, I know people.
Legal Blonde.
Yes.
Sharks or blood in the water. Da, 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 da.
Phantom's great at the opening there, Emily, with the with just how strong it comes in with the organs. That's one of my favorite blowaway moments. I showed that to my daughter, and she was like, "Wow." Rob is not dead. Rob has transformed himself into a bandsaw. He is right on screen.
It's unfortunate.
Did you do theater in high school, Hogue? Ooh, we're outing personal details. Yes. There's Rob. As you can see, his bandsaw form is now Rob-like. "666 is the chandelier. 665 is, I want to say it's only because I always say it as papier that I remember it. I want to say it's the music box. It's the one that does the
Damn.
dun, 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 dun,
Sniped it from me.
dun, dun,
Sniped
dun.
it from me. Sniped it from me. Someone chat's kicking my ass.
Book of Mormon, 0% family-friendly hogue, hilarious but wildly inappropriate. I expect no less from them.
Yeah, I feel like if you went to that one going, this should be family friendly, you're like,
it's gonna be super family friendly.
Yeah,
no,
for which family?
I could take the family to Oklahoma or White Christmas or something.
How's this point system work? I was up 4 and then they're like 8. How's this point system work?
Is that the keep away one, or is what is that? That's like zone control.
Damn. Got my ass handed to me by chat. Damn.
Oh, it's the monkey. Yeah. Okay. Emily's just reminding me of the entire prologue opening scene in Phantom of the Opera. No worries.
Rob looks like he's planning on murdering something.
Murdering a bottle of something.
Rob about to redo American Psycho as we speak.
Yes, I know. I know. I put Masquerade in people's.
He
heads
puts on hip to
during
be
that little
square
bit.
and starts dancing around. You know, it's danger zone.
Danger zone.
He's saying to me, in dreams he came.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now.
Oh, Rick.
Yep, I did it.
Christine.
We're learning about each other here, folks.
South
On
Park the
hour
movie was good
22.
musical.
One of my
Up
favorite
there
musicals
where
of
the
all time.
summer bloom, babies burp and flowers bloom. Everyone dreams, I can dream too. Up there, up where the skies are ocean blue. I could be safe and live without a care. Up there.
I don't know how you remember all these lyrics.
Like we all have different songs.
Thank you, Anonymous.
3, 2,
Angel music, guide and guardian.
Thank you. That's going to be in my head all night long.
Man, this was one of my CDs when I mean, it's like, Christine, your hands are cold. Around.
Touch your effing face. Uncle Effer. Yeah.
You're hearing the inner monologues of every single person on the screen just playing out at the same time.
I do like Point of No Return. That one drives. Fiddler is fun.
Fiddler?
Fiddler on the Roof?
Matchmaker, make me a match. Find me a find, catch me a catch.
How the heck did that end up still in? It didn't even
What is
summon
with
the
the
thing.
people and the hair? What is wrong? What
Your hair looks
now?
great, Rob. Don't let him get you down.
Except the hair is also kind of. Nah, I'm just not gonna go.
You got to watch out.
You're
Ian is at the end of the zone.
Oh, who just did that? Do you want to build a snowman?
Do you want to build a snowman?
No.
Want to come out and play?
No.
What is happening?
Memory marker. All right. Plot.
Oh my!
no.
What the?
Sorry, chat. There should have been that trigger warning, content warning.
What
Ian
just
has.
happened? That was.
This is behind the scenes at Phantom of the Opera. It gets real.
Oh my God, is he alive? Please tell me he's alive. Oh my God,
The
I
person
can't
you
have done
just
this.
hit with the wrench?
Please stop. You know I can't tell
No,
you.
no, please. You have to tell
Let
me
it
something.
go, let it go.
I can't have done this. You know me, Ken. You know I
Jump.
didn't.
Even with the
Will
reduced
never
gravity,
bother me
the
anyway.
moonstone that fell on him was pretty big, Joan. I can't tell you anything except we're going to do our best.
I just need to know he's going to be okay.
Tomorrow, let us work on him. Goodbye.
All right. So what are my objectives now?
Ian, you'll like this one. The chat just renamed it from cellophane to Seraphane.
I'm Mr. Sarah.
Give them the old razzle dazzle.
Oh, another great
razzle dazzle.
Emily, I can assure you that not everyone has a voice changer.
Give them a show with lots flashing it, and the reaction will be passionate. Give them the old hocus pocus, beat and feather 'em.
Attention,
How
everyone.
can they see
have a
with
very special
sequins in
announcement from our
their
security
eyes?
director. This is Director Riley.
Anyone else remarkably impressed that Kurt made it that far?
Your participation in our new
Razzle
Space
dazzle?
Surf initiative. Engineer Angela Wagner
That was
has
good.
been promoted to operations.
I don't know all
manager,
the words.
effective at the end of this cycle. Congratulations, Miss Wagner.
Give him the old flim flam flummox. Feed and fracture him.
Okay. Find Brian Chung. Okay.
I have leftover Halloween candy.
Though you're stiffer than a girder, they'll let you get away with murder.
Chicago, deeply cynical, both the city and musical.
So I've got a plot mission I'm trying to do here.
I still just am taken with the design of the space station. It's just a cool looking place. It's got a little monster problem, little infestation issue. Nothing we can't clear out.
Where'd you come from? Mississippi. And your parents very wealthy. Six
All right,
feet
chat.
under, but she has one more star, the secret of the covered heart.
Candy debate.
Candy debate, hit me.
Candy debate. We got so
Emily's not on screen right now, so let's talk about candy corn. A 3-hour dialectic.
Candy corn.
Candy corn is not candy.
Thank
Nor
you.
is it corn.
That,
Yes.
That's really not connotative. It's not a value-based statement. It's
You
just
have
an
to say
acknowledgement
whether
of the
you
truth.
do or do not
Candy
enjoy it.
corn is neither candy nor corn. Discuss.
No, okay, so I've got the bowl here, and I want to hear some of the chat's pushback or on what's favored or not.
Yeah.
Three Musketeers, classic Hershey's, Snickers, and Reese's. That's what we had this year.
All right. I'm going to come visit. We're going to hang out. Going
I'm
to
a
raid your
Snickers
Halloween
person.
candy bowl.
Like, I am a Snickers person.
Yeah, Snickers is the obvious answer there, Rob.
I got people are saying Reese's for the win. We've got
Yeah, Reese's is the good one on that one.
He's trying to force me to defend the honor candy corn. All I'm saying, Emily, is you've decided on what your priorities are between packing and resting and otherwise
Now
creating
she's
podcasting. And if you really believed in the virtues of candy corn, well, then you'd be more actively defending it. That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
I'm just saying that
is presently either cursing at you right now, or she's laughing her ass off, or a combination of both.
I like
candy corn is excellent if you need to use a packing material.
I'm honestly, I think candy corn is what some of the people in Baggate probably put into their bean bags to try to make them a little bit slicker for that whole cornhole scenario. Corn, candy corn, cornhole. Am I right?
Love it.
I mean, it's got to have some use.
How's
And
it though?
it's certainly not as a confection.
Good news, kids. You're getting candy. It's candy corn. Why do you hate me, Dad?
No, everybody's allowed. It's why it's called taste, people. Everybody is allowed to like what they like. Emily came at me strong.
Why people
and be
don't like
wrong.
candy corn.
Emily came at me strong with the defense of candy corn and black licorice simultaneously.
That's that's an aggressive duo to defend at the same time.
It is.
Huh. Yeah.
I think she's trolling us now.
Who? Emily?
Yeah.
Oh, what she's saying.
We have some votes that are pro candy corn. We have some votes that are against candy corn. Somebody
So
wants,
what you're saying is there's some correct votes and some incorrect votes.
I am, but who knows which are which, right, Ian? Who knows?
I do.
Oh, I know.
We have someone saying, Rob, the correct answer to your question is the classic Hershey with the peanut butter cup on top of it.
All right, this is going to be my last game of this because I'm getting a little bit sleepy. So I'm going to.
Saw Emily said law and number the arguments
finish
stacked
out.
against you in favor of both candies.
Sorry, did you say you're getting a little bit sleepy?
Yeah, it turns out. Oh, Ian, we all know you're a robot sent from the future to raise money for sick kids.
True. Oh yeah, I do. I like buttered popcorn jelly bellies.
Ooh.
I know. Fight me.
Our
They're
alliance
great.
is tested, Rob. I
They're
stand with Rob
fantastic.
hashtag. It features its first test.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Let's see here. What is the oddest candy of not general love that you enjoy? Ian, do you have any candy that other people might not enjoy that you like?
Just trying to think.
Granted,
I'm not a huge candy person.
Okay.
No?
You don't like candy. Fair enough.
I'm much more of a savory person.
Okay. Do you have anything
So-
that you like of the savory variety, preferably at the grocery store, of the candy aisle type that people would think, as you describe it, does not sound inviting that you enjoy?
I mean, lots of people don't like dill pickle chips, and they are objectively wrong.
What is a pickle chip?
That's what
Dill
you put in your
pickle chips?
hamburgers.
Like just like the
Like
slice
hamburger dills. Yeah. They're
No, give me one second.
Oh,
fried
okay.
pickle chips.
Ian has paused and given us
And muted himself.
and
He
now.
Oh, these are fighting words. What did we say? I do love that Emily is like vomiting right now that I like buttered popcorn.
I see. What I like is she sticks to her guns. I like that Emily is like, no, candy corn is good, black licorice is good. You disgust me, Rob. Like, there's strength.
There are lines we do
behind
not
these positions.
cross.
Yeah, I think Snickers out of those choices was the clear one.
Emily. She's texting me separately.
Yes, so I got yes, exactly.
Emily was so offended by that she texted me separately to tell me so.
I just am curious as to what caused the Ian Runkle shutdown from the dill pickle chips. Is he going to grab them specifically?
He went to go get them.
Okay.
He has to prove a point.
He has dickle. He has pickle chips at the ready. Oh man!
Hey, that just happened.
I'm only on hour 9 of streaming today. I can't be. I can't.
Emily, I will defend your black licorice. like, and your candy corn, but don't hate me for my love of that. So let me have my thing.
Don't hate Rob because he's beautiful. Oh, see, Emily called me out. Clearly a slip of the tongue, Emily.
Everyone called you out. Dickle chips. By the way, I need dickle chip merch.
Guilty as charged. Oh, boy.
Yep. Got Brains Tavern that serves dickle chips.
Ian's back with the aforementioned chips. Those are not what you put on a hamburger.
Why is the bag about to explode?
So they pump it full of air so they don't have to ship you as many. Okay, so that is a dill pickle flavored potato chip.
Yeah, we cannot hear you.
That's pretty good, actually.
Like, cannot
that
hear
sounds
you.
pretty good. I definitely give that a shot.
Oh, we can't hear Ian. Are you talking, Ian?
He's trying to. We can't hear you. Oh, all dressed? I've had all dressed.
Yeah, no, they're dill pickle flavored chips. They are delicious, and if you don't like them, you are objectively wrong.
See, I think I'd buy those.
I like when Ian wants to escalate the position on something that is purely subjective and based on taste. He throws in the word objective before it.
Yeah.
Of course, because that makes it hilarious.
It does. It does.
It's the literally of conclusive statements.
It works best when it's obviously a matter of taste.
Yes. You gotta you gotta get the bit right. You can do it most when it's funny.
Yeah.
It's the Roger Rabbit scenario.
The other thing that is delicious, and I've decided that I will prepare one right now. Is this combination?
What is happening right here?
Oh no, vodka.
Is he gonna light this on fire? Is this a en
No,
flambe?
he's drinking.
Thank you,
Whiskey?
Alex. Yeah. Okay.
Pickleback?
Pickle juice.
Oh no! What is happening right now?
It's a pickleback.
What? First of all, your eyes were fantastic taking down the pickle juice. We need a screenshot of that.
Oh, it's good.
Do you not know what a pickleback is?
You're asking me? No.
Mhm.
What the heck is a pickleback?
So, if you order a shot of something, you can order it with a water back. You can order it with something back, like it's your secondary drink. What you go to after the shot. A pickleback is people will order a shot of pickle juice to immediately follow their shot. That is a common call in bartending.
To what end? Taste?
Yes.
You drink
It's
a harsh
delicious.
whiskey. If you drink a harsh whiskey, it actually really balances and smooths it out.
Yep. It is really smooth by the end of it.
Yeah. You can try it with, like, do a shot of Jameson, like something that'll like hit the back of your throat a little bit. Whoop. And then just do pickle juice in the bottom, pickle juice back.
Well, considering my my already existent slip of the tongues, I'm not messing with any of this anymore.
It's delicious.
I have to be honest. I'm not regularly ordering shots of whiskey, so
I just remember from bartending.
So, you were a bartender at some point, Rob?
In college.
I had no idea. That's awesome.
These are also probably not something everybody likes.
Okay.
So,
isn't that the brand that my local news is telling me is killing young kids in challenges of various kinds?
Quite possibly. They do make the one chip challenge.
Okay.
However,
oh, you can see that's only at the fourth hottest level.
Yeah. So it's good stuff. But
specialty blends, pickle juice.
Yep.
You have just a bottle of pickle juice.
Absolutely.
Is that distinct from pickle juice you might otherwise take out of a jar of pickles?
Not really.
Okay.
So
I'm just being brought up to speed here. I've never heard of anybody drinking pickle juice. And now Rob has informed me. Ian did it live on stream.
and no, that was I started off with whiskey.
Okay.
So that was with straight rye whiskey was the start to that shot. So not vodka, because yeah.
My kid would chug that juice, chug the pickle juice?
Probably. I mean,
right.
Pickle juice is excellent.
I just like the reference to Spicy Runkle as he chomps down on that chip. So we got pickle juice, we got Spicy Runkles. It's all good.
Oh yeah. I mean, you got to have sort of a variety of things.
Emily, you know the backstory of the pickle juice dirty martini? It was quite literally a bar that ran out of olive juice.
Oh. What is it? How does the saying go? Basically, invention out of emergency.
Pretty
Necessity
much.
is the mother of
Bartender
invention.
Was like, I need something that's similar to olive juice. Closest thing to it.
EDB has accused me of not watching enough Jersey Shore, and I'm going to have to say guilty as charged.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Emily, my TikTok, like news feed and everything else, thanks to you, has a bunch of Housewives news. Is it true that Housewives of Beverly Hills, or is there an issue with them filming next year? Did drama just erupt and cause them to think about whether they're going to continue it or not?
Okay, first of all, I love the defensiveness of the explanation for why your TikTok is covered in Housewives news. Clearly because of Emily D. Baker. Especially when you take a side note to say, oh, by the way, can I get a drama update, Emily?
Are they filming?
Yeah. And I need them to be filming, please.
Dude, I read the California Bar Report on Tom Girardi, and that got me invested in the rest of this.
She says, yes, there's a problem.
Okay.
It's too perfect. We're really off the rails now, folks.
Oh, well, I mean, that's just excellent.
Hey, hour and a half left. Everybody's been fantastic. Ian's still awake, which is just more power to him. The donations are fantastic.
I mean, I'm hoping to stop being awake soon. An hour and a half.
How many minutes after the marker hits are you planning to be asleep on your bed?
1 minute.
Computer doesn't even get shut down.
Guys.
The chair doesn't get pushed back in.
I mean, I will probably do some of that stuff, but largely it's just going to be like, how fast can I get into bed and just be unconscious?
If we get another $2,750, we'll hit 50,000 for today, which would be
that would be amazing.
50,000.
Gem is outrageous, truly outrageous.
Jen is outrageous on civil law. An excellent reference.
So this thing mind controls these guys and then proceeds to use them as bombs. Now, in an ideal world, we would be saving them, but in this world, I am using a turret to murder them.
The pure XCOM. Human killed, 66 credits gained. This is how we wind up on the local news, folks.
Playing video games, talking about killing things, earning money for children.
I can't even tell you how many local news broadcasts will put up something like you just saw for the credits for killing somebody and being like, what are they teaching our kids? It's like, okay, all right, let's chat about this.
The appropriate clip.
They're teaching that children aren't really worth that many, or that killing people isn't worth really that many points. It's like, don't bother. It's not worth it.
The chips might be level 4 spiciness. The Runkle is level 5.
That's accurate. Don't eat the runkle.
Oh, my phone corrected Gem's name. We got people trying to say Gem in the chat, and the phone is like, what? What is a gem? That isn't a thing. And yet it is truly, truly, truly outrageous, folks.
To those of you wondering if I like why I'm typing, and those of you suggesting that I definitely like triggered Emily, I did. I'm getting the full lowdown.
Giving the drama update. Well, I'm glad, Rob, and it's definitely just because of Emily that you're getting all those updates on TikTok.
You know what? Why did I play Lawyers and Dragons? Because you were my friend.
Yes, you believed in it. Hey, I'm just saying you don't have to be defensive about it. There's a lot of entertaining stuff that Emily has shared with me about Real Housewives of Whereversville. It's just, if I'm interested in it, I'm interested. TikTok knows your deepest thoughts and desires, Rob.
No, they just like everything listens to everything. Like the second I did any Girardi research and looked up like Erica Jane making comments about those earrings, it's like every ad is all of that.
Well, it's just an never-ending spiral because they never run out of news items on this stuff, is what I've found.
No, but Girardi's a piece of work. Oh no, did I tell Emily about the Orgasm Inc. lawsuit? Sure
you know what? I don't believe that I have heard any of this from you or from Emily.
All right, so Netflix.
If you didn't, you must.
Yeah, Netflix started a show. The opening of the show was last night, and it was a show about the company One Touch, who would basically sell the ability to teach and or give either yourself or your mate the magical and they would sell subscription services for like hundreds or thousands of dollars a month. So
now you'll need to be a little more clear as to what you're referring to.
Subscription services to teach classes in seminars in which someone with a rubber glove would perform a certain act on a female that was laying there and teach others how to give said female.
Now wait a minute, hold on. Said
Tell
female?
it slow.
What kind of class is this?
It's what you think it is.
I see.
It was basically aimed at those couples that were struggling. And it was the woman feeling they weren't fulfilled, yada, yada. So they basically did all of this advertisement and brought in tons of couples who were raking in money. And all of a sudden, things went sideways. Company
How could they have gone sideways?
Well, the company gets find out for being a scam, like that they were just raking in tons of money. So the Netflix did an expose, Orgasm Inc., and some of the people that were depicted in the show filed a lawsuit a month ago in LA seeking an injunction against Netflix for releasing it. Well, it turns out the people that filed the lawsuit seeking the injunction might or might not have affiliation with the company. So when the company is exposed by Netflix, they want to make sure that Netflix show can't get out there. So they sued Netflix basically saying, you can't put my image out there because this depicts me in a sexual light.
This should help. You should feel more alert.
It's crazy.
That doesn't sound like a winner to me, Rob.
Well, they did not get their injunction. So the show started, but the case is still ongoing. They filed it in the wrong department in LA. They filed it under personal injury and it should have been under general claims. Emily would know more about how that's working than that, but yeah. And Emily has made the comment that they used to use that as medical treatment for female hysteria. Yes, that was a real thing. If your wife was
That's why the vibrator was invented, wasn't it?
in hysteria.
Yeah, doctors' fingers were getting tired.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, what hysteria probably was probably just housewife who's super unhappy with, the state of things.
Yeah, I'm in the chat was saying so teaching a female how to orgasm was a scam, or no? What did she say? Just Sorry.
Yeah, I mean it's totally a scam. I mean, you know,
teaching
you can't get women to do that.
Did men decide this? No, but if you tell people that they can do this to save their marriage, how far would people go?
All the way?
Would they?
I mean, that's exactly what they're being paid for.
Yeah.
They're not being paid for half measures. Come on.
Hogue has
I
thoughts.
think we may have murdered Hogue.
Ian's just got this perfect deadpan timing. Thanks, Rob. Is there any more to that story?
The lawsuit's ongoing. I don't
Okay.
think there's anything wrong with that. I gave an earnest report of what the lawsuit was about.
You did.
It's
Ian
a
helped you
lawsuit.
out.
I'm helpful.
You are. You're very helpful. You're very, very helpful.
You're helpful in the way I look to be helpful. That's what I am for in my life too.
Oh my goodness. Good
I
stuff.
help people's chats.
Good stuff. Well, that'll be an interesting lawsuit for you to follow, Rob.
Following anything out of LA Superior Court is expensive. I don't understand how. Like Emily, do you have like backdoor access to that stuff? Like, can you find a way to get around a paywall on it? Because when I
I'm
try to
sorry.
get documents,
What kind of access, Rob?
No.
That was a proper way of saying
No.
it. That was not.
No.
That was
What
that was
kind of
proper way saying
access, Rob? Would you like to say that again?
Wait.
One taste charges extra for that.
No. No.
Emily, that was mean shade. I was not doing that. I was not talking about that.
Rob would like to know. Rob would like to know if Emily.
No.
Okay.
That was not in line with anything.
Just there, I need to look at your archive, Rob, because I need to go back and look what Rob did to Ian last night on this.
Oh, I made Ian read part of the lawsuit. Yeah. It just didn't make sense. Like it.
My
That
goodness
was hilarious.
My
Yeah.
goodness gracious. You know, I hear you. Anytime I have a story that's in California, especially in Los Angeles, it seems very difficult to follow up on wherever their court documents are. That's why the federal cases are a lot easier.
Pacer. Even that's expensive though.
Oh yeah, I mean, you guys get hosed on court doc costs.
Well, usually you can reverse the Pacer stuff with the court listener. As a non-litigator, I don't have reasons to be subscribed to all these things.
Emily says it's
No.
expensive. Nice.
Yeah. Well, LA Superior Court. I downloaded the answer that was filed, and I downloaded a minute order, and it was like $23 for that freaking for two pleadings.
At the end of the day, they make it expensive because they hate you, and they also hate access to justice.
It's real talk with Ian. I would say cynically more if they can, but yes. How hard would it be to just scan everything? Scan it all. Make the parties scan it if you're worried about cost.
Wasn't there legislation this year about making Pacer free?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they
just
probably
had a
decided that that would
settlement
help the
on it.
poor.
Yeah.
Good God.
There was there was a bill on that, and they just had a settlement on that whole Pacer lawsuit to refund money too. I don't know if I'm getting any money back. That'd be nice.
Well, I'm unfortunate that's a problem across the board. I mean, I've dealt with a bunch of legislatures when doing statutory analysis and whatnot that have come out and tried to claim copyright on their jurisdiction statutes.
Oh, God.
I was like, no.
Although in Canada, we do have crown copyright.
Do you?
So they can claim copyright on all sorts of things.
That's scary.
I was doing treatise on Michigan business law, and the legislature straight up tried to block it, and then the publishers were like, "You need to sort this out." So my main method was to take their copyright notices off of every page of their statutory code.
You are never around.
They don't have these rights.
See this turret.
I don't know what to tell you.
Remember how they used to accidentally target those tanks hanging from the guy lines? Fixed. He's extra smart. So guess who I named him after? Hit me up when you have a minute.
Where am I supposed to be on next? Moonworks. Okay.
Attention, everyone. Our head custodian, Claire Whitten, would like to remind everyone that your mom doesn't work on Pythias. So let's all do our best to practice good restroom etiquette and leave things in as good of condition as we found it. Thank you.
Your mom doesn't work on Pythias. Okay. What if she does, though?
Let's explore that. Courtney says you all look to be fading. It's late.
I am fading.
We can admit to fading.
I was on live stream last night until hours that shall not be named.
Oh, Muffin.
I know. You've been doing. Hey, you did this. You did this for the benefit of this charity. You chose.
I did. I'm just like.
Runkle is shut down.
Oh.
It's an hour and 20 minutes.
Close.
1 hour more.
Hour and 20 minutes. I think Kurt has either been passed out or.
Pretty much.
In my experience, he does this at this time of day. Like I get to see this on Friday nights mostly. It's a healthy thing. It's good to get to sleep.
I don't know what you're talking about. What is this sleep you're talking about?
Oh.
More pickle juice.
That means more whiskey.
We got Rob munching on Halloween candy. We got picklebacks up top. I have no idea if Kurt's imbibing or otherwise enjoying anything. He is an enigma. And Rob is busy trying to see if he can get me to blush any brighter shades of cerulean or red or whatever.
Nope.
Thank you, Anonymous. I see Malort Pickleback Rub.
No.
I thought you said.
However, have you seen the little hack you pour vodka through a Brita filter and apparently it tastes like nothing?
Yes, I have seen that tested, and they basically said in order to do it, it costs as much in Brita filters as just buying the better vodka.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about that, but I wonder if it will make Malort taste like nothing.
You know what else makes Malort taste like nothing?
Not drinking it.
Pouring it in the sink.
You see, this is the crap I'm getting from Emily in the chat. Yes, I know cerulean is blue. I tried to correct it as soon as I said it. I need to watch more Devil Wears Prada.
Someone is saying, what is the total? It is currently 47,465.
Nice.
And I am currently number 4, having displaced the Dungeon Masters Guild.
And you are a dungeon master, so that's ironic.
It is. I should possibly track them down and send them an email going, by the way.
You think any of these other companies are like, who is this Ian Runkle?
They're all
It would not surprise me.
What's an Ian Runkle?
I wonder what Studio Wildcard is thinking about this. Or if they're just going to pull a Magic the Gathering and be like, oh, we're just going to pour some money in the till. And I can't even fault them because it's for kids.
We got Anna in the chat explaining to me that it is a monkey music box at 665. Thank you, Anna.
So you know what? If all of these companies have to pour money in the till to keep up with us, that's just helping kids. So let's force them to do it.
That's right, folks. Remember, egotism and narcissism are a way to get money to sick kids. Let's make it happen, Ian.
What? I don't think that's how that works.
Oh, yeah. If you can make the corporations embarrassed to be behind some crackpot named Ian Runkle of the Bailey.
That's true. That's
gets
true.
more money to the kiddos.
It's true.
We don't care how it happens. So the more you guys donate to Ian's stream, the more you're likely to get angry corporations out there doubling and tripling your contributions. Let's make it happen.
And I will note that Chris Boozy is currently sitting at $0. That is Greenall's. No.
It's funny because every time Rob or you have talked about booze, it's been often in the EE format. I keep hearing boozy, boozy, boozy. I was like, what is happening? What's going on with him? I don't know.
Lori Linney, thank you very much.
Oh, we got a chat here. Can I super chat a high enough amount for Hogue to leave? I will leave for $1,000 to the donation of the kids right now.
Oh,
$1,000.
Nice.
That is giving him an excuse to go to bed.
And I'll go to bed happy. I will. But $1,000 to the kids. I will walk away right this second.
Emily D. Baker is saying, did Boozy really hire Amber Heard's same law firm? Yes. And we already know that he's got a $10,000 judgment against him to his landlord. So it's not like he's got a bunch of spare cash. I'm thinking he's being offered one hell of a deal.
I mean, you never. I mean, he's probably one hell of a deal.
I wonder if
But
the
I
law
wouldn't
firm is doing it because they have something against us for covering the case.
Why would they?
Wouldn't surprise me.
That doesn't benefit them.
I can tell you that the PR firms were aware of who the people covering Depthy Heard.
Oh yeah. Well, but yes, it's confirmed. Confirmed by Ron. Emily is suggesting, is it people trying to protect against discovery? I don't know.
I suspect so, because I suspect that if Boozy gets discovery against him, he's got to turn over all of this stuff. Marilu, thank you for the donation.
He did raise the Heard stuff. Boozy did raise the Amber Heard stuff. That was part of the substance of the statement.
Yep.
So it would be,
So it would basically, like, some of his claims about I've never been paid by Amber Heard's team.
That'd be fun.
Would be subject to discovery.
Mm-hmm.
Because if nothing else, they go directly to his credibility, and yeah, they don't want that out. So,
but he's trying to put angels on the head of a pin for that anyway, right? Like, we know he's been paid by Heard.
Yep. But I mean, it would end up being fully disclosed. It would end up being on paper. And Nate would be doing a video about it like the next day.
Well, let me give it to you this way. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, there's email exchanges that might exist between someone in Amber Heard's PR team and Christopher Boozy saying, we're not finding enough negative things, or we're seeing too much of this person, Tug. Is there anything you can do?
Can you specifically target Tug? Can you specifically target? Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't
hypothetically.
His model is clearly to pick targets. So, I mean, I don't know. But in terms of paying that bill, I mean, that's the question. Who's helping that?
Good question.
Yeah, I suspect that he's being told, hey, listen, we'll do it for nothing.
Yeah.
That's a suspicion. I can't say that for certain. Chrissy Jean says, you're almost there. Congrats on raising so much for the money for the Children's Hospital this year. I've got a few things to auction that we didn't do yet.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think we're going to do those tonight. But so one of those will be this. I'll put this up for auction, and top bidder can basically put in a donation, and I'll send them this. Once I actually finish this, because it still needs the bits that go around the back of your head to keep it on your face. So that's one. There's a few keychains. I've got an unfinished belt that I will finish for the winner. And there's also, and I don't know if they're still down, but the person who did the robots has made an offer to potentially do an auction for a robot. And they have a couple of restrictions on that. First, nothing nothing improper, like you can't have a robot with a dildo on it or anything like that.
Just wake you up.
I'm
Sorry.
surprised your head went right there. I mean, that was the direction it went. Like you could have said, it can't have a profane word on its chest or something like that. No,
He just wakes you up, doesn't he? Tired Runkle's just like, oh, hello. Good morning, everyone.
And the other thing is that they don't want to do a duplicate of one of the existing robots. So they don't want to do like a specific lawyer robot. And I think that's because unless they've got permission, they don't want to do a likeness of somebody without, they're okay. So
you got to work this out, because I could potentially bid for a brains robot, because that guy is awesome.
That might be on. So that'd have to get worked out there, but I think that's super awesome.
Robots Ian is talking about are the robots that I have of all of these.
Can we get a unicorn robot?
I have a unicorn robot.
You have a unicorn robot?
I do.
Awesome.
Rob's got all the robots.
I have all the robots.
All right, let's do this.
It's going to be every 10 minutes.
Oh, man, those are good.
Yes, Jen.
Here we are at the end of all things.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I figured this is sort of the range where I can have a few drinks, because if I did so an hour ago, I wouldn't make it to the end.
You're trying to just land this plane.
Yeah. I'm figuring like I'm going to just settle into bed and just be like,
I love it. Just land that plane last hour.
I'm going to call Runkle at 6 a.m.
To clarify, I didn't spell out no dildo bot.
Just saw that go through.
Now, this has a number of connotations of this question. So it's clear she didn't specifically say that. Does that leave the door open a crack? We don't know, folks. You're going to have to consider auction options with Kristen M96 and her utterly fantastic robot making skills.
This is my interpretation of the I don't want to do anything inappropriate. So
information and belief.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I want to. The thing is that although this is the game day, officially they will. I think they take donations until the end of the year, and so I'll probably still put some leatherwork stuff up and just be like, hey, this is up for for the kids, because it's a good cause, right? Also, for the people who hadn't yet seen it, I'm just going to show off something that I just got here. Because this, I think, is super cool.
That's cool. What is that?
That is a painting done by Christina Pickles.
I like that. That's cool.
Yeah.
On canvas?
It is. Acrylic on canvas. It
I might bid
even
on
comes
that.
with a certificate of authenticity and all of that. So
I might bid on that one. That looks cool.
No, Ian bought that one. But
no, I bought that. Well, that one is for me. That one I'm just showing off because it's cool.
We can talk to Christina and see if she'll donate one. I'm sure she would.
Because she posted that she'd done one, and I was like, "How much?" And she's like, "I don't know. Rob says this," and I'm like, "Yep, that seems fair. Do it." She's like, I don't know what this is. I'm like, charge me more than you think you should. Like, if you've never sold an art, charge me more than you think you should. She's like, well, Rob was saying this. I'm like, okay, that works. She's like, really? Like, yes. So, yeah.
I do love artists.
People and artists undervalue their art.
They do. I love that conversation.
Oh,
That's what made
absolutely.
me think of it. The stuff that I've bought from just really talented people, it's often that exactly like I don't know what to charge. It's just I just made it. It's like, okay, let's make sure you get paid value for your contributions to the world. It's awesome.
And somebody was asking, do I have a PO box? I do. It's listed in the about section on my Facebook. Blithian, thank you. Best I can do to nudge you towards 50K at the moment. Well, thank you very much. So somebody says, all right, am I more or tired or less tired than I was waiting to get into the court for Dep v. Heard? I think it depends which day for Dep v. Heard. Because the thing is that Dep v. Heard was kind of a steamroller. Because I never really got full sleep for, day between days. So, like day one, I arrive in Virginia and I'm like, okay, so I get out there, I'm, waiting all night. And, you're out there from like 10 p.m. till like the whole day. And then, get out of court at 4, pop on several streams, get back to Rob's place, stream at 6-ish until like 8, sleep from 8 till 10, and then I'm back out on the line. And, I'm getting as much sleep as I can in the line, but that's not great sleep, right? And you're not doing all that. So like day 1, you're like, I'm doing okay. Day 4 in a row, you're like, I am seeing things. So, Rob can tell you that there were days when I was like, they were like, we're taking a break. And I'm like, I rush down to the cafeteria. I basically like crack open a Red Bull and just slam it. There were a couple of days where it was literally, I ordered 2 Red Bulls out of the vending machine, pound one, pound the other, throw the cans and then I'm back into the courtroom. Cause so that ends up being, that's rough. And so like a 24-hour live stream is hard. But you end up more sleep deprived by the end on the other things. So yeah. I feel like Virginia was more sleep deprived at the end of the day.
I would say that you were sleepy. Yeah.
There were times I almost like nodded in court.
Yep.
And straight up, like if you saw Yvonne, she actually fell asleep in the courtroom. So, and JS says Firefly is great, but you need a Red Dwarf viewing party. I think that needs to happen with Rob as well.
I don't know what that is.
Rob should just have a sci-fi weekend where he just has to go 48 hours watching things that Chad asks him to watch.
I don't know what that is.
Red Dwarf is a British science fiction comedy. And they had a real hard time selling this because they basically went into all of like the production places and were like, we have a science fiction comedy. And they were like, that is not possible. Get the hell out. So they eventually got it made. The plot of Red Dwarf is basically that this mining ship has an accident and there is one human being who survives. And he survives because he was put into stasis as punishment for refusing to turn over a cat that he had. So they throw him into stasis. And because he's in stasis, he survives the radiation leak that vaporizes the rest of the crew. So he makes it out. Now the crew the ship is able to maintain one holographic crew member. So they bring back his bunkmate, who he hates, as the holographic crew member because this is the person best sort of suited to keep him sane, because he will like have contention with this person. Chrissy Lee, thank you, and Bees, thank you very much for the donations there. There's one other survivor on the ship, which is the descendant of his cat. And because the ship was radioactive for literally millions of years, this descendant of his cat is now a humanoid, thing. And basically the whole cat species grew into this like giant civilization, which all left the ship, leaving behind the least capable members of their society. And so hence we get the character of Cat, who is a cat. They also later other characters include the ship's AI. Like, so the ship's computer is a character, and they later pick up a robot who is like a cleaning and assistant robot. It is a weird show. And it is also an excellent show. So,
I don't understand.
Wade Watts, thank you very much. Me and my family watched Ted and Ted 2 with my mom's dad's mom for Christmas, and she loved it. It is Ted a Christmas movie? I haven't seen Ted, so I don't know if it's a Christmas movie.
As much as I like our Orville, McFarlane is a very specific kind of taste.
Yes. I think Orville is really good Star Trek.
I think Orville starts out trying to be Family Guy in space, and I think that might be what he needed to get it made, and then it changes over into being much closer to Star Trek specifically.
The thing is, I've talked to a bunch of military people, and they're all like, the Orville is closer to what the experience of being in the military is like than Star Trek ever is, because Star Trek is a bunch of Orville is like Star Trek if Star Trek was people instead of like, fictional morality robots.
Well, that's right. It's the Next Generation, which I love to death. Like they had in their Bible, it's like these people are ultra competent and there won't be these kinds of interpersonal dramas among the crew. And it's like, okay, well, that's going to give you a specific kind of story.
Yeah, but at the same time, like Orville often makes more sense. Like, there's the one episode where they've got the one character who's being pranked, and the prank involves like having his limbs removed because they've got access to science fiction medicine. And I'm just like, if we had access to science fiction medicine, this would totally happen all the time as a prank.
See, it's hard to find the line between making it funny and accidentally making it into a Black Mirror episode. That's the trick.
Yeah. But I mean, it's played lighthearted. Yes, so,
I like the Orville a lot. And I know some people say they didn't like season 3 on Amazon. And Amazon always does weird things in terms of like bloating episode length and spending money in weird ways. But I liked season 3.
Yeah. I've actually been just really impressed with the Orville overall. There's a couple of characters who start out like we are struggling to act, and they get boot camped into acting real fast. Much faster than Babylon 5.
Oh my God. You know what? It is too late for this conversation. It is too late. We were doing this in hour 3 of my involvement or whatever, folks. Babylon 5 is great. I will not hear you disparage Lando Malare or Jakar.
Watch Lando's lines from season 1.
I'm not going to hear this. I'm not going to brook consideration of these blasphemies. And
I'm going to have to send you clips just to be like, tell me this guy is acting right now.
We're just trying to see if you can get me on a 56-minute tirade about Babylon 5. You're going to sit back and relax. It's not going to happen.
I mean, the thing is Babylon 5 becomes a very good show.
Babylon 5 is tremendous.
But it starts out as being like this low budget thing with a bunch of people that they basically just found at the homeless shelter, as far as I can tell. And we're like, you need to act. And they're like, how do I do that? And they're like, rolling tape now. So there's Lando going like, just
It's Londo. You're killing me, Ian. It's not
The thing
Lando
is like-
Calrissian.
Jakar starts out chewing the scenery.
Jakar
And the thing is that it
always
works
great.
better than Lando, because Lando starts out really uncertain about like, does he mean the things he's saying?
Yes, and Lando winds up with the best arc in Babylon 5, in my opinion. But Jakar is fantastic from moment one. Moment one.
Jakar starts out chewing the scenery, and it
have this.
works out relatively well. But it's still like, oh my god, you're overacting for a while. And the problem is like Jakar is overacting initially, Lando is underacting initially, but they learn. Like that's the thing is, Babylon 5 is actually the show that convinced me that like a lot of acting is just throw people in front of a camera and they will figure it out eventually. It might take a season, but they will like. So
I'm not going
I'm
to sit
just
here and tell you that everything is perfect in Babylon 5 land, but I am going to say that the ones that you picked out specifically are some of the best performers on the show.
the thing is they're not the best actors initially. They have the best characters. Because like Lando and Jakar are given really great arcs.
They are the best
especially
arcs.
Lando.
Yes,
Because his
Lando.
arc sort of goes from like I am better to I go to a real dark place to I have a redemption arc. Like Lando's got this great whiplash arc and it's believable the whole way through. But that's the writing. And
the
later
price of corruption, all that good stuff. Londo is one of the best characters to talk
and
about.
later on, he's a fantastic actor. He just isn't in season 1. You can see him develop as an actor, and it's fantastic to see. Like, I think it's actually cool to see him like develop as a, as a person able to actually carry the show.
You know what I think, Ian? I think what we need is, I think we can settle this, right? So, Rob, Londo Mollari and Jakar, did they act well in season 1 of Babylon 5, or did they not?
If any of y'all grew up with siblings and quite literally just had those debates or arguments over the dumbest things in the world, or your best friend, for example, and you got into a fight over like what the best cereal was in the whole world, and you see people like lay down the law and fight like tooth and nail to the end, it's just fun
Boston
to
mini
watch.
wheats.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch, get out of here with that.
It's just fun to watch. I don't care if I knew anything about all of that. Watching how fervently the two of you fought.
Babylon 5 had some great performances. It returned Billy Mummy Wisham to the cornfield himself to the world of science fiction acting.
I think Babylon 5 is a really good show. Like, it's just that it starts off with a budget of like, what can we find in the couch cushions?
It does. It's a very small budgeted show.
And that extended to actors. Like, it was literally, and the thing is, I think that when they were casting Babylon 5, they didn't realize who the interesting characters were. Because I think they put more effort into hiring like a good actor for the captain of the station. I forget whose name I can't even freaking remember.
Sinclair, you're killing me. I'm dying.
Yeah,
right here.
I'm terrible with names. He's a better actor at the outset, but his character's way less interesting.
Well, he leaves after one season, so I mean, he gets
Yeah.
better in the one season.
But,
And then you got Bruce Boxleitner, who's doing a completely different thing.
And the thing is they have all these other figures who are way less interesting because I don't think that they realized where the interesting parts of the story were gonna be quite yet. And
I think budget is a concern, right? So you wind up with all the ambassadors having an attaché so that they can have their own episodes while only having given people on for 12 or 15 episodes during the season and things like that. So you have all that bouncing around in Babylon 5. All I'm saying, we'll stop this. We already been through this, Ian. We were through this at hour 14 or whatever. Is that I will stand by Babylon 5, particularly Londo and Jakar, as being awesome from moment one. But I can hear that you disagree. And
I think their characters were awesome from moment one. I don't think their acting was awesome from moment one. That's a distinction I'll make on
you
that.
are clearly a harsher judge of acting than I am, because I like my science fiction basically however I can get it. And one of my favorite series that we haven't brought up yet, which of course is the Muppet epic sci-fi space adventure Farscape, is what I like to describe as Australia in space, where sometimes they try to halt their accents. Oftentimes they don't. And you're just finding basically every actor that I believe the continent of Australia has.
Oh, I mean, there's plenty of science fiction stuff that is literally just like, who can we get to fill a role? And if you look at like low budget science fiction stuff, a lot of it is like, you know, okay, how did this person get the? Oh, right, they're related to the director.
They were there.
Yeah. Quite literally, there was one that, like, I forget the show, but they were doing like a discussion of like how people got the part, and it was quite literally that they basically were just like, where is our actor for this? And they realized that they hadn't cast anybody for a particular role, and they sort of went, do you think you can act? And it was like the caterer, and they were like, no. They're like, great, get in there. And
isn't Harrison Ford like famously a carpenter on the set of American Graffiti or something like that? Like, isn't
he
that
was
how
a
that goes
carpenter.
down?
Yeah. And they were just like, you should read the lines for this because no one else wants to.
I always like it when they do like a temp track or they put somebody in there with the intent of replacing them, and it's like, actually, it's good enough.
Well, that's how they ended up hiring Ermi for Full Metal Jacket.
Really?
The drill sergeant?
Oh, was he like the training guy? He was going to be like their trainer?
They hired him as a consultant to teach the guy who was going to play the drill sergeant. And eventually they were just like,
why?
No, you are the actor. You are going to do this. And so, yeah, they just were like, get in there. So, yeah, I was like, awesome. You know, when you hear about that, it's just like, fair enough. Apparently, the guy who was the actual actor could not, they could not get him to like read to deliver the same lines that the actual drill instructor was telling them to deliver.
See, that's great. And I do see chat saying that they don't have enough thoughts on Babylon 5. And can we please talk about something else? This is fair. This is fair.
Oh, that's fair.
Chat, what would you like to talk about? What TV show, movie, book, television series, which I think is covered in our TV show, but it's late at night, would you like us to talk about? Video
Let's
games?
talk about how much Star Trek 4 sucks.
Sports.
There be whales.
I can't even. This is just a ridiculous
We'll talk about
hour
how much
right
Star
now.
Trek 4 There Be Whales
We
sucks.
we can do like a rapid fire, like let's do a awesome or sucks. Quest for Glory.
What is Quest for Glory?
Oh my god, you've not played Quest for Glory.
The video game. Yes. I played Quest for Glory.
Okay. Awesome or sucks?
Good.
It's all right.
Thank you. Yeah, that one I can't argue with. It is solid.
All right, and I assume if we're going to do this rapid fire, Kurt, you want to nominate frickin' The Voyage Home under sucks category?
Yeah.
All right,
Star Trek
explain.
4 totally sucks.
Explain. I need more than this.
One of the worst Star Trek movies ever. The plot makes absolutely no sense on any possible level. On really any level. Somehow the whales are communicating to extraterrestrial intelligence who have come all this way, but are not smart enough to realize the whales are no longer there, despite their messaging. And the whales are calling back, and they express their confusion by trying to disrupt the atmosphere. So the Star Trek crew has to go back in time and to the 1980s and get whales, bring them home, something, whatever, bullshit.
Wait, hold on, though. You get awesome interpersonal reactions. You get wonderful insights into 1980s San Francisco culture. Come on. This is fantastic stuff.
No.
I'm gonna vouch for the voyage home. I will tell you, if co-counsel were awake right now, she would be siding with Kurt.
Did you play the game Sacrifice?
Sacrifice. Am I wrong to think what Sacrifice features the voice of Tim Curry?
It does indeed.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, I have played that one. A really weird PC game that's something like a real-time strategy game.
Yes.
Yeah, I have played that.
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
I'm going to go with thumbs up primarily, but I think its reach exceeded its grasp a little bit, is what I remember.
A little bit. I think that's fair, but I think it's a really good game. I think it deserved a sequel to fix a lot of the problems. I think they could have cleared a lot of that stuff up in a sequel, and I think it deserved one.
All right, Rob, you have to give a nominee. We're reaching deep into the bags of things, so we want to make sure you get involved here. Is your bag properly sized?
What's the question?
There is no question, Rob. It's just
nominee?
nominate something that means something to you, either positively or negatively, so that we can reflect on it and either tear you down or uplift you.
We were talking about video games. The last one I remember playing was GoldenEye on N64.
GoldenEye
was solid when it came out. Doesn't age
GoldenEye
well.
was solid.
In the N64, sure. GoldenEye. You gonna get the
GoldenEye
remix?
GoldenEye, in fact, was sufficiently good that it helped push first-person shooters as a concept.
I mean, when it came out, it was absolutely good. It has not aged well. I remember when I used to do debating back in my high school days, and we'd pull out a TV from some classroom and play GoldenEye on it in between rounds.
I mean, how many things from that era have aged well? Not a lot. Some, but not a lot.
We'll see. GoldenEye will be okay. Mid-1990s. I think it'll be all right.
I mean, I think Pathways into Darkness has aged well enough to stand, but that's because it's a puzzle game with shooting aliens.
That's the best kind of puzzle game.
Also, Odd Job. If you played Odd Job, you suck.
Hold on, Rob. Rob would like to know if you've died of dysentery or remember dying of dysentery at any point in the recent past.
In Oregon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I played so much Oregon Trail.
Do you guys remember? Did you ever have penguins on your calculators?
Penguins?
The TI-83.
Drug Wars.
Yeah, there was Drug Wars on TI-83 and penguins, and
I don't recall playing on your.
There were
schooling
video
device?
games on TI-80. Remember TI-83 calculators?
I do.
Oh, now I feel old. There was you could play games on them. You could play Drug Wars. You could play Penguins. There was all kinds of games they designed for those calculators.
I remember Drug Wars. It was not a good game. It doesn't hold up. But
I never
for
played
the
games on my calculator.
You use it for a legitimate purpose? Okay.
we are at 48,265.
48,265, a little under $1,800 to 50,000.
We have 40 minutes to get this over 50K.
All right, we're gonna do some lawyer math here. So 40 minutes and
where's the TI-83 calculator?
$1,800.
It's busy being used by somebody to play Drug Wars.
I think we need $5,000 a minute. That sound right?
No, that does not sound right.
Okay,
$5,000 a minute.
Here's another one.
That's if you want to beat. That's if you want to beat Magic the Gathering.
Okay, all right.
Who remembers playing Game Boy in the backseat of a car when you guys were driving somewhere and you were waiting until the street lights and you try to lean to
Sure. Huh.
Trying to collect 6 golden coins. Definitely.
My parents bought me a Game Boy the day it came out, and it was awesome.
That is awesome.
That thing.
It's so cool.
Game Boys. Y'all are just spoiled with your backlights and whatnot. Your switches.
I mean, I've got.
You had that flashlight thing that sat on the top of it. Had the little lights to try to.
And it was a magnifying glass
Chat
too.
saying right now,
Yeah.
And all portable games were supposed to be a sickly green. It's just how it was.
Yeah. Sure.
Well, I've got, and we've gone from that to I've got a Stream Deck, and I can tell you, I play Hades on that thing, and it just runs just fine. I'm going, holy crap! When I was a kid, if you had handed me this that just runs Hades, I would have taken it and run. Like I would have just been like, bye, goodbye.
The Steam Deck is magic. There's no question.
Steam Deck is
The chat is asking about the King's Quest adventure games.
King's Quest. The way I learned to type. That is, I have taught myself typing through Roberta and Ken Williams' contribution to the video game software.
Oh, because like King's Quest was like early, and King's Quest did not screw around with like you need to be able to type fast or you just die.
Yeah, like enter a scene, you have 2 seconds to open the door kind of typing.
Yeah, or like push witch into oven. And it's like you have to have that ready to go like right away, or else she's like, I'm done. I'm gonna murder you now. And it's like, all right, this is a necessary scene in order to complete the game. So yeah.
If I really dig deep, I think I could sing from the musical King's Quest. I think I could pull those songs up. That is King's Quest, The Princeless Bride.
Did you do you remember King's Quest 3?
To Err is Human.
Yes.
Yeah.
King's Quest 3 took typing to a whole new level because the copyright protection. So for the people in the chat who don't remember this era,
copyright protection for manuals was fun.
The copyright protection was literally that the spells had very precise details and they were listed out in the manual and you had to type them exactly. But you also were under time pressure because King's Quest 3, the plot is basically you are the servant / slave of a real crappy wizard.
Mm-hmm.
And this crappy wizard is planning to kill you soon.
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to defeat this crappy wizard by going on, behind his back. And to do this, you have to do magic while he's away or asleep. And so these are like 20-minute windows that happen where the wizard is like, I'm going to take a nap or I'm going to go away for a bit. And when he returns, if he finds you in the middle of doing magic, he just murders you. Like there is no whatever. It's just, he comes back and he's like, hi, you're doing the stuff I told you not to do. I am turning you into a literal pile of ash. So part of this is that there is like these paragraphs that you have to type exactly, word for word, punctuation for punctuation. You have to type them 100%. And you have to do this under time pressure with you literally have this 20 minutes to do this, but that 20 minutes also includes the time it takes to like go down this castle, like from this house, like down this mountain to collect all the shit you need for the magic. And
then you have to hide it somewhere, right? You have to get your hiding place that works well. Yeah.
You have to hide it under the bed because he doesn't check under your bed for some reason, which I think is mostly because he's an idiot.
This is right. Err is Human gets significantly easier after you deal with that situation.
Yes. Once you kill the wizard, or you don't kill him, but once you deal with the wizard, it is. Spoilers. Yeah, it is way easier. The sad thing is that the modern remakes have taken out the copy protection. And so the modern remakes, you're just like, cast this spell, and it's like, you do it. And so it takes out so much of the tension, and it made the game so much easier. And I'm like, can we put the copy protection back in?
As a kid, I remember it bugging me.
Holy crap! Lindsay Metcalf just donated $900.
What?
Right.
Lindsay. Whoa. That is fantastic. Very, very generous. The dinosaur, I can't even bob my head enough. The dinosaur is taking us in the last 36 minutes of the episode of Ian's day.
So we are at 49,430.
Nice. So I was going to say about King's Quest 3 in particular, I remember having the strategy guide when I was a youngster. And one of the things I really liked about the way they were writing the strategy guides for these games is it was written as if it were real.
Yes.
The strategy guide to Air is Human is like the author has discovered a portal that leads him into understanding these specific things about the traits, and they would tell a story about like what you'd probably need to do rather than just tell you.
You know who wrote the sort of like official strategy guide for the King's Quest games?
No.
Ken and Roberta Williams.
Was it written by them? I actually couldn't remember, but I remember I had this copy of this book specifically for Air is Human, and also 6. What is 6? 6 is the one with the whole family, but I can't remember the name of it. They're all puns.
Yeah, no, I forget 6.
Because I keep saying to Air is Human, which is, to forgive divine, but it's not air as in error. It's HEIR.
Yeah.
Because you're the heir of Daventry. We could talk about this a lot. But yeah, no, I loved adventure games. I absolutely adored them when I was a kid. All the Monkey Islands, King's Quest, Space Quest, Heroes Quest. No, it's not. It's Quest for Glory.
Quest for Glory was amazing.
What else? Loom. I remember Loom a lot.
Oh, Loom was such an interesting game. Yeah. So I think King's Quest 6. So the first one is Quest for the Crown. Second is Romancing the Throne. Third is To Err is Human. Fourth is Perils of Rosella. Fifth is Absence Makes the Heart Go Yonder. Sixth is Air Today, Gone Tomorrow.
Okay. 7 is Princess Bride.
7th is Princess Bride. I think it's second that is the worst of them, like the worst of
You don't like Perils?
Is that the one with the owl? Cedric the Owl?
No, the owl is 5.
That one is the worst.
Because Perils of Rosella is trying to go. It's the one with the trials and the towers, and you have to go win Rosella's hand in marriage, etc., etc.
No, Perils of Rosella is you are playing as Rosella. Perils of Rosella is Graham is sick, and the only thing that can, and basically something shows up to Rosella and says, basically, here is this magical fruit that can save your dad. And she's like, screw it, I'm going. And which is basically like the family tradition. Like she just grabs the adventuring hat and is like, see ya, folks.
Okay.
So that's Perils of Rosella. Air Today, Gone Tomorrow is pretty good. Maybe it's Absence Makes the Heart Go Yonder, but the one with the owl is so bad because it's so badly voice acted.
Yeah, no, you have to go. It's got to be 5 because you don't even get into any of that kind of stuff until later on in the series.
Yeah. Oh, Cedric! I think
50K. We passed it.
You did.
50,040.
What?
I'm doing 50,040. Oh my god! Wow, that is just insane.
Ooh, the Colonel's Bequest. I like that one.
Oh, is that the Laura Bow?
Yes.
Yeah. Classic.
The thing about this, guys, if you don't know from adventure games back in the day, is like, as Ian said, they're constantly trying to kill you. So in like Colonel's Bequest or any of those, it's like you open the wrong closet door and it'll just have, hopefully, funny way of killing you. So you wind up getting this, and I don't think I've lost this my entire life. This kind of just save, like throughout anything that you're doing. This is basically the way I document my my contracts. Is like I'll do a sentence and it's just natural to save every single sentence, even when it's not necessarily. But yeah, absolutely.
Well, and in fact, the old guides for like how to complete Quest for Glory 1. Oh, I see Uncivil says Uncivil is out.
Good night, Kurt.
Good night. They basically advised use of what they called the edge of the screen trick, because basically there were monsters that would just appear and chase you and murder you. And so, like, yeah. One that doesn't hold up well at all is Rex Nebular.
Rex Nebular.
Rex Nebular and the Cosmic Gender Bender.
Oh,
It is real bad.
Funny, my head was in my head. I go, oh, that's in my. It's categorized with like leather goddesses of Phobos, and it's like, yeah,
what?
Leather goddesses of Phobos? No,
that one at least has a little more redeeming features than Rex Nebular does.
Rob, have you seen The Martian?
Yes, I have.
So that's Leather Goddesses of Phobos is referenced by Matt Damon's character when he's going through their computers.
Okay.
So you've already heard this reference.
All right, I've heard the reference.
Rex Nebular, the basic plot line is that Rex is like super manly man captain and gets dropped off on this planet, which has women who are looking to kill men. And so there's various points where Rex has to either convince people that he's a real man, or he has to convince them that he's a real woman, because he's going through a machine that changes his gender. And it is real bad.
I can't imagine why that doesn't play. No, that doesn't hold up, Ian?
It manages to be more sexist than the Leisure Suit Larry games of the same era. And Leisure Suit Larry was not exactly, like a paragon of virtue.
He is not a paragon of virtue, but it makes so much fun of him. The Larry games are interesting, right? Because that was some of the first that had like age gates.
Yes.
The age gates on Leisure Suit Larry were basically like, have you ever heard of the Beatles? and things that were just checking to see if you would know of things in like the 60s.
They did that in a game called Manic Mansion.
Yeah, Maniac Mansion. Absolutely.
Yeah. And some of the questions that they ask are like kind of niche, like, what is the name of this Western character's horse? And so it's like, there was this era where the games basically became unplayable, because it was basically like the era where all of their references are no longer topical, but before Google was a thing. Because once Google's a thing, you could just look it up, right? But yeah, it was just like, what the hell?
Maniac Mansion is fantastic, though, and leads directly into Day of the Tentacle, which Rob is a big fan of, because he loves time travel and tentacles.
Time travel and tentacles.
It's what he's known for.
Always. Always was. Always will be.
Oh my goodness. So folks, it's actually pretty interesting. Chad is saying I nerded out too much. We skipped out all of the celebration emotes here. You got wonderful chats. 50,000 is absolutely incredible. Crazy.
That's amazing. So given the hour that we are like 25 minutes before I do a celebration dance and then end broadcast.
Thanks everyone.
I am not going to raise the thing, although you can still donate over the limit. So
that is allowed.
So, a lot of those adventure games were really good. And you just don't get that kind of stuff anymore. I think the last thing that gave me that kind of feeling was Return of the Obra Dinn.
Yes, this was a check that Ian had on me when he disliked Immortality so much, where he was basically like, all right, this game is absolute crap, Rick. I need a check to make sure that you are someone that I can talk to anymore. Do you like Return of the Obra Dinn? I'm characterizing this correctly, aren't I, Ian? This is basically the nature of the conversation. I said,
no,
yes,
as I recall, I basically said, Obra Dinn has the same idea of like you discover what the plot is, but done well.
Oh my God. Yes, you know what? This is your stream.
Night, Emily.
Celebrating you. We're celebrating you. Immortality, not on the menu. Return of the Obra Dinn is great. And one of the conversations we had about Obra Dinn was that we could use that as an entrance exam or an employee test, because it's a fundamental critical thinking logic puzzles in the wild type game. And it's awesome.
I could totally see bringing in like an employee and just being like, your test for employment is I'm going to sit you in a room and just see, like, watch over your shoulder how you play Obra Dinn. Can you solve the puzzle?
At all? Somebody trying to, it's like an engineering job or something that has nothing to do with solving puzzles on a remote pirate ship in a Mac interface, and you're just hovering over their shoulder. Why are you going over that way? Do you need help with the tools? Did you not understand how the magnifying glass works? Okay.
I mean,
no, that's a choice, man.
Just from like a computer, from like law, can you solve problems?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's kind of an important one.
Rob, can you solve problems?
Mm-hmm. I do all the time.
See, I think we should get him a copy of Return of the Obra Dinn.
I think the chat's really funny. They're like, Rob's dying. No, I'm just enjoying hanging out.
It's just Den.
I'm having fun. I'm enjoying my time.
I am going to have to. I see people, I'm going to have to write up a full lengthy thank you to the community, to Rob, to Emily, to Hogue, to everybody, because I am not going to be able to compile my thoughts on this right now. But you guys are all so amazing. Yeah.
No, I think
from 2,500 to 50,000 in under 24 hours.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
A lot of sick kids are going to get help.
Yeah, well, and I mean, for a small hospital, like I'm sure that this is going to be something where they're like, okay, this is a major kind of, a major sort of moment. I don't think it was something that they were expecting to see at all. So, yeah.
Well, I sincerely hope you get an acknowledgement from Extra Life. I don't know how that all works as a system, but I think it's very cool that they do gamify this. We joke about the leaderboard and things. Obviously, all the money's going to a great cause, so I think it's okay to do that. But it's like, yeah, it's they've gamified the process of charity giving with games, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, and the either the CEO of the Stollery reached out, or somebody purporting to be so, but I'd have no reason to doubt them, and was like, hey, come for a tour. And I mean, that was unexpected, but I'm totally going to reach out and be like, yeah, let's make that happen.
Ooh, document that a little bit. Photos, at least.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough taking photos at a hospital just because everybody has a privacy interest, right? So it's like, hey, here's a machine that nobody's using. That's fine. But like, hey, here's a person who's suffering. You don't want to ever take a picture on that.
No.
So
you get the lobby. You get the sign.
But I mean, it's just really, yeah. That's kind of one of the things about sort of doing this stuff is I never expected to have like 200,000 subscribers, and I never expected to have, Rob and Hogue and Emily and all these people sort of supporting all of this, going, so that any of this would be possible, right? Because, like 3 years ago, if you'd said, hey, you could fundraise. Like if I'd started to fundraise for the Stollery, I might have been really lucky to get $1,000 together,
That's a lot of money. That's useful.
So yeah, no, I'm just, I'm blown away, and it's really like, this is kind of the awesome thing about all of this is that sometimes you can be, you can really, help people on all of this. So that's amazing, because I mean, law is often depressing, and law is often you see all these like sad stories of people who the law doesn't suit, or whatever else, and every chance you get to sort of poke a little bit of light into the universe, I say take it. So yeah, that's I'm just super glad to play a part in it. And I say a part in it because everybody else around me, like I'm sort of like being carried by this tide of awesome. And so I'm like, hey, I'm a pebble in this river, and it's an honor to be a pebble in that river, but like you guys are the river, and I'm so yeah, I'm I just don't know what to say. So
Totally.
I think that's a lot, Ian. Yeah, I mean the community that you've built here is fantastic. This is them, absolutely, but it's also you creating a space for them to support this kind of stuff. So this is great. This is great.
Well, and Emily, I think, was sort of gave this advice at one point, is like, look at what kind of community you're building, and are you going into are you doing a live stream, and are the people there around you good people, like, and what do you like and I could not I think I have like the best people, and that is both the people who are you guys coming on stream and doing this stuff with me, and also everybody in the chat. It's so yeah, you guys really are like the best people. It's the best community I could hope for. So yeah. Well, if I go into any more detail, I'm just gonna get teary. So I'm gonna pour myself a celebratory pickleback here.
Because that never makes anyone teary either. Go into the liquor.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, it is what it is. So,
hey man, I don't even know. We're in the last 15 minutes. I didn't do 24 just now, so you got to be feeling things.
Oh, I am feeling tired. But you know what? We got 15 minutes, a little bit more than left to go. So we're going to ride this out to the end. And, so nobody can say, hey, this tapped out early or anything like that.
Man, can you imagine the person like, well, it was pretty cool and it made the kids $50,000. But I tell you what, he ended at 23 hours and 44 minutes.
Exactly. He didn't make the full 24 hours of live streaming.
It shouldn't even count. Give the money back, Kids Hospital.
Yeah. The refund requests start pouring in. I'm just like, crap.
All right, this is an interesting chat. So Rob, you went to midnight last night. Did you go past it? Was Ian live while you were live?
Yeah, I was past midnight. Then I jumped on Nick's channel for, I think I got off of that channel around 5.
What? How were you on Lawyers and Dragons?
You must be just really feeling it too.
Good.
When did you sleep?
I don't know. I had to get Nick's chat involved too. Like Nick's chat does a bunch of charitable stuff, and Nick does too.
Nick is like, the thing is Nick is one of these guys who's abrasive, but really at the end of the day, he goes and tries to do a lot of good things, right? And so he's a complicated guy.
I wanted more eyes on the charity, Runkle. I wanted
Well,
more eyes.
thank
on
you, man.
Celebrating this.
Thank you, man. Like that. At the end of the day, people. Somebody once in a while, or somebody way back when, was like, well, you guys did all of these videos and whatever else, and what did Depp ever do for you? And I was like, Depp doesn't owe me shit. 100% he does not owe me shit. And what I got out of it, like I made some cash doing the, coverage, but at the end of the day, the real treasure out of it is I met people that I am just like, holy crap, these are people who are just amazing. And, that is a treasure that is beyond counting. So, yeah, when I got that like Twitter DM, somebody going, "Oh, like what has Depp ever done?" I'm like, dude, I'm good. I have treasures beyond, beyond reckoning out of this, and like there's nothing I need out of, like I cannot look at that and go, so yeah, it's it's one of those. I mean, I get lots of DMs that make me shake my head, but that one just kind of makes me shake my head and and sort of think about it. And it's like, yeah, I got nothing to complain about here.
DMs are fun, aren't they?
Oh man, some of them are wild.
I'm gonna leave mine like sit until tomorrow.
Your DMs?
Yeah, I'm not touching those tonight.
Somebody says the real Laura B got to meet Johnny Depp. He appreciates the whole community. If there's ever if he's ever doing a concert near me, I will totally buy buy the expensive, just to say like, hey, I appreciate the hell out of, what you stand for. But yeah. I see somebody saying Runkle's answers are getting longer and longer. I guess that is the case.
Yeah.
Ian always loves a long answer.
I know. I don't need to redirect you yet. I haven't had to cut you off once. And I don't mean that in a negative way. It's like,
oh no, I mean sometimes people in the chat are like, oh, and I'm like, no, Rob's got blanket permission to be like, hey, Runkle, you're wandering. Like, get back on topic, because yeah.
Yeah, no, it's Tired Runkle is a thing. If you navigate Tired Runkle. Tired Rob doesn't do a good job though.
Making me
yawn,
Rob.
Sorry. And I can only imagine there are a lot of people in the chat be really pissed right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's just gonna be 13 minutes of us staring at each other.
Oh. Oh, good Lord.
Oh my goodness.
What an evening. No.
Oh, it's
yes, chat's mad.
It's been crazy. Like, it's just been absolutely sort of a wild experience, and yeah. So what can I say?
So you started Extra Life last year. That was the first year you did it?
So it says 3 years. The first year I signed up and then I couldn't actually do it.
Okay.
So I signed up and like that was it. The second year I signed up, I did the live stream and exceeded my expectations and came in at like $2,500, which was like, wow, okay. And then this year I was like, you know what? I'll set my goal at $2,500 and, hopefully we'll beat that. And if you had told me like, hey, this is where it's going to end up, I would have like just laughed in your face. So, and in fact, last night on Rob's, when you were doing that and somebody was like, this is going to hit 50K. And I was like, no, it's not. And I was wrong. So,
the funniest thing right now is I know that sound that is bothering the chat in the background. That's you opening and closing the knife in front of you, isn't it?
It is. I'm sorry, I'll put it down.
Nice.
Just in case people didn't realize we were real friends.
He knew what it was.
This is what passes for a fidget spinner for me.
Just opening and closing a knife blade.
Well, the other thing is when I was talking about that whole, remember I was mentioning that story with the loss prevention, like the security guard, harassing that woman there at the, I was sitting there thinking, I am carrying no less than 3 knives on my person right now. As I was sitting there, like having this interaction going, I really hope the cops don't get called, because if they end up like, having a look through my pockets, it'll be real bad. Because I had this one, which is, I use this for leather work. It's just, a utility knife.
What are these?
I had this one, which, it's got a decent blade on it. And I had another one, which is over in my coat, so I'm not going to go grab that. But I'm just like, I really hope I don't have to explain why I've got all these knives on me.
I feel like I want to participate, but all I've got is on-brand stuff, right? I don't have blades within reach. I just have game controllers.
Is that a Japanese saw?
Yep. Actually has my blood on it, actually.
That does not surprise me at all. Any woodworking tool probably ends up with your blood on it in a... Yeah, I've got 2 swords right there, which I'm not going to reach for because I've had a few drinks.
You're making good choices, though. That's still good.
I've got another sword in the other room. I've got a couple of kukris.
Yes, I've seen you. I was on a stream with you when you just said, "Here, check this out."
I've given away several kukris as gifts, and one as a like a contest prize, because they're so useful. They're so useful.
Hogue, why are you awake this late? It's so late for you. Well, the good news is at least tonight, as soon as this show ends, I get to pretend it's an hour earlier than it actually is.
I have my alarm set and for like when I need to be up tomorrow, but it's just going to be like, okay, as soon as this is done, I'm going to just crash out. What's that? Oh, another Japanese saw?
It's for shaving a very large man.
It's my fastest knife.
Is that a knife or a saw blade?
It's a saw.
Yeah, I mean,
it's my dovetail saw.
How many saws would you say you have?
Power tools or hand tools?
Let's go with hand saws.
1, 2, 3.
I was gonna say I'm gonna guess 12.
4.
I'm not even kidding.
No chisels. 4, 5, and 6. 6.
All right. That's less than I thought.
Are you primarily doing hand saw work or power tool saw work?
Power tools.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I need to start playing around with like my biscuit joiner.
Sure.
And a bunch of other stuff. Although Rob, given that he's got a dovetail saw, might be poo-pooing a biscuit joiner.
I need more information on this. Are biscuits involved? Why is it called a biscuit joiner?
So a biscuit in this context is a little piece of wood in a particular shape. And basically what a biscuit joiner does is it carves out of each side of wood a particular shape that then the biscuit, which is like an intervening piece of wood, fits into.
Okay. Is this? Are you showing me one right now, Rob?
Yes.
Okay.
So usually a biscuit is oval shaped. And so basically it cuts an oval shape, like a half oval shape, out of each side of whatever is going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you fit those together with the biscuit
And
as an intervening piece, and you like put glue in there, and then it holds it together.
What
So
have you
that's
got
what a
when you're
biscuit
done?
joiner is, basically.
Okay, but why do you want two joined biscuits?
You
No, two
want the
joined pieces
biscuit
of wood.
to join the two pieces of wood.
It adds
So if you think
stability.
about like you've got a box and
Yeah.
you've got like a corner, like an
Yeah.
edge,
Yeah.
you know, you might have a biscuit helping seal, like, you know, reinforce that joint.
Okay. And you need that machine to make that happen.
Yeah, it's a really helpful machine for that.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the visual demonstration, Rob. That seems like a lot of information to know. That's, you got a lot of machines. You got a lot of things to measure and to use.
The woodworking with the ADHD is fantastic because everything becomes like a shiny penny, and you learn every single thing you can about all the things. Like finishes, for example. Water-based finishes, oil-based finishes, learning how they dry, how they work, the chemistry behind them. It's really fun. And then joinery, yeah, all of it. You got to talk about video games. This is my video games.
I'm all in.
And I mean, the thing is the joinery gets complicated. You can do things that are simple as I don't know what the proper term is, but like the Vikings used to do this joint where you basically take the edge of like a board and you cut a notch in half of it, and then you like sync those up so that you've got like a board to make a chest or something like that, to make a corner. So I always have called that sort of a Viking join.
Well, that's how my board games make things.
It's the easiest way to make a joint, I think. And it's actually not a bad joint. But then you can get into stuff like dovetail joints where you actually are carving this particular shape and it interlocks like puzzle pieces. And really good dovetails are just amazing. But they're hard, and it's really easy to fuck up dovetail joints. So, yeah.
Practice.
So that's dovetail joining.
Oh, it's like a
move it over a little bit. Yeah, there we go. So you see how they've got that wedge shape?
Yeah.
That it gets you a lot of strength. And it's tough to do.
That seems tough to do.
Look up Japanese wood joinery sometime, because they do some funky stuff that is just like
scarf joints.
Well, Japan for the longest time had massive metal shortages, and so they had all of these methods of making joints that used only wood that were super strong and super durable and super clever. And the thing is like Europe never developed the same joints because you could throw nails into things. You know, so the difference in a price of a nail ended up in this like massively different style of joinery.
Now, I don't want to interrupt this wood party, but my clock does say it's 60 seconds here, Ian. So I don't know if you have any final comments.
Or beneath that.
I guess final comments. Thank you guys. This would have been really brutal just doing this on my own, and I really appreciate you guys. I mean, like there's nothing in it for you, right? There's no anything there. But you guys just are like, hey, Runkle's doing this 24-hour live stream. We're gonna show up to help. That's fantastic. And Rob, you heard that I was doing this. You're like, get in there and start donating. And that took it from like, $3,000 to like $18,000, like just on your stream. And I'm going, oh my God. So none of this would have been possible without you guys, because I am sure that I would have just been like, sorry, folks, I'm dead. I can't make it.
You invited me to come here and talk games for hours. It was great.
Well, and we need to do a proper let's schedule
it.
something to do a gaming discussion rather than just me ambushing you with hey, here's my thoughts on stuff.
Oh, that was fun though. I was actually telling co-counsel, I was like, you know what? I thought we got whatever. We did 5 hours of just whatever, talking about anything. And that was enjoyable.
So yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys, and you guys in the chat. There's 1,500 of you right now.
Nice.
Just to hang out and and help raise money for this, and also a lot of you guys just to hang out and be part of it, and just to sort of cheer it along. I'm
just told it's actually an hour before now. You've got another hour on this stream.
Yeah.
I sorry to tell you.
While you're giving shout outs, Ian,
I'd
like to do a call out to people that were in the back end on Twitter. Like I know Secret McSquirrel did. I know Lori Leanne did. I know a lot of you were on Twitter saying Ian is going this far into this. He's come in and check it out. Come in and join. Joe, it's been incredible. Like you guys are awesome.
Joe popped in, Legal Vices popped in, just people were like, hey, I heard you're doing this. I want to help. I want to be part of it. And it is just so amazing. It's just it's
Kurt who managed the stream.
Oh, Kurt, who when I was doing Lawyers and Dragons, Kurt was like, I got you. I'm going to run the stream while you're away. That we hadn't worked anything out. He was just like, hey, I'm gonna be there. Law Talk with Mike popped on, and it's just like, hey, I'm going to the gym, but I wanted to pop on and offer support. It's such an amazing group of people, and yeah, I don't know what to say other than just you guys are so amazing, and you made all of this possible in a way that I feel that I'm just I was also here as opposed to all of the major infrastructure of this was you guys around me. And so
Ian, you've been saying all this stuff. Let's also say thank you to you, right? Because I don't think people realize this whole week you got COVID and you're coming on. We did multiple videos of you just trying to get the tech right. We were trying to get everything so that it would be as perfect as possible. And Ian looked like death. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this, right? He's dragging himself in front of the computer, being like, "Oh God, the buttons don't work." It was not one session of trying to get this all to work. And so, I mean, Ian, you're an amazing guy. This is an amazing thing. I'm gonna have to tell you. I know we can ramble. We have thousands of people to thank. The community is great. I'm going to tell you this, Ian. Go to bed.
Yeah, go to bed.
You earned it, man.
Go to bed. What is this? Snuggie? Is it a Snuggie? It's a Snuggie.
He's ready to Snuggie. All right.
It's a Snuggie.
It's a perfect endpoint, Ian. Get your Snuggie ready.
I can't talk. God, Ian. You're muted.
I assume it's very sincere.
Elaine, your microphone.
Do you think the Snuggie knocked it out?
I don't know. Get the mic back.
All right, can you guys hear me again?
We can. We can. We got to get you to bed.
I knocked out the mic cable as I was doing this, but I'm asking Rick going, can you come on and check my audio? Because I got to make sure that the game, audio can be heard and all of this will work. And meanwhile, I'm wearing this because I feel like crap. And so this thing is like it's basically like a onesie with pockets. And I'm just going I know I look like crap, but we gotta get through this.
He does. He opens it and be like, sorry.
Yeah. I'm just sorry you gotta look at this. This is real bad. Yeah, no, if I didn't have you to check with these things, like I would have been having to do this live with like people going, what the heck, Runkle? We can't hear your game. What, we can't hear your voice. We can't hear this. So I was like,
it's a tricky thing to test any of this stuff without a buddy. No, that's not. I want people to know, like in the midst of COVID, in a Snuggie, lean back on his chair like this. Like, can you hear anything, Rick? It was absolutely great. Now, honest to God, we have to shut off the stream.
Yes.
Go to bed.
Yes. I'm going to go to bed. Thank you guys once again. Seriously, thank you guys in the chat. And I'm going to hit end broadcast now, and I'm going to rush downstairs and just pretend to be a dead body for a while. Because, yeah, some of the time when I was heading off to take a break, I was coughing up stuff. It was rough. All right, so we're going to hit end broadcast. See you guys. Thank you, everybody, and have a good night.